Shen Qingxuan finds himself traversing a world of cultivation, only to be wrongfully accused and hunted by his own family, forcing him to flee into a forbidden zone. Fortunately, he awakens a system that allows him to sign in at special locations, earning rewards based on his cultivation level. Moreover, he can engage in dual cultivation within this forbidden realm, indulging in endless merriment. Ding! Sign-in successful. You have acquired the pure Yang Sacred Body. Junior sister, Jiang Yu Rou. The pure Yang Sacred Body is the best, truly remarkable. Ding! Sign-in successful. You have obtained the devouring heaven immortal technique. Sect Master Youyao. Unworthy disciple. Are you attempting to siphon from your master again? Ding! Sign-in successful. You have acquired the void sword box. Fairy Dongfang Huaixue. Friend, may I borrow the sword box? I can. Before long, as Shen Qingxuan emerges from the forbidden land, he discovers himself to be unmatched in the world. Chapter 1. The Joyous Forbidden Land. Awakening the pure Yang Sacred Body. Criminal Shen Qingxuan, who has harmed kin, violated clan women, and stolen family treasures, is sentenced to capture without mercy. In the Eastern Song realm, Shen Qingxuan, at the cost of burning his own cultivation, transforms into a streak of rainbow light to escape. What vile accusations of harming kin, lewd conduct, and theft are these but fabrications? Since his reincarnation, he has diligently cultivated and was on the verge of success. Yet, unexpectedly, after returning from a mission, he finds himself ensnared in a web of deceit. Such slander is something he would never confess to. He would rather perish than yield, thus igniting his cultivation in a desperate struggle. Whoosh! Shen Qingxuan's vision blurred. Unable to discern his surroundings, feeling as though he had pierced through a barrier, he halted abruptly. The sinister energy here is overwhelming. Surrounded by aging edifices, distant mountains loomed, shrouded in shifting light. Behind him, those sent to capture Shen Qingxuan paused before a stone tablet. The tablet, imposing and grand, bore two characters, joyous. The joyous forbidden land lies ahead. This lad, Shen Qingxuan, has surely met his demise. We need not risk entering. Let us return and report. And what are the stolen treasures? With our cultivation levels, entering the joyous forbidden land would spell disaster. Let us return to report and let the clan leader decide. Agreed. The group unanimously turned back. Within the forbidden land, Shen Qingxuan discerned his location. The joyous sect's forbidden zone is indeed a place of peril for cultivators. Countless female demons, insatiable and lurking, are imprisoned within. To perish here is acceptable. Better than dying pointlessly at the hands of those beasts. Seated in meditation, Shen Qingxuan, burning his cultivation, barely withstood the oppressive energy. Yet his complexion waned, lips turned dark, and his body trembled. The sinister energy of the joyous sect had accumulated for ages. Mere mortals would scarcely survive a breath here. Even foundational cultivators would struggle to endure for days. As a member of the collateral branch of his family, both his parents perished in battle. The main lineage, recognizing his extraordinary talent as a singular fire spiritual root, sought to cultivate him as an heir. This inevitably entangled numerous interests, leading to the current predicament. Giggle, sisters, look, a man has arrived. Indeed, it has been ages since we have seen a man, and he is quite handsome with delicate skin. I am so excited. I wonder if he can withstand our games. You temptress, your legs are shaking with excitement. Perhaps you should just watch and entertain yourself. Ha. The raucous yet alluring voices surrounded Shen Qingxuan, making him aware of the fate that awaited him. Would he perish from overindulgence? Is this what one calls a noble end? Suddenly, a voice resonated within his mind, startling him. Ding! The Myriad Realms sign-in system has been successfully activated. The host may sign in once daily. Sign-in rewards depend on the location and the host's cultivation level. On every full moon night, sign-ins will yield critical rewards. Currently in the Eastern Song realm at the special location of the Joyous Sect. Would you like a sign-in? Damn! The system has finally arrived. Truly, it is a moment of rebirth from despair. Without hesitation, Shen Qingxuan silently contemplated signing in. Ding! Sign-in successful. The first sign-in triggered a critical reward. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the pure Yang Sacred Body. One extraordinary physique, and a sacred one at that. It is known that only one person in the entire Shen family possesses a unique body, and it is an inferior spiritual body, not a sacred one. The sacred body surpasses the spiritual body, with scarcely a few individuals possessing it in the entire Eastern Song realm. Soon, Shen Qingxuan felt an immense force of pure yang rising from his dantian, radiating throughout his limbs and bones. The dantian, previously ravaged by the burning of his cultivation, instantly restored to its former state, even more expansive than before. His singular fire, spiritual root talent harmonized brilliantly with the pure yang sacred body, allowing Shen Qingxuan to experience a rebirth, breaking free from his cocoon. Boom! A resounding noise echoed across the Eastern Song realm, as the previously overcast sky suddenly revealed two suns. Simultaneously, the temperature sword cultivators of fire felt an indescribable comfort, while others shed their outer garments. It's a dual sun phenomenon. This extraordinary occurrence quickly captured the attention of several powerful cultivators. Surely, a treasure of pure yang has manifested. Inform the others and prepare for a search. It could also be the emergence of a solar attribute, auspicious beast. Or perhaps someone has awakened the pure yang sacred body. The Eastern Song realm may witness a resurgence of power. The strong within the Shen family soared into the skies, each speculating. Among them, family head Shen Qingxuan gazed at the newly appeared sun, feeling a peculiar sensation. He dared not speculate recklessly and stated, "We must search immediately, whether it be treasure, auspicious beast, or person. We must recover it." By the way, what is Shen Qingxuan? Shen Qingxuan casually inquired. He had not anticipated that the youth he had placed hope in would commit such despicable acts. Indeed, nothing good comes from the collateral bloodline. Reporting to the family head, Shen Qingxuan has inadvertently entered the joyous forbidden land and is unlikely to survive for 2 days. Truly depraved. Even in death, he thinks of women. How can my Shen family produce such a lecher? Eradicate him from our family tree, and likewise remove his parents' memorial tablets. Understood. Furthermore, you must visit the joyous forbidden land tonight. We need to see him alive or dead. The family treasures must not be lost. Shen Qingxuan commanded, clearly impatient. Absolutely. The demonic women of the joyous sect must not obtain the treasures. The expressions of the group turned awkward. Most were reluctant to venture into the joyous forbidden land. Yet, under the oppressive authority of the family head, they nodded in agreement. As the entire Eastern Song realm searched for treasures, Shen Qingxuan within the joyous sect's forbidden land beheld the enchanting women surrounding him. The joyous sect's women, numbering over 10, were a mesmerizing mix of curvaceous and delicate forms, each exuding an indescribable beauty. Some appeared more like celestial beings than demons, possessing ethereal features, graceful figures, and an otherworldly aura. However, at present, the enchanting maidens gazed wide-eyed at Shen Qingxuan. This fellow had actually awakened the sacred body right beneath their very noses. Moreover, it was the pure yang sacred body. Such a physique in male cultivators is typically exceptionally resilient, capable of enduring nights of passion without respite. Yet, it bears a fatal flaw. The pure yang sacred body inherently repels the feminine energies of otherworldly males, finding little pleasure in their union. Forceful intimacy would subject the woman to the torment of 100 insects gnawing at her heart. To put it plainly, the pure yang sacred body only engages with maidens who are untouched. After observing his transformation while seated on the ground, Shen Qingxuan cast a glance around and secretly sighed in relief. This was the Hahuan sect, where there should be no untouched maidens, sparing him from the fear of being drained. Simultaneously, with the pure yang sacred body now within him, he was largely immune to the sinister energies of this realm, thus preserving his life. However, remaining here for an extended period was undoubtedly unwise, given his meager cultivation level. Suddenly, a pair of snow-white legs filled his vision. "My lord, would you accompany me for the night?" With this, one of the enchanting maidens entwined her delicate arms around Shen Qingxuan's neck, her ample bosom pressing softly against his heart. "I possess the pure yang sacred body. Are you not afraid?" Shen Qingxuan swallowed hard, perplexed. "Oh, my lord, what are you saying? I cannot compare to my esteemed senior sisters. When our sect was sealed, they were still untouched," Jiang Yu Rou replied in a melodious voice, her large eyes flitting over Shen Qingxuan. She felt an undeniable spark of infatuation. Indeed, before the seal, this place was called the Jade Maiden Sect. Another maiden approached, her dewy skin nearly flush against Shen Qingxuan's back. "Young master, I too am untouched. After you finish with Sister Jiang, would you be so kind as to accompany me? I too remain untouched." Young master, I desire you as well. All the untouched female cultivators advanced, leaving those who had already bloomed with broken hearts. It seemed that in the days to come, they would have to find solace within themselves. As Shen Qingxuan was taken away, deep within the forbidden grounds of the Huan sect, a breath of energy suddenly surged violently. The pure Yang sacred body? Excellent. Once I drain it dry, I shall break through my boundaries and shatter the seal. Chapter 2. The desire for the cauldron, this pure Yang sacred body, is, astonishingly, a dual cultivation sacred body. Although I have lost my essence, what I have gained is profound cultivation. If I were to practice the dual cultivation method, the Huan sect would not be a forbidden ground for me. Instead, it would empower me further. As Shen Qingxuan engaged in tempestuous encounters, he could distinctly sense a peculiar force actively merging with his body, propelling his cultivation to new heights. Most likely, it is the essence of a maiden. Little did he know, this was entirely due to Jiang Yuru's decision not to extract from him. After a while, he rose from her delicate, pale abdomen, noticing traces of crimson blood on her white skirt, resembling plum blossoms scattered across it. Jiang Yuru had not deceived him. She was indeed a maiden. Simultaneously, due to their first union of yin and yang, both their cultivations experienced significant enhancement. Subsequent interactions, however, did not yield the same magnitude of improvement. Having never practiced dual cultivation before, Shen Qingxuan felt the dense essence of yin merging within him, resulting in a rapid elevation of his cultivation. His realm surged from the 6th level of qi refinement to the 8th. Jiang Yuru, too, experienced a remarkable breakthrough due to the influx of yang essence, subtly approaching the pinnacle of qi refinement. Alas, the overwhelming malevolent energy here rendered it unsuitable for foundation establishment. Jiang Yuru sighed softly, her slender legs still entwined around Shen Qingxuan's waist. Curiously, Shen Qingxuan inquired, "Aren't you all utilizing the malevolent energy for cultivation?" Jiang Yuru shot him an exasperated glance, replying, "Regardless of the type of cultivator, one must primarily rely on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to elevate their realm. Although we practice amidst malevolent energy, prolonged suppression here leads to a stagnation of spiritual energy, making breakthroughs exceedingly difficult. Hence, we require men like you to substitute for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth." With a sweet smile, she playfully lifted her delicate foot, twirled it around, and then placed it upon Shen Qingxuan's chest, an intoxicating fragrance enveloping him. "Qingxuan, I want more." Shen Qingxuan gazed at Jiang Yuru, whose figure resembled that of a boneless celestial maiden, and immediately leaned down to nurture their connection. After deeper exchanges, Shen Qingxuan began to grasp the circumstances surrounding the Huan forbidden ground. 7 years prior, the leader of the Yu Rou sect suddenly succumbed to demonic transformation, altering the sect's practices to dual cultivation methods, and subsequently renaming it the Huan sect. Shortly thereafter, a cold-hearted golden core true person arrived, suppressing the entire Huan sect with an unparalleled aura, a situation that persists to this day. Such tyranny from the golden core true person. Shen Qingxuan murmured. The strongest among the Shen family is the Zifu, yet remains a prominent force in Dongfang. If I were to become a Zifu powerhouse, my family would likely alter their stance towards me, seeking to frame me. He pondered deeply. The current outcome is merely a result of weakness, is it not? Only by growing stronger will I avoid being bullied and establish a foothold in the world of cultivation. Now, with the system at my side, I need only to continue signing in at the Huan sect, and one day, I shall become a Zifu. Yuru, will you teach me the dual cultivation method? Shen Qingxuan asked, leaning toward Jiang Yuru's graceful form. Having only recently become friends, they shared a mutual understanding. Jiang Yuru was initially taken aback, then smiled brightly. Why would you want to practice dual cultivation? It is considered a sideline in the realm of cultivation. Do you wish to cultivate in the gentle manner we just experienced, or pursue the more aggressive, life-draining method? Without hesitation, Shen Qingxuan replied, naturally, the former. The latter sounds like a demonic technique, one that seizes lives and is unacceptable. Yuru, how are you? Called out the anxious voices of other female cultivators from outside. Jiang Yuru had no choice but to halt her teachings, whispering softly, "My sisters, though they're also maidens, could very well drain your life essence during dual cultivation. The identification method is quite simple. If they bear the character for lewdness at the base of their thighs, they harbor ill intentions. This is the formidable skill of that golden core true person. Shen Qingxuan nodded earnestly, understanding that Yu Rou was a benevolent soul amidst the dangers of the forbidden ground. While the other women might not share her virtues, he stepped outside to face several enchanting maidens, all eager to claim him. "Ladies, I am feeling unwell. May I attend to you tomorrow?" he suggested, immediately noticing the faint glow of the character on their thighs. They all sought to drain his essence. "What if we refuse?" One alluring woman approached, her voluptuous figure revealing her complete mastery of chi refinement. They had finally encountered a man and were unwilling to let him go easily. One day is far too long to wait. Shen Qingxuan shifted his stance slightly. Indeed, suddenly, a woman brandishing an iron lock shouted, "Do not let him escape." Tension thickened in the air as several women sought to imprison Shen Qingxuan as a cauldron. "Why must you all act in such a manner?" Yu Rou swiftly interposed herself before him, declaring, "Today, I have already partaken of him. He is indeed exhausted. It is all my fault. If my sisters would like to use him, he is at their disposal for the latter half of the month." The other enchanting maidens sensed Yu Rou's formidable aura and hesitated before nodding in agreement. "Yu Rou, we honor you as the Sect's holy maiden. Hence allowing you this first opportunity. Do not let us down." After warning her, they retreated to their quarters to attend to their own matters. Thus is the nature of the He-Huan Sect's practices. After cultivation, the desires run rampant. "Thank you, Yu Rou. If I succeed in my cultivation in the future, I shall surely break the seal and rescue you." Shen Qingxuan expressed his gratitude with a bow. Yu Rou, having refrained from draining his essence and standing up for him, considered him one of the rare good individuals she had encountered. "Oh, I see you are a gentleman. That is why I helped you," she replied lightly, a hint of affection gleaming in her eyes. Strangely, from the moment she first laid eyes on Shen Qingxuan, she never harbored thoughts of harming him. "Farewell, Qingxuan. You should leave here quickly." Shen Qingxuan chuckled internally. Escaping the He-Huan sect was impossible. He needed to sign in at this unique location within the Forbidden Ground, and leaving would only bring great trouble to Yu Rou. Elsewhere in the Forbidden Ground, the Shen family cultivators who had pursued Shen Qingxuan during the day were using an invisibility talisman to search for his whereabouts. Shen Huailin, the most unfortunate among them, was reluctantly sent to continue the pursuit due to his lower cultivation level. The malevolent energy here is so dense. If I stay any longer, I fear I might freeze to death. Where has that scoundrel gone? Could he have already been drained dry by those enchantresses? He pondered, what if I encounter one of those maidens? Could I perhaps indulge a little? Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a figure appeared before him. "Shen Qingxuan, surrender the treasured artifact. Come back with me to the family, and they will go easy on your punishment." Shen Huailin dispelled his invisibility and lunged toward Shen Qingxuan. Shen Qingxuan's expression turned to one of shock. He had not expected the family enforcers to appear so abruptly. "I did not steal the family treasure, nor have I committed any crime," he attempted to explain. "Why am I even conversing with you? Come here." Shen Huailin's large hand shot forward, intent on seizing Shen Qingxuan by the shoulder and dragging him to the ground. "I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you." Shen Qingxuan did not evade. A faint golden aura enveloped him, exuding a masculine energy that commanded attention. The pure, yang, sacred body. "This is impossible." Shen Huailin's palm felt rigid in his mouth, his mind akin to a muddled mess. The dual solar phenomenon that had manifested during the day was, astonishingly, the doing of this impetuous young lad before him. Bang! In that moment of dazed disbelief, a punch imbued with utmost vigor struck him, sending Shen Huailin hurtling 4 or 5 zhang away. Chapter 3. The Exceptional Pure Yang Pill. Practicing Dual Cultivation. What ist? Did you not exhaust your cultivation? How could you awaken this sacred body? Shen Huailin clutched his chest, blood surging in his throat. Eager to escape, though he possessed a mortal physique, his cultivation had barely reached the 7th layer of chi refinement, making him a promising talent within the Shen family. Yet, when faced with Shen Qingxuan, whose qualifications far surpassed his own and who had awakened the pure yang sacred body, advancing to the 8th layer of chi refinement, He felt utterly inadequate. Struggling to rise, Shen Huailin fixed a fierce gaze upon Shen Qingxuan, who had retracted his fist. Qingxuan, you have now awakened the sacred body. Return to the family with me. Even if you have committed a grievous error, the family head will forgive you. Shen Qingxuan's gaze turned icy. His fists clenched tightly as he spoke each word deliberately. What wrong have I committed? Looking at Shen Huailin, who had pushed him to the brink of despair, there was not a hint of compassion in his eyes. Should he return to the Shen family, continuing to serve as a mere dog? Or should he leverage his sacred body to reclaim his dignity? Shen Qingxuan had already made his decision. Bang! Another forceful punch landed, shattering Shen Huailin's jaw as he collapsed to the ground like a lifeless dog. You! How could you have advanced in cultivation? Shen Huailin's speech became slurred, his eyes wide with astonishment. Just the night before, Shen Qingxuan was merely at the 6th layer of qi refinement. Yet now, it was evident that he had indeed broken through to the later stages. Had he known earlier that Shen Qingxuan had reached the later stages, he would never have dared to enter the forbidden grounds. I wish to know, who has slandered me? Shen Qingxuan crouched down, his voice sharp with accusation. Huh, you stole the precious treasure and yet refused to admit it? Shen Huailin mocked, saying, those of us from the main line would never stoop to slandering someone like you. A mere offshoot. Shen Qingxuan remained indifferent. It seemed his opponent was unaware of the full situation. He refrained from delivering a fatal blow, instead sitting down to recuperate, watching as the severely injured Shen Huailin was slowly frozen to death by the sinister energy surrounding them. Before he perished, he revealed no useful information. What a pity. Shen Qingxuan collected the valuable items on Shen Huailin's person and looked up to the moon, realizing that the hour had passed midnight. System, sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations. Host, you have received an exceptional pure Yang Spirit Pill. A pure Yang Spirit Pill, and of the finest quality. Such pills, bearing the title of Spirit Pills, could only be refined by those with cultivation above the Purple Mansion. A crimson glowing pill appeared in Shen Qingxuan's hand, dispersing the surrounding sinister energy upon contact. Excellent. This pill perfectly complements my physique. Without hesitation, he consumed the pure Yang Spirit Pill. Being a pill of such exceptional quality, it bore no toxic effects, and its compatibility with his constitution ensured no harm to his body. As the sun rose over the eastern mountains after a night of refining, the entire essence of the spirit pill transformed into his cultivation. I have reached the 9th layer of qi refinement, Shen Qingxuan murmured to himself. He had once inquired with the elders in his family about the duration of breakthroughs in qi refinement. The elder had replied, for those with top-notch talent, the initial layers may take only days, but as one progresses, the time required increases, with the 8th to 9th layers taking more than a month. 100 days to establish a foundation is considered unparalleled talent. It seems that cultivating in the Hahuan sect is akin to receiving decades' worth of training within the family. Outside the forbidden grounds, the law enforcement hall had waited all night without seeing Shen Huailin emerge. Let us check the family to see if Huailin's soul lamp still burns. Instructed Shinji, the highest-ranking cultivator present, his brow furrowed. Yes. Shortly after, the messenger returned with a mournful expression. Brother Ji, Huailin's soul lamp has extinguished. Shinji sighed in sorrow, not expecting that Shen Huailin would meet his end in the Hahuan forbidden grounds. However, that young lad Shen Qingxuan's soul lamp still burns. The messenger transformed his sorrow into anger. Shinji was taken aback and slowly replied, surely you must be mistaken? How could someone who lost all cultivation survive a night in the Hahuan forbidden grounds? Brother Ji, it must be that the young lad utilized a family treasure to survive. Shinji felt unease. While others might not understand, he was well aware that Shen Qingxuan hadn't even touched the treasured item. The treasure had been taken by someone else. I shall return to the family. Without further thought, Shinji swiftly made his way back. At this moment, the Shen family was rather quiet, as most of the experts had gone in search of the so-called dual solar phenomenon. Young master, Shen Qingxuan is not dead. Shinji knelt on one knee, speaking in a grave tone. The young master, Shen Qingxuan, was taken aback, perplexed. That's impossible. Did he not burn his cultivation? Indeed, perhaps a demoness from the Hahuan sect protected him. Shinji could only speculate. Those enchantresses were insatiable. How could they possibly let Shen Qingxuan slip away? Let us wait. Even if the demoness keeps Shen Qingxuan alive, it cannot last for long. Shen Qingxuan scoffed, his expression filled with disdain. From the moment Shen Qingxuan moved to the main family, he had held nothing but contempt for him. How could a descendant with diluted bloodline be compared to his noble self? Hence, he devised a scheme not only to steal the family treasure, but also to eliminate Shen Qingxuan swiftly. On the other side, in the Hahuan Forbidden Grounds, Yu Rou stared incredulously at Shen Qingxuan. Why have you not left yet? I cannot protect you any longer tonight. Shen Qingxuan smiled and stepped inside. If I leave, what will become of you, Yu Rou? Fear not. I am the sect's holy maiden. They cannot do anything to me. You must leave quickly, Yu Rou urged, pushing him away. Shen Qingxuan shook his head. Yu Rou, you have yet to pass on the dual cultivation method to me. I will impart the dual cultivation method to you. And then you can leave? I shall not depart. You, then prepare to be drained dry. Yu Rou replied, somewhat displeased. Rest assured, Miss Yu Rou, I'm not so easily depleted. Shen Qingxuan reassured her. Having consumed the pure Yang spirit pill, his body was brimming with Yang energy, making it impossible for him to be drained so easily. In that case, let me teach you the dual cultivation method first. Yu Rou, seeing that he wouldn't leave, conceded. Shen Qingxuan's comprehension was sharp. Soon, he mastered the dual cultivation technique. The method was known as the Heaven and Earth Union Sutra, its rank unknown. But it was exceedingly gentle, allowing dual cultivation partners to progress faster than usual. I see. Shen Qingxuan nodded repeatedly, suddenly turning towards Yu Rou. Miss, having acquired this method, I must put it into practice. Yu Rou chuckled. I thought you were a paragon of virtue. Who knew you were also a gluttonous spirit? Anyone who encounters a fairy would react similarly. Such is human nature. While speaking, neither of them remained idle. Shen Qingxuan sought to relieve himself, while Yu Rou prepared to receive him. Have you broken through again? Yu Rou's eyes sparkled with surprise, momentarily speechless. It was already remarkable that he had advanced 2 layers yesterday, yet now, not long after, he had broken through again. I have awakened the sacred body. Is it not natural for my strength to soar? Shen Qingxuan provided a convenient excuse. Indeed, your strength has indeed surged. You are even more formidable than yesterday, ah? Deep within the Forbidden Grounds, the Hahuan sect's leader awaited quietly before an alchemical furnace. The previous day's violent aura had been emanating from her. I have been trapped in the Purple Mansion for far too long. This pill can unleash all the potential of the sacred body and aid me in forming a golden core. This sealing constraint has bound me for an entire 7 years. Yet at last, there is hope for liberation. As her consciousness dispersed, she chanced upon Shen Qingxuan and Yu Rou embroiled in a dire predicament. An insatiable itch arose within her, the water's essence swirling in a haze. Dear disciple, allow yourself to indulge for now. In a few days, once this elixir is refined, your beloved shall belong to me. But I must not allow anyone else to claim him first. By my decree, all cultivators of the Hahuan sect assemble in the Grand Hall for a council. Chapter 4. The Fiery Sun Bao and the Hidden Culprit. Yu Rou was drenched in sweat, her awareness akin to a little bird buffeted by a storm, trembling and on the verge of collapse. You have indeed grown far more formidable since yesterday. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she discreetly wiped the perspiration from her forehead, reclining to gaze out the window. Lost in a boundless reverie, she had not anticipated that both of them would practice dual cultivation techniques. The sensation was simply marvelous. Suddenly, the token concealed within her garments emitted a radiant glow and trembled. Yu Rou hastily rose to grasp the token, pausing briefly before declaring, Qingxuan, the Sect Master has summoned us for a council. I must take my leave. She found it rather peculiar. The Sect Master had been in seclusion for quite some time. Could it be that he had broken through to the Golden Core stage? Yet, a breakthrough to the Golden Core would hardly go unnoticed. Fairy Yu Rou, please proceed, Shen Qingxuan replied with a nod, still savoring the moment. Yu Rou truly embodied warmth and fragrant softness, a perfect match. Soon night fell. With little to occupy his time, Shen Qingxuan sat in meditation for an entire day. Still no sign of her return? He stepped outside, circling the forbidden area, only to discover that all the enchanting women of the Hahuan sect were nowhere to be found. Were they all deep within the forbidden grounds? Shen Qingxuan chose not to venture into the depths. Jiang Yu Rou had informed him that it was the domain of the Sect Master, a formidable figure of the Purple Mansion, should she desire to absorb his essence. No amount of pure Yang spirit pills could preserve his life. Returning to Jiang Yu Rou's quarters, Shen Qingxuan resumed his meditation. Unbeknownst to him, 3 days slipped away. The rewards from his sign-in during these 3 days were all exceptional pure Yang spirit pills, and no one disturbed him. With the aid of 3 exquisite pure Yang spirit pills, Shen Qingxuan's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. At my age, achieving qi refinement's completion is a rare talent, even within the Shen family. Shen Qingxuan, the young master of the Shen family, had taken 3 years longer to reach the same stage. Yet, the completion of qi refinement was still insufficient. If the family head, Shen Miruan, were to arrive, a consummate foundation establishment cultivator, how could he possibly defend himself? Let us continue to cultivate. Shen Qingxuan persisted in his meditation. Although the air was thick with sinister energy, his dual cultivation practice allowed him to absorb it for his advancement. In fact, as a pure Yang sacred body, the sinister energy often posed no harm, transforming instead into pure heavenly and earthly spiritual energy. As another night approached, Shen Qingxuan proceeded with his usual sign-in. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the fiery sun bow. At last, this sign-in reward was not another pure Yang spirit pill. The fiery sun bow? Is it a magical artifact? As his thoughts stirred, a great bow, inscribed with cloud patterns and sun motifs, materialized in his hand, its body gleaming like forged crimson gold, spanning nearly half his height. In the realm of artifact forging, items are categorized from lowest to highest as talismans, magical tools, magical artifacts, and spiritual treasures. This fiery sun bow must be a magical artifact. It cannot be a spiritual treasure, surely? As Shen Qingxuan caressed the fiery sun bow, he could sense the aura of the sun emanating from its body. Only artifacts of a higher grade possess such innate energy. With such a weapon of destruction at my disposal, I shall be invincible during the qi refinement stage. Overwhelmed with excitement, Shen Qingxuan attempted several times to draw the bowstring. Yet he refrained from loosing an arrow, for if he did, it would surely awaken the enchanting women dwelling within. At the Shen family's soul hall, Shen Qingxuan gazed upon Shen Qingxuan's soul lamp, which burned ever brighter, his expression darkening. In recent days, the Shen family had stationed guards at the entrance of the forbidden ground, but none had reported anyone emerging from it. This indicated that Shen Qingxuan had been trapped within the Hahuan forbidden area for several days, and rather than extinguishing, his soul lamp continued to blaze even more fervently. How could this be? Beside him, Shen Ji let out a startled exclamation. Shen Qingxuan sighed, reflecting, time and fate indeed favor this lad, but he must not be allowed to return. Shen Ji, you must immediately proceed to the Hahuan forbidden area and ascertain if any changes have occurred. If you find Shen Qingxuan, eliminate him on the spot. Based on his deductions, a disturbance must have transpired in the forbidden grounds. Otherwise, how could Shen Qingxuan still be thriving? Understood. Shen Ji, equally curious about the situation, set off with his brothers from the enforcement hall, employing an invisibility talisman to stealthily infiltrate the Hahuan forbidden area. This enforcement team, led by him at the pinnacle of qi refinement, consisted of 4 others in the late stage of qi refinement. They could easily subdue even the weaker enchanting women in a few exchanges, let alone confront Shen Qingxuan. We must not delve too deep into the forbidden area. There resides an ancient purple mansion enchantress, Shen Ji cautioned, leading the group to search around the outer buildings. Before long, their expressions grew peculiar. Just as the young master had predicted, a disturbance had indeed occurred in the forbidden area, with those enchanting women having vanished without a trace. Shen Ji thought to himself, brothers, we need not remain concealed any longer. Hasten to locate Shen Qingxuan. Dispatch him, and the young master will reward us handsomely. Upon learning of the complete disappearance of the enchanting women, the enforcement team abandoned their stealth and boldly sought out Shen Qingxuan. The sooner they found him, the better, as they endured the oppressive, sinister energy. Within Jiang Yu Rou's quarters, Shen Qingxuan sensed the chaotic footsteps outside. Were they returning? No. The heavy footsteps indicated it was men. The Shen family must have dispatched more individuals to hunt him down. Having slain Shen Huailin, they were here to kill him. Shen Qingxuan stood at the door, not contemplating further, and pushed it open, making his way into the distance. He climbed atop another building, standing firm with the fiery sunbow in hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Shen Qingxuan counted the men below, then drew the bowstring. The cloud-patterned sun motifs on the bow glimmered faintly, and a golden arc of light appeared at the bow's notch. He did not fully draw the bow, as doing so would deplete all his spiritual power. However, even with a partial draw, it was sufficient to slay Qi refinement cultivators. It's Shen Qingxuan. He stand atop the roof. One shouted, pointing excitedly at Shen Qingxuan. If we kill him, we will earn the young master's favor. Buzz. In the next moment, his body was pierced by the searing arrow, a gaping hole appearing in his chest, and he quickly turned to ash, unable to even let out a scream. The remaining 4 immediately turned to the roof, only to witness another swift flash of crimson lightning approaching. Thud! The bowstring twanged, and death ensued, leaving only 3 members of the enforcement team. What in the world is this divine weapon? How could Shen Qingxuan possess such a thing? Shen Ji's eyes widened in confusion as he barely summoned a defensive talisman, only for the searing arrow to come once more. Brother Ji, save me. The struck individual activated his defensive talisman, narrowly avoiding a fatal shot. Yet his body ignited, half of him exploding. But Shen Ji had no time to save anyone. On the rooftop, Shen Qingxuan drew the bow again, targeting the last person remaining aside from Shen Ji. And no, Qingxuan, do not kill me. I know you have been wronged. The man was utterly terrified, his legs turning to jelly, and he could not muster a thought of escape or resistance. Go speak with the King of Hell. Whoosh! An arrow was loosed, striking true, and that man, along with the one engulfed in flames, perished simultaneously, reduced to mere ashes. On the battlefield, only Shen Qingxuan on the rooftop and the perspiring Shen Ji remained. Shen Ji, as the captain of the law enforcement hall, you must know who has slandered me, correct? Shen Qingxuan threatened as he aimed his bow at Shen Ji. In truth, he had released 4 arrows, his own magical energy waning. Yet, the terror enveloping Shen Ji rendered him paralyzed with fear. Qingxuan, do not kill me. I will speak. I will reveal everything. Shen Ji fell to his knees, his mind unable to dwell on anything else as he witnessed the death of 4 men in mere breaths. It is the young master. He seeks your life. He who has slain our kin, who violated our cousin, who stole the family treasures. It is he. Oh, is that so? Shen Qingxuan relaxed his fingers, launching the 5th blazing arrow. Chapter 5. Meeting the Sect Master, breaking through to Foundation establishment. He is indeed a ruthless individual. Such a powerful bow should not be in his possession. Could it be that he encountered some fortuitous event and obtained the legacy of a great cultivator? Deep within the forbidden grounds of the Joyous Union, the Sect Master Youyao observed the scene of Shen Qingxuan slaying 5 men through her divine sense, her thoughts shifting. If she could absorb him after he was sufficiently weakened, perhaps she could keep him as a servant. Master, why do you not allow us to leave? A female cultivator in the great hall questioned, perplexed. Youyao smiled gently. You need not concern yourselves with such matters. Before long, I shall break through to the golden core stage and shatter that girl's seal. Long live the Sect Master. May she reign for eternity. The women in the hall cheered, their smiles radiant. Having been trapped in the sect for 7 years, they longed to escape this cursed place. Yet, only Jiang Yu Rou harbored doubts. She understood that within the thin spiritual energy of the forbidden grounds, even breaking through to Foundation establishment was exceedingly difficult, let alone attaining the golden core. Unless, of course, the master had set her sights on Shen Qingxuan. The mere thought filled Jiang Yu Rou with unease, for she feared losing Shen Qingxuan. Meanwhile, Shen Qingxuan, who was outside collecting spoils, scoffed. Having consumed a supreme, pure yang spirit pill and wielding the blazing sunbow, he had little regard for the belongings of Shen Ji and his ilk. He only planned to convert everything into spirit stones in the future. However, Shen Qingxuan accepted the personal items of the 5 slain men, reasoning that even the smallest of flies could be considered meat. Gazing toward the depths of the forbidden grounds, He noted the absence of any signs of their emergence. Their continued confinement was a relief, as he need not worry about being absorbed. Returning to his quarters, he resumed his cultivation. Another night passed. At the stroke of midnight, Shen Qingxuan checked in promptly. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 Supreme Foundation Establishment Pills. This is splendid. Shen Qingxuan could not contain his excitement, feeling as though he were swimming in a sea of opportunity for cultivation. Yet, recalling that the items received from check-ins depended on location and cultivation level, he was no longer surprised. As long as he remained in the unique location of the Joyous Union and continued to accumulate, he would eventually become invincible. A porcelain vial appeared in Shen Qingxuan's hand, within which lay 10 Foundation Establishment Pills, gleaming with brilliance. Supreme Foundation Establishment Pills, in the outside world, were highly coveted and rarely had a set price. Now, however, Shen Qingxuan possessed 10. Even in this realm of scarce spiritual energy, he believed he could break through to Foundation Establishment. Without further thought, Shen Qingxuan immediately consumed one of the Supreme Foundation Establishment Pills, preparing to push through to the Foundation Establishment realm. His cultivation was already at the peak of qi refinement, and with a mere thought, he could ascend to the next realm. Soon, propelled by the overwhelming potency of the Foundation Establishment Pill, all the energy within his meridians and channels converged into his dantian. Simultaneously, the malevolent aura within the Joyous Union surged alongside the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Wait, someone is breaking through. In the Joyous Union Hall, Youyao's divine sense suppressed the hall as she ventured forth to investigate the situation. This boy is actually breaking through to Foundation Establishment. This is fortuitous. Once he achieves this, the absorption will yield even greater results. A thrill of delight surged within Youyao as she summoned the scant spiritual energy from the Forbidden Grounds, directing it toward Shen Qingxuan's abode. It is Shen Qingxuan. He is breaking through to Foundation Establishment. Yu Rou in the hall also sensed this. This fool. Can he succeed in the Forbidden Grounds? Is someone aiding me? Sitting cross-legged, Shen Qingxuan fervently activated his pure Yang sacred body, his blood and energy blazing like the sun, refining the malevolent energy from the spiritual essence. Who could it be? He pondered, then resolved. It matters not. I shall seize the moment. In an instant, Shen Qingxuan felt as if he were being guided by divine forces, and within his dantian, a radiant golden essence emerged, the embryonic form of the foundational principle. This foundational principle could transform into all things in the world, and once he achieved the Purple Mansion stage, it would ascend to his brow, constructing the Purple Mansion. This is bad. The spiritual energy here is too thin for a complete breakthrough. Although the essence had manifested, Shen Qingxuan struggled to transform it into the foundational principle, let alone into one that suited him. Fortunately, he had ample Foundation Establishment Pills. If the spiritual energy was lacking, he would rely on the pills. Shen Qingxuan swallowed 3 more Supreme Foundation Establishment Pills in one go. Harnessing the potent strength of the pills, the essence in his dantian solidified and transformed, gradually forming a small golden sun. This was the most suitable foundational principle for Shen Qingxuan, the pure Yang foundational principle. With this foundational principle, paired with the pure Yang sacred body, he felt confident in being able to eliminate the family's young master, Shen Qingxuan. I have now achieved Foundation Establishment. After breaking through, Shen Qingxuan felt as if he were in a dream. Just days prior, he was being hunted by qi refinement cultivators. Now, he had become a being they could only look up to, such as the unpredictability of life. TSK, this boy possesses profound resources. How could he have so many Supreme Foundation Establishment Pills? In the Great Hall, Youyao's divine sense faltered momentarily, her expression tinged with apprehension. Those who could achieve the Purple Mansion were typically cautious and meticulous individuals. The abundance of treasures surrounding Shen Qingxuan led her to ponder the power behind him. No matter, breaking through to Golden Core is of utmost importance. Inside his chamber, having adapted to his newfound cultivation, Shen Qingxuan cast a glance toward the depths of the Forbidden Grounds. Internally musing, someone is watching me. Previously, in his qi refinement state, he could not perceive the divine sense. Now, having achieved Foundation Establishment, He could sense the presence of divine consciousness nearby, but could not discern the identity of its wielder. The Shen family, Shen Qingxuan, who had yet to receive news of Shen Ji and the others, could not help but visit the soul hall. What? How could this be? He stared at the 5 extinguished soul lamps, lost in shock. What transpired in the joyous union that could lead to the demise of 5 Qi refinement experts? With the family's elite all-out seeking treasures, it had reached a point where no one was left to respond. Shen Qingxuan would not dare enter the joyous union on his own. He would only send the family's foundation establishment cultivators to investigate. Shen Qingxuan, what have you done? Shen Qingxuan was not overly anxious. Even if his father believed Shen Qingxuan was wrongfully accused, the fact that he had killed so many members of the Shen family meant that his execution was a foregone conclusion. All he needed to do was wait for the family's higher-ups to return from their treasure hunt and present the facts. Another day passed within the joyous union. Just after finishing his cultivation, Shen Qingxuan looked up at the moonlit sky, a smile gracing his lips. Today is the full moon of the 15th. I wonder what rewards the critical hit will yield. Almost simultaneously, Youyao in the joyous union hall suddenly opened her eyes wide with excitement. The pill has succeeded. She retrieved the elixir from the furnace and, after several examinations, found no discrepancies. This elixir, once consumed, could unleash all of the body's potential. Youyao intended to seize this opportunity to absorb the pure Yang sacred body of Shen Qingxuan. Summon that young man. She instructed an elder in the hall. Inform him that I have a rare opportunity to bestow upon him. Yes, Sect Master. The elder swiftly departed the grand hall and arrived at Shen Qingxuan's door. Friend, the Sect Master requests your presence, claiming to have a rare gift for you. The Sect Master? Shen Qingxuan pondered briefly and nodded. Surely, it was the Sect Master who had aided him in breaking through to the Foundation establishment stage. Being summoned now should not bode ill. Please follow me. The two made their way to the grand hall of the Hehuan sect, which was exceedingly opulent, adorned with dragon carvings and phoenix pillars. The walls reaching to the heavens, luminous pearls dotting the ceiling, and lotus flames standing on either side. Upon seeing Shen Qingxuan being ushered into the hall, Yu Rou immediately exchanged knowing glances. Shen Qingxuan sensed that something was amiss. Young friend, you are fated to be here, come forth. From the rear of the hall, Youyao's voice was imbued with an enchanting allure, as if it could penetrate the soul, invoking an involuntary sense of intimacy. The numerous within the hall gazed at Shen Qingxuan with rapt attention, some even swallowing in anticipation. Aware of the precariousness of his situation, Shen Qingxuan steeled himself to gain the Sect Master's favor. Before he could finish, he felt a powerful pull, and in an instant, he was brought before Youyao. Where do you hail from, young friend? What cultivation method do you practice? Youyao reclined on a bench, her exquisite figure partially draped in a sheer maroon gown that clung to her skin. The Sect Master of the Hehuan sect had alabaster skin, captivating autumn-hued eyes, luscious red lips, and a perfectly sculpted nose, her smile revealing pearly teeth. Shen Qingxuan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the beauty before him rivaled even the most enchanting. Yu Rou, truly befitting her status. He hurriedly bowed. I pay my respects to the Sect Master. I belong to no sect, and my cultivation method is a family heirloom. Youyao nodded slowly, suddenly removing her footwear to reveal her delicate, snowy feet. In that case, would you care to join my Hehuan sect? Shen Qingxuan hesitated not. Nodding affirmatively, I would be honored. Inwardly, he recognized his greatest flaw, an overwhelming attraction to beauty. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, as if ensnared by an enchanting spell. Suddenly, he realized that he had been under her charm since she first spoke. Just as he prepared to fortify his resolve, Youyao, reclining on the bench, loosened her gown, retrieving an elixir from her bosom. This elixir, forged through my diligent efforts, will bring you immeasurable benefits. Consume it as a token of our meeting. A trap. It was undoubtedly a deception. The of the Purple Mansion aimed to absorb him. Shen Qingxuan's subconscious screamed warnings as he stared at the elixir. Yet his gaze wavered between the pristine valley of her bosom and the enticing elixir. The allure of the Purple Mansion's enchantments was difficult to resist. Suddenly, a beam of moonlight pierced through the window, illuminating Youyao's exquisite form. It must be the witching hour? Reflexively, Shen Qingxuan initiated a sign-in. Sign-in successful. You are currently at the exceptionally unique location of the Hehuan Sect Master S Hall. On the 15th of the month, the sign-in is bound to yield significant rewards. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Heaven-Devouring Immortal Technique. The Heaven-Devouring Immortal Technique? Is it an immortal level cultivation method? Before Shen Qingxuan could ponder further, the purpose and operational method of the technique flooded his mind, forcing him to comprehend it. Almost simultaneously, centered around the Hehuan Forbidden Ground, an extraordinary phenomenon manifested in the Eastern Song realm. The deep night was already dim, but with the emergence of the immortal technique, all light vanished. It devoured every hue of Eastern Song, plunging the world into a void. What is happening? I clearly lit a candle, yet I see nothing. This is strange. Could it be a celestial dog swallowing the moon? I can no longer see the moon. The moon? The stars are obscured as well. The cultivators still searching for the double sun phenomenon tightened with apprehension, aware that yet another anomaly had occurred. Another treasure has emerged. My spiritual perception has been consumed. This treasure must be extraordinary, likely a legacy beyond the golden core. In a short span, 2 treasures had manifested in Eastern Song, truly a blessing from the heavens. What manner of treasure is this, that even my magical power has lost its color? It seems to be the emergence of a supreme technique. Surely, there is an ancient legacy hidden beneath Eastern Song. In an instant, the cultivators within Eastern Song began to murmur among themselves. Yet, none dared to act rashly, for they could not see. Even the mightiest of Purple Mansion-level cultivators found it impossible to discern anything amidst this apocalyptic phenomenon. A quarter of an hour later, the anomaly dissipated, and the world regained its original form. This was due to Shen Qingxuan comprehending the Heaven-Devouring Immortal Technique. Youyao, now standing, gazed in astonishment at Shen Qingxuan. The previous phenomenon was unknown to others, but she was acutely aware. Sect Master, did the anomaly cause you any distress? An elder's concerned voice echoed from outside. I am unharmed. Youyao fixated intently on Shen Qingxuan, her wariness deepening. Was the anomaly a warning from the force behind him? Young friend, do you truly have no sect or affiliation? She inquired once more. Shen Qingxuan nodded affirmatively. How could I dare deceive the Sect Master? After grasping the Heaven-Devouring Immortal Technique, he felt a newfound confidence, his gaze fixating on Youyao's curvaceous thigh. Indeed, at the base of that pristine thigh, a crimson character, indicative of lust, glimmered faintly. She truly wished to absorb him. However, with the Heaven-Devouring Immortal Technique now at his disposal, who would ultimately absorb whom remained uncertain. Although the Heaven-Devouring Immortal Technique was of an immortal nature, Shen Qingxuan perceived it as a profoundly domineering, demonic skill. This technique was crafted by an ancient powerhouse, utilizing the divine power of the gluttonous, transmuting the path of devouring into this method. The Heaven-Devouring Immortal Technique transforms the practitioner into a furnace, refining all realms into nourishment, and at its pinnacle, one could devour the sun, moon, and stars in a single breath. If Youyao sought to absorb him, union would be inevitable. At that moment, Shen Qingxuan could invoke the Heaven-Devouring Immortal Technique to consume her essence. Very well, then you shall consume this elixir. Youyao's consciousness meticulously scanned the boundaries of the Hehuan Forbidden Ground, discovering no formidable presence. This brought her some relief. Today, I must absorb the pure, Yang sacred body. Thank you, Sect Master, for the elixir. Shen Qingxuan feigned compliance, consuming the elixir, and a surge of latent potential awakened within him. Little one, to engage with me and simultaneously become my aid in forming the golden core, you should feel honored. As the elixir's potency surged, Youyao swiftly pressed herself against Shen Qingxuan, the lustful character at the base of her thigh radiating a blinding light. Enough of this seal. Today I shall break you. Youyao's palm covered the lustful character, while her other hand pressed against Shen Qingxuan's chest. Shen Qingxuan accepted her advances with composure. Joining the Hehuan sect was precisely for this moment. She aimed to break the seal of a golden core cultivator, and he too sought to unravel her own seal. As he understood, the Jade Maiden sect had transitioned to the Hehuan sect not long ago and had been sealed resulting in many female cultivators remaining untouched. This Sect Master before him appeared to be no exception. Soon, the seal was shattered, but Shen Qingxuan was the first to gain the upper hand. Youyao gasped in pain. Just as she prepared to invoke her technique to absorb him, she found her own powers flowing back. "You, what have you done?" Her eyelashes fluttered slightly as she gazed at Shen Qingxuan with a look of terror. "What am I to do? Isn't this what the sect leader desires?" In that moment, Shen Qingxuan boldly defied the hierarchy, fervently channeling the swallowing heaven immortal technique to firmly suppress Youyao. "You, stop!" Youyao struggled, twisting her alluring waist and writhing to escape the tight embrace. To her astonishment, their bodies seemed to be drawn together by an invisible force, fitting together like an ancient mortise and tenon joint, making it exceedingly difficult to part. I shall kill you." Tears of regret streamed down Youyao's face as she attempted to absorb energy, yet the disparity in their cultivation levels was insurmountable. Half an hour later, Shen Qingxuan felt a sense of satisfaction as he sensed the influx of yin energy within him, believing he was not far from reaching the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Meanwhile, Youyao lay on the bench, tears in her eyes, bitterly laughing. What a foolish endeavor. She donned her blood-stained crimson dress, channeling her power into a sword that pressed against Shen Qingxuan's back. "Lie still and do not cultivate. Let me absorb your energy, or I swear I will kill you." Faced with such overt danger, Shen Qingxuan resorted to emotional appeals. "Sect leader, we have just shared a night of marital bliss. Do you truly wish to take my life so soon?" "Silence. Who is your wife?" Youyao loathed the man before her, yet for reasons unknown, she could not bring herself to act. Was this the leniency afforded to one's first time? "Sect leader, it need not be this way." Shen Qingxuan turned to grasp Youyao's delicate hand. "If you absorb my energy, can you ensure a successful breakthrough to Golden Core in the realm of cultivation?" It was common knowledge that the later stages became increasingly difficult to surpass. Youyao trembled at his touch and replied slowly, "No. The reason you wish to break through to Golden Core is to shatter your seal, is it not? I have a plan that could achieve that." Chapter 7. The Promise Do Tell. "But if it proves fruitless, I shall end your life." Youyao pressed her sword against Shen Qingxuan's neck, her tone fierce. Despite her words, deep down, she was reluctant to harm the man with whom she had shared such intimacy. The method of cultivation she practiced inherently governed desire. Thus she found herself entangled in its throes. Shen Qingxuan looked earnestly at Youyao, confidently stating, "Please grant me a year's time, and I will release your seal." "A year? Surely you jest." Youyao's delicate features turned cold as she explained. "This seal was placed by a Golden Core Master. Only one of equal realm can break it. You think you can ascend from Foundation Establishment to Golden Core in a year? Absurd. It has been ages since anyone in Dongfang has reached Golden Core, let alone at such a swift pace." Shen Qingxuan remained unperturbed, articulating his case. "Sect leader, when I first arrived here, I was merely at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Just a few days have passed, and I am on the verge of mid-stage foundation establishment. How remarkable is this rate of cultivation?" Youyao furrowed her brow, taking a deep breath before exhaling. Incredibly swift. She had never heard of anyone breaking through at such a pace, nor had she seen a foundation establishment cultivator so young in Dongfang. It could be said that, based on Shen Qingxuan's records, he was the fastest in the history of the Dongfang realm. In the days to come, I will continue to break through at this speed. "Is it feasible to reach Golden Core within a year?" Shen Qingxuan countered. He wished to remain within the Joyous Union sect and continue his cultivation. Thus it was imperative to win over the sect's decision-makers. As Youyao's autumn eyes quivered, she sheathed her sword. If Shen Qingxuan could indeed maintain such speed, a breakthrough to Golden Core within a year was indeed plausible. "You carry quite the legacy," she exhaled, contemplating the possibility of seizing Shen Qingxuan's inheritance to aid her own breakthrough to Golden Core and beyond. However, once one recognized the legacy, it cannot be taken by another. A flicker of doubt rose within Shen Qingxuan, but he soon understood. She believed he possessed a powerful inheritance, enabling his rapid advancement. Suddenly, Youyao's exquisite visage drew near, testing. "But how can I be certain that after you reach Golden Core, you will assist me?" Shen Qingxuan laughed heartily, boldly wrapping his arms around Youyao's slender waist. such a peerless beauty as the sect leader. How could I not wish to be by your side every day and aid you in breaking the seal? The sight of a Foundation establishment cultivator embracing a Purple Mansion cultivator was rare indeed. Youyao did not resist, touched by his unexpected declaration of affection. She embraced Shen Qingxuan, whispering sweetly in his ear, "I hope you keep your promise. Otherwise, I shall self-destruct to harm you." "Hush, sect leader, such words cannot be spoken." Shen Qingxuan interjected, placing a finger over Youyao's luscious lips, captivated by her visage, aflame with desire. "This time, you are forbidden from absorbing my energy." Youyao playfully warned, "Fear not, sect leader. I shall employ a gentle dual cultivation technique this time." The myriad enchantresses within the hall were oblivious to the events unfolding. They knew that none could depart without Youyao's command. Previously, an unusual phenomenon had occurred, and Yu Rou felt an inexplicable connection to Qingxuan. She was anxious, uncertain of Shen Qingxuan's fate. Had he been drained of life, or had he resisted and faced the Sect Master's wrath? Her concerns were soon allayed when a decree flew from the back of the hall. Sect Leader's Decree. Shen Qingxuan is now a disciple of the sect leader, concurrently appointed as the Holy Son of the Joyous Union sect. Upon this proclamation, the hall erupted in chaos. What transpired within? The sect leader had not absorbed Shen Qingxuan's energy, but instead appointed him as the Holy Son? Had she developed feelings for him? What would become of them now? If he was the Holy Son, it would no longer be easy to compel him into dual cultivation with them. Yu Rou stood frozen, bewildered by the unfolding events. It wasn't until Shen Qingxuan settled into the provided residence that she approached him for answers. "Master, senior brother, what transpired in the hall?" Now that Youyao was their shared mentor, and with Shen Qingxuan's cultivation surpassing hers, it was fitting for Yu Rou to address him as senior brother. Shen Qingxuan sidestepped the topic, producing 6 exquisite Foundation establishment pills. "Junior sister, I see you have reached the peak of chi refinement. Why not use these pills to break through to Foundation establishment?" Senior brother, where did you acquire so many Foundation establishment pills, and of such quality?" Yu Rou's mouth hung agape, revealing her deep crimson throat as if it could accommodate 2 quail eggs. After their first dual cultivation, she could have advanced to Foundation establishment, but the seal in the forbidden area thwarted her efforts. With 6 exquisite Foundation establishment pills in hand, her breakthrough should be assured. No need to ask so many questions. "We are of the same sect. Take them," Shen Qingxuan replied generously. After all, he had no use for them. The items he signed for would only become increasingly valuable with his cultivation. Isn't this excessive? 6 exquisite Foundation establishment pills could fetch a fortune in spirit stones. Yu Rou expressed her hesitance. Shen Qingxuan chuckled lightly, taking her petite hand and placing the pills within it. "Between us, there is no need for such formality." Yu Rou gazed up at Shen Qingxuan's handsome face, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she lowered her gaze. "Senior brother, you are truly kind. In this lifetime, I shall only be devoted to you." With that, she leaned in for a kiss. Shen Qingxuan silently exclaimed, bracing himself for the inevitable. Those who practiced the Joyous Union technique possessed an insatiable desire. He had just engaged in a profound exchange with his enchanting master when he was likely to delve into the mysteries of the human body with his tender junior sister. "Senior brother, why do you carry a scent that is distinctly different?" "It seems to be the fragrance of our master," Yu Rou exclaimed, her mouth agape and her round almond eyes wide with surprise. Shen Qingxuan offered an awkward smile. "Our master is a practitioner of the Purple Mansion. How could I possibly resist? It was beyond my control." "Then, did the master not absorb your essence?" Yu Rou retorted with skepticism, suspecting the master intended to draw upon Shen Qingxuan's pure Yang sacred body to break through her own limitations. "The master has never absorbed my essence," Shen Qingxuan quickly interjected, covering Yu Rou's mouth to prevent her from speaking further. Due to the dual extraordinary phenomena, Shen Qingxuan, the young lord of the Shen family, had also ventured out to seek rare treasures. He had inquired about information, but various forces in the Eastern Song had searched for quite some time without any leads. Where could these treasures be? Shen Qingxuan was currently following a foundation-building team around the vicinity of the joyous Forbidden Grounds. Everyone, since many places have yielded no results. Why not venture into the joyous, forbidden grounds? I have heard that there have been changes within, he suggested. Though he dared not go alone, he was willing to accompany the foundation-building practitioners. As long as they did not encounter the Purple Mansion demonists deep within, their team should face little trouble in the forbidden grounds. Besides, he was eager to discover Shen Qingxuan's true condition inside. Was he on the verge of being drained by those demonesses, or was he valiantly resisting the malevolent energies? Your words are indeed reasonable. However, we must proceed with caution as we enter the joyous forbidden grounds to avoid entanglements with the demonesses, remarked an elder of the later foundation-building stage. The others nodded in agreement. Then let us depart, Shen Qingxuan said, narrowing his eyes. Shen Qingxuan, I shall see whether you live or die this time. Chapter 8. The 5 foundation builders enter the forbidden grounds after the rain. Yu Rou prepared to consume a top-grade foundation-building pill to enhance her cultivation. Meanwhile, Shen Qingxuan was cultivating on the other side, his mind swirling with the imagery of the 9 pages of golden scripture. This scripture recorded the swallowing heaven immortal technique, a method that undoubtedly surpassed the pure Yang sacred body he had received as a reward previously. The swallowing heaven immortal technique not only allowed one to absorb power during dual cultivation, but also enabled the devouring of others' cultivation at other times. The only limitation of this immortal technique was that once the Dantian meridians could not contain the absorbed cultivation, one had to refine it quickly or risk an explosive fate. Refining someone else's cultivation was not a swift task unless their origins were the same. Even so, the swallowing heaven immortal technique was still exceedingly formidable, Shen Qingxuan mused. Outside, we are descendants of the prestigious Shen family of the Purple Mansion, here to inquire if any rare treasures have emerged. The group stated politely upon encountering the joyous sect practitioners. There have been no rare treasures, a female practitioner coldly replied, then added with a flirtatious glance. If several brothers wish to indulge in some joy with me, I would not mind. The Shen practitioners shook their heads repeatedly. Although the joyous female cultivator was stunningly beautiful, they dared not involve themselves. There truly is no sign of rare treasures here. Let us leave, remarked a practitioner of the later foundation-building stage. His name was Shen Su, and according to seniority, he was the uncle of Shen Qingxuan and Shen Qingxuan. Then shall we depart? Echoed a foundation-building junior practitioner. His cultivation was too low, and in the oppressive, malevolent atmosphere of the joyous sect, he felt increasingly uncomfortable. Yet, Shen Qingxuan furrowed his brow and quietly suggested, Uncle Su, Shen Qingxuan is still within. Shen Su's face revealed a flicker of astonishment. He is still alive? The other Shen family practitioners also expressed their surprise. A chi refining practitioner surviving so long in such a forbidden place was nothing short of fantastical. Shen Qingxuan noted the group's reactions and embellished. Not only that, but I sent a law enforcement team here, led by Brother Ji, who is at the peak of chi refinement. Yet the entire team was annihilated. I suspect that only by obtaining rare treasures could Shen Qingxuan survive in the forbidden grounds and ruthlessly slay Brother Ji's team. Upon hearing this, the group could not help but frown. Shen Qingxuan's speculation was, in fact, quite reasonable. Without rare treasures, a chi refining practitioner would have no chance of surviving this long. Shen Su suddenly chuckled. I did not expect this distant relative to still be alive. Since I am here today, it seems his luck has run out. Uncle Su is formidable, Shen Qingxuan flattered. They all harbored significant resentment towards Shen Qingxuan. Seeking out a wandering female practitioner, they inquired, Excuse me, fair maiden, is there someone named Shen Qingxuan within the forbidden grounds? The female practitioner widened her eyes. Are you looking for the newly appointed saint's son? What business do you have? Sanson, what is this? Shen Qingxuan has become the saint's son of the joyous forbidden grounds? Shen Su gestured, unable to believe it. Indeed, he is much more handsome than you, the female practitioner replied. The group felt their hearts sink. What extraordinary fortune had Shen Qingxuan encountered to not only obtain rare treasures, but also be recognized as the saint's son by the Purple Mansion demonists. Although this was a forbidden ground, it was indeed a force of the Purple Mansion. To become the saint's son of such a power is an immense honor. Several of you have intruded upon my joyous sect. May I ask for your permission? At some point, an elder of the sect descended behind Shen Qingxuan and the others. The elder was also at the later foundation building stage and spoke with a light tone. If you enjoy this place, why not remain here? Were it not for the fear of the Shen family's purple mansion ancestor, the joyous sect would have long since surrounded them and drained them dry. Shen sus my wam li. Forgive my intrusion, fair maiden. I have come to retrieve my family disciple, Shen Qingxuan. I mean no harm. The elder snorted. Shen Qingxuan is now the saint son of the sect. You cannot simply take him away. Shen Qingxuan stepped back, asserting, fair maiden, you cannot say that. Shen Qingxuan carries the blood of my Shen family. He is of our lineage. Now that he has heired and stolen the family's rare treasures, he must be returned to the Shen family. The joyous elder frowned. If he truly had stolen someone else's treasures, they ought to be returned. The joyous sect, previously the Jade Maiden sect, was known for its sense of justice. Shen Qingxuan, do not slander me, accusing me of harming kin, desecrating clan women, and stealing rare treasures. These are actions you have committed, are they not? A tall figure soared into view, standing mid-air with an imposing presence. The newcomer was none other than Shen Qingxuan, who had broken through to the foundation building stage in such a short time. Shen family practitioners gasped in astonishment. Standing mid-air was a manifestation exclusive to those at the foundation building stage. This confirmed for Shen Su and the others that the extraordinary treasures were indeed with Shen Qingxuan. Shen Qingxuan's face darkened. Shen Qingxuan, you have committed heinous acts and still wish to frame me? Indeed, you distant relative dare to accuse the young lord? Declared a foundation-building junior practitioner who had been prepared to leave, now speaking arrogantly. Silence. Shen Qingxuan brandished the blazing sun bow, knocking an arrow with determination. Now that he had reached the foundation-building stage, he need not conserve his energy as before. As the bowstring twanged, the cloud patterns inscribed on the bow glowed, and a fierce flame surged forth, radiating brilliantly. The treasured bow must undoubtedly be the prized possession of the dual sun phenomenon. The targeted individual shouted loudly, his throat trembling and legs quaking. Uncle Shen Su, save me. Shen Su gazed at the blazing sun bow, fully aware of its extraordinary nature. Within the entire Shen family, there existed only 3 such artifacts, each possessing immense power. Alas, the blazing sun arrow transformed into a streak of golden light, instantly piercing through the foundation establishing cultivator of the Shen family. Why did he not save me before I turned to ashes, leaving only this whisper behind? The hearts of the Shen family members were filled with terror. Shen Su, in particular, felt a heavy burden in his heart. It was not that he did not wish to save him, but he lacked the confidence to block that arrow. Taking advantage of his bow-drawing moment, he unleashed a fatal strike. With a mighty roar, Shen Su summoned several magical artifacts surrounding him, charging towards Shen Qingxuan. These artifacts were accumulated over decades, holding considerable value, and had proven advantageous in battle. The others quickly joined in, unleashing spells in a concerted effort. Elder He Huan was about to take action, but was halted by Shen Qingxuan's gaze. He was eager to test his Tong Tian immortal technique. Suddenly, Shen Qingxuan radiated pure yang brilliance, violently smashing the bow's body against the incoming magical artifacts. Clang! The artifacts were sent flying, and several female cultivators emerged, eager to snatch them. You are merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. I am at the latter stage. Seizing the moment as the artifacts fell, Shen Su closed in, his fist emanating golden energy, aiming to crush Shen Qingxuan's skull. Bang! Shen Qingxuan showed no fear, firmly catching the blow with his palm. How is this possible? How can your physical body be so formidable? Shen Su exclaimed in shock, staring at the radiant glow on Shen Qingxuan's skin, screaming, Holy body? You're a pure yang holy body. He was merely an ordinary body. The holy body compensated for the gap in their cultivation levels. Moreover, having consumed numerous pure yang elixirs, Shen Qingxuan's physique was even stronger. Realizing this now was too late. Shen Qingxuan transformed his fist into a palm, grasping Shen Su's fist and activating the Tong Tian immortal technique. In an instant, Shen Su, desperate to break free, cried out in terror. What is this suction? It's you. It has always been you. Chapter 9, Blood of a Qilin. As Shen Su felt the power of his cultivation dissipating within him, clarity dawned upon him. He understood everything. Whether it was the phenomenon of the dual suns or the earth-shattering spectacle, it all originated from the one grasping his fist. What a magnificent scheme. Qingxian, I am your uncle. Nephew, let me go. I will explain everything to the clan leader. There must be a traitor slandering you. I will vindicate you. Shen Su felt death approaching, desperately attempting to save himself. However, Shen Qingxuan showed no intention of halting the operation of the Tongtian immortal technique, firmly holding on. Isn't the traitor right behind you? He cast a glance at the uncertain Shen Qingxuan standing behind. You should have guessed it long ago. From the moment he was transferred from the branch family to the main family, this main lineage's young master had looked upon him with disdain, often making things difficult for him. If you help me kill the traitor, I might spare your life, Shen Qingxuan stated with a hint of amusement. If you claim to harm your kin, let us see if Shen Qingxuan fears others doing the same. Uncle Su, please don't do anything foolish, Shen Qingxuan shouted, turning to the stunned onlookers. Even if he is a holy body, he is merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. We have 5 foundation cultivators. We can kill him. To everyone's surprise, the restrained Shen Su repeatedly nodded. Nephew Qingxian, I will help you eliminate the traitor. In the current situation, failing to comply with Shen Qingxuan's instructions would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Ha ha ha. Shen Qingxian laughed heartily, mocking, our branch family could never commit such acts. What a soft-hearted main lineage you are. He was no fool. He would not miss the opportunity to kill Shen Su, a formidable opponent at the later stage of foundation establishment. Previously, he had merely toyed with Shen Su. No. Shen Su felt his cultivation deplete, the world fading from his vision as he plummeted to the ground. Alas, my Dantian is surprisingly vast. Having devoured a foundation establishment cultivator, it is still not full. Shen Qingxian murmured to himself. But upon reflection, the Dantian of a holy body was naturally larger than that of an ordinary body. Then let all of this transform into nourishment for my path of cultivation. Shen Qingxian shifted from defense to offense, charging toward the nearest Shen family cultivator. The remaining 5 foundation cultivators did not sit idly by. They combined their strongest techniques, hoping to slay the formidable foe before them. However, they tragically underestimated Shen Qingxuan's prowess. Bang, 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 bang. Their most powerful techniques were effortlessly dismantled before Shen Qingxuan's unmatched holy body strength, each of them spitting blood and being sent flying. Only Shen Qingxian remained rooted in place. The mastermind of all this could think of only one thought. The person before him was unbeatable. He must flee. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Qingxian summoned all his strength and fled like a cornered wild dog. Ha! Shen Qingxian scoffed coldly, drawing forth the blazing sunbow, slightly pulling the string, and with a swift release, obliterated Shen Qingxian's lower half. It hurts, it hurts. Shen Qingxian lay on the ground, his face as pale as paper, groaning. He had led 5 foundation cultivators, including one at the later stage, only to end up in such a fate. The once feared Yi Huan was now meek in comparison to Shen Qingxian. I am genuinely curious. Why did you seek my demise? I have never wronged you, have I? Shen Qingxian pressed one foot upon Shen Qingxian's palm, displaying a perplexed expression. Humph. Shen Qingxian coughed blood, forcing a bitter smile. Indeed, I have never wronged you. If I claim I accidentally slandered you, would you believe me? Shen Qingxian raised an eyebrow, tapping Shen Qingxian with the bow. Are you jesting? Upon further contemplation, he understood why. Perhaps in the eyes of the other party, he had previously been nothing more than an ant, easily crushed at their whim. True evil is never bound by reason. It commits malice without cause. Having come to this realization, Shen Qingxuan's mind became clear. He placed his palm upon Shen Qingxian and activated the Tongtian immortal technique. Oh no, don't kill me. I am a young master of the Shen family. You cannot kill me. Shen Qingxian ignored the pleas, draining Shen Qingxian's cultivation, then turning to the remaining 4. The other 4 were not spared from the fate of having their cultivation devoured. They were merely accomplices, after absorbing the essence of 6 foundation cultivators. Shen Qingxuan's Dantian was still not full. Fortunately, this influx of magical power would allow him to break through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. The absorbed power needed to be refined and extracted, and due to the disparity between ordinary and holy body magic, an equal exchange was impossible. Shen Qingxian brushed off the slightly soiled hem of his robe and returned to his cave dwelling, leaving behind a group of stunned female cultivators. This holy son truly possessed ruthless methods. The moonlight spilled softly like water upon the lake's surface, reflecting off the eaves beneath the roof, illuminating the eyes of a small beast perched on the ridge. After refining for an entire day, Shen Qingxuan opened his eyes, his aura elevated. He had broken through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Clenching his fist, he smiled joyfully, but as a mid-foundation cultivator, even those at the late stage of ordinary bodies will fall before me in a single strike. The holy body surpasses the ordinary body, yet the difficulty of breakthroughs remains the same. The few holy bodies still existing in Dongfang had yet to transcend the Purple Mansion stage. Once they break through to the Purple Mansion realm, they become extraordinarily formidable entities within that domain. After spending a brief period consolidating his cultivation, Shen Qingxuan set forth towards the Grand Hall of the Hehuan sect. The Grand Hall, distinct from the Forbidden Grounds, is a uniquely special location where the rewards for signing in are notably more abundant. Moreover, having slain numerous foundational cultivators from the Shen family, it is inevitable that he would attract the attention of the Shen family's Purple Mansion. With Youyao, a Purple Mansion cultivator, present in the hall, he felt a sense of reassurance. Ultimately, one cannot simply pay homage without merit. A mentor who engages in heartfelt discourse is invaluable. Out of courtesy, Shen Qingxuan knocked gently on the hall's door. Enter. Soon, Youyao's melodious voice resonated as the crimson-gilded doors swung open without a breeze. Master, I have matters regarding my cultivation that I wish to discuss, Shen Qingxuan stated directly, gazing into the deep ravine amidst the snowy mountains. Have you broken through again? Youyao's tone shifted from languid to excited as she rose to her feet. This enchanting woman from Hehuan's sect was quite tall, only slightly shorter than Shen Qingxuan, who stood at 185 meters. Thanks to your assistance, Master, Shen Qingxuan replied candidly. Had it not been for the Purple Mansion's Inhua from last night, he would not have been able to advance so swiftly to the late foundation establishment stage. At least you have a conscience, she remarked. Now, what questions do you have? As she settled back down, her long, delicate legs crossed, the slit in her gown revealed a glimpse of her upper thigh. Shen Qingxuan redirected his gaze and articulated the confounding issues in his cultivation. As a Purple Mansion cultivator, Youyao answered his queries thoroughly. By the time the moon was at its zenith, Shen Qingxuan, having absorbed a wealth of knowledge, felt an urge to impart some insights of his own. After all, Youyao's attire was quite revealing, and coupled with Shen Qingxuan's dual cultivation practice, he found himself somewhat unable to restrain his desires. System sign-in. Before indulging in his urges, he opted for the sign-in first. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a drop of Fire Qilan's blood. Fire Qilan's blood. Could it be the blood of a divine beast? Shen Qingxuan was both astonished and elated, never expecting to acquire such a treasure. Chapter 10. Absorbing the Master's Essence. Secrets of a Sect. It is said that Qilan blood is a tremendous tonic for cultivators, akin to deer blood and tiger whip. Shen Qingxuan's thoughts grew heavy, yet he refrained from openly refining the Qilan blood in front of Youyao. If such a treasure were to attract her covetous gaze, it might spell disaster. Thank you, Master. After expressing his gratitude, he departed the hall and returned to his residence. TCH, she has imparted so much knowledge to me. Youyao, gently stroking her toned thigh, anticipated something that did not come. Oh, what am I thinking? This boy has already been captivated by that little girl, Yu Rou. It was best to rest early to avoid unnecessary thoughts. She promptly settled into a meditative posture, her mind clearing instantly. Back in his residence, Shen Qingxuan activated the array within his room to obscure his aura. Almost every decent cave dwelling in the sect possessed such an array, indicating the profound foundation of the former Yinu sect. Upon reaching Youyao's lineage, it appeared they had fallen into decline. A drop of light golden blood materialized in the air of his room, filling the space with radiance and auspicious energy. Is this the Qilan blood? Shen Qingxuan observed closely. Noticing the blood seemed to contain raging flames. The pressure must have been refined away. Otherwise, even a young Fire Qilan would possess the strength of at least a nascent soul or divine transformation, capable of overwhelming anyone who encountered it. After glancing a few more times, he placed a drop of Qilin blood into his mouth. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures, rare beyond compare, unless used for alchemy. Internal or external application would yield the best results. Gulp. After swallowing the blood, a wave of heat surged through Shen Qingxuan's body, rising from his lower abdomen and flooding his head. The sound of a Qilin's roar echoed in his mind, resonating like thunder. He immediately focused his mind, pouring all his energy into refining this drop of Qilin blood. Should anyone have been present, they would have seen Shen Qingxuan's skin appear as if it were ignited in flames, only to swiftly retract and dissipate. The following morning, under the enhancement of the swallowing heaven immortal art, the Qilin blood was completely refined. Without such an immortal technique, that single drop could have taken him 10 days to half a month to refine. Shen Qingxuan exhaled a plume of hot white vapor from his mouth and nose, feeling his cultivation significantly advance. Most importantly, he seemed to grasp some innate abilities of beasts, his physique growing even more formidable. Upon shedding his garments, one could see the fluid and exquisite lines of his muscles, resembling a finely crafted sculpture. Truly a remarkable tonic, and even after a night, he still felt this way. Shen Qingxuan clicked his tongue. Such a form was certainly not suitable for public appearance. Not to mention others, even he felt a bit awkward. The image of Youyao's alluring figure from the previous night surfaced in his mind, and he conceived an idea. Master, assist your disciple in overcoming this predicament. It is only natural. Youyao remained in her meditation, but upon hearing footsteps outside, she opened her autumn-like eyes with a slight frown. Using her spiritual sense to probe, she wondered aloud, what? Has he encountered another question in his cultivation? Master, truly understand my heart. Shen Qingxuan paused at the door, clasping his hands in greeting. It is not solely a matter of cultivation. Oh, what then? Youyao, with her flower-like visage, tilted her head slightly, intrigued. This boy had outpaced the volume of questions posed by Yu Rou in just a day. Shen Qingxuan pushed the door open, stepping into her view. A hint of embarrassment on his face as he uttered, "It pertains to issues with my physique. Could it be that my sacred body has gone awry?" Youyao's lips parted slightly, surprised that Shen Qingxuan had indeed brought forth a query. Feeling a touch of shyness, she quickly shut the door behind him. "It is still broad daylight. Come in quickly." "Thank you, master." Upon entering, Shen Qingxuan approached Youyao closely, inhaling deeply. "Master, you smell wonderful." "You scoundrel! How dare you tease your master?" Youyao blushed, raising her hand to strike, yet momentarily unsure of where to land her blow. Shen Qingxuan, with a mischievous grin, seized her delicate wrist. Today, he not only intended to tease his master, but also to challenge her authority. "Master, please lend your assistance to your disciple." Shen Qingxuan, eschewing excessive flattery, toppled into Youyao's fragrant embrace, his face sinking into her snowy bosom. "You and I." Youyao found herself at a loss for words, quickly succumbing to a tender reverie. Moments later, she let out a scream, her eyes alight with fury. "Unfilial disciple, you are not permitted to draw upon your master." This was because Shen Qingxuan had activated the swallowing heaven immortal art, draining Youyao's cultivation and power. "Master, I cannot hold back. I am on the verge of breaking through to the late foundation establishment stage. With your support, I could soon form a golden core and shatter the seal." For a moment, Youyao found herself unable to refute, tears streaming down her cheeks. Even if she could not completely drain this boy's sacred body, she should have dealt with him harshly. Now it seemed she had not only failed to form a golden core, but had also expended her own cultivation in the process. As the sun dipped in the west, Shen Qingxuan's issues were finally resolved, and he was now centered, absorbing Youyao's purple mansion Inhua. Despite having lost some of her cultivation, Youyao's expression resembled the blossoms of March, still filled with satisfaction. "Good disciple, do you know why your master changed the Yunnu sect to the Hawan sect?" Shen Qingxuan opened one eye, puzzled by her sudden inquiry. Could it be that she wished to share her own struggles? Indeed, it was common for women to feel melancholic after certain encounters. "Pray tell, master," he responded, offering his collaboration. Clad in tattered garments, Youyao sighed softly. "Our Jade Maiden sect was originally the foremost sect in Dongfang, boasting 3 golden core cultivators. Alas, due to a secret realm, we lost all 3, along with every golden core in Dongfang." She rested her hand on Shen Qingxuan's shoulder and continued her lament. I was left with no choice. My master, your grandmaster, left behind a sealed letter, foretelling of unforeseen calamities. Upon opening it, I discovered it mandated the transformation of the Jade Maiden sect into the He Huan sect. I hesitated for a full 7 days and nights before complying with my master's command. Little did I know, I would be ruthlessly suppressed by a golden core from beyond Dongfang. Shen Qingxuan felt a surge of sympathy, yet his focus rested on the term secret realm. After all, rewards from sign-ins were contingent on the location. The more unique the site, the more bountiful the rewards. A secret realm capable of claiming multiple golden core lives must surely be extraordinary. What is the location of this secret realm? Why is it so perilous? He inquired earnestly. Youyao pointed distantly. The secret realm lies within the back mountain of our sect. I have never ventured there and know not what lies within. The back mountain? Shen Qingxuan nodded discreetly, contemplating a visit when time allowed. The He Huan Forbidden Ground was quite expansive. The place he entered previously was merely the front courtyard. Beyond that, there were the Central Hall, West Garden, East Lake, the main hall of the sect leader, and the back mountain, among other locations. Do not act foolishly and venture there. Youyao warned, her eyes glinting with concern. She had finally found a cherished disciple and could not allow that secret realm to claim another of her dear ones. What cherished disciple? Clearly a wayward one. She quickly corrected herself. In the desolate lands of Dongfang, the head of the Shen family, Shen Qingxuan, who was currently leading elite members of his clan in search of treasures, felt an unsettling premonition of impending misfortune. They had traveled far, a distance of over 10,000 miles from their family territory. Is there news of any extraordinary treasures? Shen Qingxuan inquired. A recently returned member shook his head. None. Other factions have no reports of significant treasures either. Could it be that the treasures have already been claimed? Shen Qingxuan mused silently. Patriarch! Patriarch! Suddenly, an elder called out, clutching a communication device. What is it? The elder read the message with disbelief. The clan reports that a significant treasure has been discovered in the young master's room. Treasure found in Yingqian's room? Shen Qingxuan's brow furrowed, realizing the situation was not as he had presumed. He knew his son well. It was likely that Shen Qingxuan was innocent, and the misdeed lay with his own son, Shen Qingqian. Yet, he could not tarnish his son's reputation, so he declared, It must be that wretched Shen Qingxian who placed the treasure in Yingqian's room to frame him. Does he think returning the treasure can conceal his heinous acts against his kin and his vile actions toward his cousin? It is a pity that this wretch likely perished within the He Huan Forbidden Ground. I cannot personally execute him and display his corpse. The elders nodded in agreement, their understanding unspoken. In truth, everyone was aware that since Shen Qingxian had taken over the family, he had always behaved with integrity and diligence in his cultivation. The only blame lay in his lineage. By the way, any news of extraordinary treasures from a clan? After rebuking Shen Qingxian, Shen Qingxuan inquired once more about the treasures. The elder shook his head, not at the moment. The clan reports that Shen Su and the young master have ventured into the He Huan Forbidden Ground, and there may be results. Another mention of the He Huan Forbidden Ground? One cannot expect a dragon to emerge from shallow waters. How could such a barren place yield remarkable treasures? Shen Qingxuan shook his head repeatedly. Inform the clan to summon Yingqian and Shen Su back to prevent them from being tainted by malevolent energies and suffering long-term afflictions. Yes, Patriarch. As night descended, the faint twinkle of stars adorned the heavens. Another evening passed. Shen Qingxian, having thoroughly absorbed the essence of the Purple Mansion's aura, opened his eyes, his aura surging. A breakthrough? Youyao, barefoot, rushed over with joy. Yes, my disciple has stepped into the late stage of foundation establishment. Shen Qingxian shared in her delight. With opportunities for sign-ins and the ability to supplement Purple Mansion cultivators, the breakthrough felt as effortless as drinking water. Good disciple, my precious disciple, I truly did not misjudge you. Youyao approached and embraced Shen Qingxian tightly, her soft form pressing against him as her tender lips showered his face with kisses. Her sense of accomplishment was immense. After all, it was her guidance that enabled Shen Qingxuan's breakthrough. In other words, had she not generously imparted her teachings, he would not have achieved this advancement. The sudden intimacy left Shen Qingxian somewhat bewildered. However, considering the affection was from his enchanting master, he accepted it for the time being. As the kisses continued, Shen Qingxuan's hands grew restless, one fondling Youyao's delicate foot, while the other ventured into her ample bosom, larger even than Yu Rou's. Finally, having achieved her breakthrough, Yu Rou exhaled a breath of stale air, her inner vision focused on her foundational path. Her foundational essence manifested as a white flower, linked to her unique constitution. Chosen as the Holy Maiden, she possessed the exceptional 100-flower spirit body. Though not a sacred body, it was still quite remarkable in the realm of Dongfang. How is senior brother Qingxian faring? Yu Rou wondered, eager to demonstrate her progress and gain Shen Qingxuan's approval. Exiting her chamber, she made her way to Shen Qingxuan's residence, only to find it empty. Not home, perhaps at Master S? Soaring through the air, she reached the main hall. Gracefully, she approached the backside of the hall. Before she could reach the entrance, an unseemly sound wafted through the door, causing her to pause in confusion. What is happening? Yu Rou's expression shifted to one of suspicion, her pace quickening. Someone is coming. Inside, as Youyao and Shen Qingxuan were lost in their tender moments, they quickly withdrew their hands and composed themselves before Yu Rou entered. Cough, cough, Yu Rou. Why did you come without greeting your master? Youyao's cheeks remained flushed as she cleared her throat, her heart racing. What the predicament? Almost caught in the act with her disciple, Yu Rou narrowed her brows. Master, senior brother, what were you just doing? Shen Qingxuan felt a twinge of guilt. I was merely asking master about cultivation matters. He turned to Yu Rou with a warm gaze, suddenly seizing the opportunity to change the topic. Junior sister, you made a breakthrough? Congratulations on advancing to foundation establishment. Youyao also regained her composure. Yu Rou has broken through. I have a gift for you. She produced a magical artifact from her storage bag. Thank you, master. Yu Rou accepted the artifact with delight, then playfully boasted. Now that I possess a magical artifact bestowed by master, might I request your guidance, senior brother? Guidance? Youyao chuckled inwardly. Shen Qingxuan was not only a sacred body, but also in the late stage of foundation establishment. His magical bow was a treasure in its own right, far surpassing Yu Rou in every regard. With that thought, Youyao glanced sideways, realizing she had indeed found a precious gem. Let us wait until junior sister's cultivation catches up to mine. As he spoke, Shen Qingxuan unleashed the aura of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, radiating pure yang brilliance, which noticeably elevated the temperature within the grand hall. Late-stage foundation establishment? Yu Rou felt a blow to her spirit, struggling to maintain her composure. Once, she had been the fastest cultivator to break through in the Hahuan sect. Had she, in her confinement within the sect, already surpassed the foundation establishment threshold? Yet, she was aware that, given her age, unless she encountered an extraordinary opportunity, it was unlikely she could reach such heights. The imposing man before her had, in a mere short span, ascended from the 6th layer of qi refinement to late-stage foundation establishment. Truly unfathomable. Noticing Yu Rou's bewildered expression and the flicker of disappointment in her eyes, Shen Qingxuan gently reassured her, Junior sister, you are remarkable in your own right. He had no intention of belittling her. After all, imparting knowledge was not merely about defeating her, but rather about fostering her growth. Rather than feigning strength and wasting time, he preferred to engage in dual cultivation with her to solidify her foundation. Come, let us see your potential, he said, taking her delicate hand and leading her outside the hall. Yu Rou's cheeks flushed a charming hue as she was led by the hand before Youyao. Master, I shall take my leave with junior sister, she announced. Very well, Shen Qingxuan replied, gently guiding Yu Rou away from the grand hall. While he was aware of her profound foundation, he had yet to extract her true capabilities. With the residual power from the Qilin's blood, perhaps he could help her unlock her potential. Outside, various factions beyond the Eastern Song realm had caught wind of the dual phenomena occurring therein. Among them was a sect known as the Blood Sun Sect, infamous for its nefarious practices of exploiting young maidens. I heard there was a sect called the Jade Maiden Sect in Eastern Song. Perhaps we should seek an audience with the maidens? One elder of the Blood Sun Sect suggested, a grin spreading across his face as his imagination began to run wild. Blood Xian. It seems that the Jade Maiden Sect has been renamed to the Hahuan Sect, and it is now a forbidden place. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Another elder teased. What is stopping us? Whether it's the Hahuan Sect or the Jade Maiden Sect, as long as there are beautiful female cultivators, it suffices. We shall disguise ourselves as mortals, unwittingly trespassing into the forbidden grounds. And then, several elders of the Blood Sun sect exchanged knowing glances, their expressions betraying a sense of wicked amusement. Deceiving others was their usual tactic. After all, how else could they have ensnared so many innocent female cultivators, if not by exploiting their compassion? Days swiftly passed. During this time, after each attendance at the sect's grand hall, Shen Qingxuan received a treasure of considerable grade, coupled with the dual cultivation with the two extraordinary beauties, Youyao and Yu Rou. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. He stood just a step away from the Purple Mansion, yet that step remained elusive. It was said that constructing the Purple Mansion required a life-bound object, the choice of which directly influenced the mansion's potency. The might of the Purple Mansion was intricately linked to the golden core, the foundation for the nascent soul. It seemed that the life-bound object was of utmost significance. Shen Qingxuan inquired about Youyao's life-bound object. She gracefully pointed to her brow, her magical energy rippling across her fair skin like ripples upon a tranquil lake. My life-bound object is a strand of innate purple mist, a commendable choice among life-bound items, rare to encounter in a century. As she spoke, a mysterious violet radiance materialized in her grasp. Thus, my Purple Mansion will naturally emanate this mist, leading to a violet golden core, should I advance. Nodding thoughtfully, Shen Qingxuan further questioned, how does one ascertain the grade of a life-bound object? Youyao pondered briefly before responding. There exists a tome titled Life-Bound Treasure Compendium. After a moment of rummaging through her storage pouch, she produced a weighty, ancient book and presented it before Shen Qingxuan. Upon perusing its contents, he discovered that life-bound objects were classified into 4 tiers: mortal, spiritual, sacred, and celestial, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The innate purple mist was categorized as an upper-grade spiritual life-bound object. Youyao considered it a middle-tier choice due to the compendium's mention of over 1,000 varieties for mortal tier, dwindling to 500 for spiritual tier, with only 36 for sacred tier. The rarest celestial tier recorded a mere 9 varieties. To trust the book blindly is folly, Youyao remarked, reclaiming the compendium. This tome is several centuries old. Many more life-bound objects have since emerged that it does not account for. In my estimation, given your talents, you should possess at least a middle-tier sacred life-bound object. Shen Qingxuan nodded, contemplating. The rewards from attendance must correlate with one's cultivation level. Previously, when I reached peak Qi refinement, my reward was a top-grade foundation establishment pill. I suspect that from tomorrow onward, my rewards will transition to life-bound objects. He felt no trepidation, intent on continuing his cultivation to solidify his foundation. By the way, I've noticed an influx of cultivators recently in Eastern Song, many of whom are at the foundation establishment and Purple Mansion levels. It seems they have come seeking treasures due to the phenomena you have created. Although Youyao could not leave the forbidden ground, she had learned of external circumstances from a Purple Mansion cultivator who had inquired about treasures. Shen Qingxuan nodded in acknowledgement. The stir caused by his pure Yang sacred body and the swallowing heaven immortal technique was indeed significant. I fear the situation may escalate, potentially drawing the attention of golden core true cultivators. A shadow of gloom crossed Youyao's gaze. The golden core cultivator who once suppressed the Hahuan sect was an outsider from Eastern Song. Perhaps he may return. Just then, a rapid knocking echoed from outside the hall. Master, it's terrible. Elder Lin and senior sister Xia have perished. Youyao's body trembled, shock flooding her features. Perished in the 7 years of confinement. This was the first time she had heard of a disciple's death within the sect, who possessed the audacity to breach the forbidden ground and commit murder. How did they die? She demanded, confronting the disciple who bore the news, her gaze sharp. The female disciple, teary-eyed, recounted the elders met a gruesome end, their clothing disheveled, bodies desiccated, as if their life force had been devoured. What? This defies the heavens. Youyao hurried to the scene of the deaths, Shen Qingxuan following closely. The bodies were discovered in the western courtyard. The 2 women had indeed perished during an intimate encounter, their life essence extracted in a manner more ruthless than that of the Hahuan sect's techniques, resulting in their immediate demise. Observing the tragic state of the bodies sent a chill through Shen Qingxuan's heart. Did anyone witness the assailant? Youyao inquired. Nearby female cultivators shook their heads. There is only one male within the Hehuan sect, and at the time of the incident, he was present in the Grand Hall. Thus, the assailant must be from outside. Youyao's consciousness swept through the entirety of the forbidden ground, but she found no one concealed within, indicating that the perpetrator had fled. They fear me and have likely escaped the forbidden ground, she concluded, frustration mounting as she realized she could not leave the sanctuary to avenge her disciples. Were the deaths of her 2 disciples to be met with silent acquiescence? All the female cultivators turned their eyes towards Shen Qingxuan. Among them, he was the only one capable of venturing outside. But I have no knowledge of the assailant's identity, Shen Qingxuan replied, raising his hands in surrender. He too yearned for vengeance for the lost disciples, yet he was utterly unaware of who the murderer was. At this moment, Yu Rou spoke coldly. The murderer knows we cannot leave the sect. Once they have tasted the sweetness of their deeds, they will surely wish to continue their heinous acts. I am willing to be bait. I implore you, senior brother, to eradicate the killer. A chorus of female cultivators echoed her plea. We too are willing to be bait. Please, senior brother, vanquish the fiend. Upon witnessing this scene, Shen Qingxuan nodded solemnly. Senior brother, how do you find the taste of the women from the Hehuan sect? Outside, Shui Jing watched the blood strings and blood transformations return, chuckling wickedly. Shui Xian spoke first, satisfaction gleaming in his shadowy eyes. She was so tender. You may not believe it, but this female cultivator from the Hehuan sect is still a maiden. How tight she is. After all, they were once from the Yunus sect. Damn it. If it weren't for the restrictions of that purple abode, I could have harvested 10 female cultivators in a single day. Shui Huaixue spoke with even more arrogance. Shui Jing, who had not entered the forbidden area, licked his lips regretfully. I wish I had gone in. No worries, no worries. Shui Jing, Shui Qi, those female cultivators can only remain within the forbidden area. They cannot escape. Shui Xian discovered this restriction and felt exceedingly pleased. We need not disguise ourselves to enter. We can simply abduct the female cultivators inside and enjoy them before disposing of them. Shui Qi, who had remained silent, clapped his hands repeatedly. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Since we cannot find rare treasures, we might as well seize a few female cultivators to enhance our cultivation. It would be a shame to have traveled such a long distance for nothing. Ha ha! The 4 elders from the Youyao sect laughed maniacally, their eyes gleaming with a predatory light. That night, Shen Qingxuan sat atop the roof, concealing his presence, quietly awaiting the arrival of outsiders. Within the boundaries of the west courtyard, besides Yu Rou willingly serving as bait, several other female cultivators also volunteered to do the same. They donned revealing attire, exposing large swathes of their snowy skin, adorned with exquisite makeup. Tonight, it seems, there will be no performance. Shen Qingxuan gazed at the moonlight draping the night sky, noting that it was nearly midnight. He had initially assumed that the recent troubles would come from the Shen family, as the head, Shen Yurang, would surely come to the Hehuan forbidden land upon learning of his son's demise. He did not expect such an unforeseen complication. Oh well, let this be a minor inconvenience before I achieve the purple abode. Soon, midnight arrived. Shen Qingxuan chose not to sign in immediately. He intended to report to the main hall to claim greater rewards. Just as he was about to send a message to Yu Rou to inform her he would come tomorrow, a disturbance arose at the barrier. 4 men clad in blood-red robes appeared in the west courtyard, transforming into 4 blood shadows as they sought to abduct the enchanting female cultivators within. You little rascals dare to invade. Youyao's voice echoed throughout the west courtyard, her formidable consciousness causing the 4 elders of the Youyao sect to change their expressions. Not good, there's an ambush. Chapter 13. Slaying the Youyao. Secret to the back mountain, the 4 elders of the Youyao sect realized they had fallen into a trap. They summoned their powers, flying into the air, attempting to flee outside the barrier. As long as they escaped the confines of the forbidden area, that purple abode would be powerless against them. Do you think you can escape? Youyao's spell unleashed instantly, a radiant purple light converging upon the 4. It was a purple abode divine ability. Quick, summon your treasures. The divine abilities of the purple abode are akin to the innate abilities of demon beasts. Upon reaching the purple abode, one awakens 1 or more divine abilities based on their innate item's rank. Such abilities grow in significance with the cultivator's advancement. The purple light exploded, and the 4 members of the Youyao sect hastily summoned their treasures to defend against the onslaught. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The purple light penetrated their defensive treasures, and among them, Shui Huaisheng, being the weakest, could not wield his treasure's power and was instantly obliterated in the purple light, reduced to nothingness. The remaining 3 managed to survive through their treasures, narrowly escaping the confines of the forbidden area. However, their treasures were damaged in the process, and their hearts bled at the thought. The value of a life-saving treasure would require 100 years of savings. Otherwise, it could not withstand a single strike from the purple abode. Dare to kill my outer elder of the Youyao sect? Can you withstand our wrath? Xuexian coughed up a mouthful of blood, clearly injured. His eyes burned with fury as he declared, "Once I return to the sect, I will raze this insignificant forbidden land to the ground." So is the beasts of the Youyao sect. Youyao sneered from within the forbidden land. The Youyao sect lies beyond Dongfang in the Su kingdom, with 3 purple abodes within the sect, their power not to be underestimated. Return to your sect? We shall see about that. With a loud thud, Shen Qingxuan leaped from the rooftop, transforming into a golden flame as he appeared behind the 4. His sacred body radiating brilliance. He stood like the son of the sun amidst the deep night, the bright moon unable to compete with his radiance. A pure Yang sacred body? Xuexian, well-traveled, quickly discerned that the newcomer was not simple from his aura. He has emerged from the forbidden land. He is not a cultivator of the Hehuan sect. Shui Jing warned, "Junior, this is a matter between the Youyao sect and the Hehuan sect. Do not meddle." Shen Qingxuan said nothing, summoning the blazing sun bow, infusing it with pure yang blood and spiritual energy, causing the bow to hum and resonate, the sun patterns shining brilliantly. He had no time for idle matters. He simply wished to eliminate these individuals and return to the main hall promptly. "This person aims to shoot us." Xuexian was the first to react, bolting away. He sensed that the divine bow in Shen Qingxuan's hands was of a high grade, something he could not withstand. Whoosh! A bolt of crimson lightning shot forth from the blazing sun bow, striking Xuexian in an instant. Xuexian screamed in agony, engulfed in flames, transforming into a fiery figure. No escape. This person excels in archery. Flame will make you his target. Shui Jing and Shui Qi's expressions turned dreadful as they quickly concocted a plan. They did not wish to follow Shui Huaisheng's fate, their bodies emanating bloodthirsty energy, launching themselves into the air. Both were at the peak of Foundation establishment, a mere step away from the purple abode. Otherwise, they would not have become outer elders of the Youyao sect. I am not only skilled in archery, but I also excel in absorption. Shen Qingxuan chuckled inwardly, putting away the blazing sun bow and not dodging. Upon witnessing this movement, Shui Jing and Shui Qi could not help but feel a surge of joy. Without the divine bow, he would be powerless against them. Yet, just as the two were half a pace away from Shen Qingxuan, a massive force of attraction suddenly manifested. Their expressions shifted from joy to horror as they found themselves uncontrollably pulled towards Shen Qingxuan. What kind of trick is this? Not good. Shui Jing and Shui Qi sensed the impending doom. As they attempted to summon their treasures, they were firmly ensnared by Shen Qingxuan. My cultivation. What kind of demonic skill is this? Shui Jing howled in despair. He immediately severed an arm to escape, while Shui Qi followed suit, sacrificing his limb to save himself. Interesting. However, my cultivation has also reached the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. Absorbing you will not yield much benefit. Shen Qingxuan had no choice but to draw his bow again, swiftly firing 2 arrows that struck down the 2. The 3 could never have anticipated that their adversary possessed a formidable presence capable of emerging from the Forbidden Land. Thus, all 4 elders of the Youyao sect were annihilated. Shen Qingxuan discovered that the contents of the 4 storage bags held little of value, so he took a few items and handed them to Youyao. Now, he needed to head to the main hall to sign in. Upon entering the grand hall, Shen Qingxuan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. He focused his spiritual awareness on his heart and discovered a minuscule blood spike embedded within his heart's wall. Was it the handiwork of those individuals? He circulated his blood and spiritual energy, the sacred body's essence melting the blood spike, but in doing so, he exposed his location. Good technique. I fear I have already drawn the attention of the Youyao sect. Shen Qingxuan silently lamented. For now, he would set aside these concerns. System sign-in. Ding. Upon successful registration, the host was congratulated for obtaining the pure Yang color stone. A thought from Shen Qingxuan summoned the stone, radiating a brilliant array of colors reminiscent of the sun before him. The pure Yang color stone is a high-grade material for crafting spiritual treasures. It can also serve as a foundational object for constructing a purple mansion. Though the stone is indeed remarkable, it merely falls within the upper echelon of the saint rank, not yet reaching the celestial tier. With a sigh, Shen Qingxuan silently stowed the pure Yang color stone into his storage pouch. His ambitions soared high. He had no intention of building a purple mansion without a celestial-grade foundational object. After all, in the long run, as he ventured beyond the Eastern Song territory or this small world, he would undoubtedly encounter stronger prodigies wielding celestial-grade purple mansions. At that point, possessing only a saint-grade purple mansion would render him inferior. In the days that followed, Shen Qingxuan continued to sign in at the main hall of the Joyous Union sect. For 3 consecutive days, he received various foundational objects, all suitable for his saint body and cultivation techniques. Regrettably, none of them belonged to the celestial tier. They were all upper-tier saint foundational objects. It seemed that the rewards from signing in at the Joyous Union Hall could not meet his aspirations. With another long sigh, he directed his gaze toward the back mountain. There lay a secret realm, albeit one fraught with peril, where even golden core true ones from the Jade Maiden sect had perished. Perhaps only there would he find the opportunity to sign in for a celestial-grade foundational object. With a whoosh, Shen Qingxuan soared into the air, swiftly arriving at the back mountain. The sect had been sealed for 7 years, and the back mountain was seldom visited, leaving it in a state of disrepair. Dilapidated pavilions stood amidst overgrown weeds, obscuring the path, while foul odors emanated from the ditches. According to Youyao, the secret realm was said to be a well. Soon, a well emanating thick miasma appeared not far ahead. This miasma was dozens of times more potent than the sinister aura. Shen Qingxuan's expression shifted. One glance left his eyes feeling as if they might go blind. He had to channel his vital energy to reinforce his vision, barely managing to withstand the onslaught. No wonder even golden core true ones could not emerge from this place. What kind of treacherous land was this? He was still 3 zhang away from the well's mouth, yet could feel an immense pressure. The well's edge was shattered, with dark miasma swirling through the cracks, dripping and making a sound. Could the heaven-swallowing immortal art refine this miasma? Shen Qingxuan pondered. The heaven-swallowing immortal art was reputed to be capable of refining all realms, even devouring the sun, moon, and stars in one gulp. With this thought, Shen Qingxuan first emptied his dantian of magical energy, then activated the heaven-swallowing immortal art. He tentatively drew a wisp of miasma into his body and, upon finding it effective, gradually increased it to 2 and then 3 wisps. Discovering that the miasma posed no harm after being refined through the heaven-swallowing immortal art, he exerted all his strength to purify all the accumulated miasma. 3 hours later, as the well ceased to exude miasma, the oppressive feeling vanished. Shen Qingxuan approached the well's edge and peered inside, finding the water remarkably clear rather than filthy. What would this mean? Today is not a full moon night, is it? He gazed at the moon reflected in the well, which appeared full, only to look up and see the waning moon in the sky. How peculiar. Could the moon in the water belong to the secret realm? Shen Qingxuan looked again at the round moon within the secret realm, then lifted his gaze once more. Yet the moon remained full, revealing that the skies were not the same. Without any prior warning, he found himself within the secret realm. Chapter 14. The Taishu Sword Box. Breaking through the purple mansion. Did I express a desire to come here? Shen Qingxuan was not fully prepared to enter the secret realm. Yet the conditions for entry were so casual. He surveyed his surroundings. The scenery appeared quite ordinary, save for the occasional faint sound of sword cries echoing in his ears. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past. Hiss! Shen Qingxuan felt a stinging pain and touched his face, finding blood oozing forth. Upon inspecting his palm, he discovered that his exposed skin had been damaged, blood flowing from the wounds. This wind concealed sword intent. Shen Qingxuan immediately focused his mind, channeling magical energy to envelop his body as protection. It must have passed midnight. He decided to attempt signing in. Sign in successful. Currently, at the legendary site, the Broken Sword Domain. On the 15th night of the full moon, the sign-in is bound to yield exceptional rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Taishu Sword Box. It seems the timing for signing in is determined by the local world's time. Shen Qingxuan murmured to himself. This place must indeed be a legendary site, surpassing the special locations mentioned by the Joyous Union Hall. The Taishu Sword Box? I seem to recall an item called the Taishu King Sword in the Foundation Treasure Catalog, ranked as upper-tier celestial. The wielder, upon refining it as a foundational object, would soar to prominence as the foremost sword cultivator of their era. Shen Qingxuan's heart surged with excitement as he promptly retrieved the Taishu Sword Box obtained from the sign-in. Could it be that the Taishu King Sword resides within the Taishu Sword Box? Buzz. The moment the Taishu Sword Box emerged, time seemed to freeze within the Broken Sword Domain, and an intent of submission pervaded the realm. The will of this world sought to recognize the Taishu Sword Box as its master, to become its servant. The box itself was neither gold nor silver, nor was it as solid as iron or stone, and it was not crafted from wood. At first glance, it appeared to bear an ancient bronze luster. Yet upon closer inspection, its depths resembled ink, exuding a unique calmness and profundity reminiscent of the black tortoise. When bathed in moonlight, the sword box glimmered with a silvery brilliance. What a magnificent Taishu sword box! It could well be a celestial treasure, perhaps even surpassing celestial treasures. Gently caressing the sword box, Shen Qingxuan felt a sense of serene profundity emanating from it, as his palm traced the intricate divine patterns and celestial inscriptions on its surface. A phrase suddenly erupted in his mind. Swallow the universe and the 8 desolations as a sheath, bury the ancient past and myriad ages as a blade. Such an object, if I were to obtain it and refine it as my foundational object, would surely render me the foremost purple mansion of the ages. Shen Qingxuan sensed that there should have been 9 celestial swords within the sword box, yet for some unknown reason, only 3 remained. Was the Taishu King sword among them? With his current strength, even if he were to burn his cultivation, he could not open the Taishu sword box. However, that would not hinder him from refining it as his foundational object. Could I not use you as a weapon of slaughter, yet still refine you as my foundational object? The conditions for refining a foundational object are quite lenient, as long as the item does not reject the process. Moreover, the items acquired through the system's sign-in generally recognize their master directly. Shen Qingxuan immediately assumed a meditative posture, channeling the foundation of pure Yang Dao from his dantian through the yellow court, ascending the heavy tower, ultimately arriving at the Jade Pillow, then converging into the Mud Pillar Xian Pass, the location of the Purple Mansion. Just as he was about to break through, a soldier clad in tattered battle robes suddenly appeared a short distance ahead. "Who are you?" the soldier inquired, puzzled, before his gaze fell upon the Taishu sword box. "The Taishu sword box? How could such a rare artifact be in your possession? Hand it over to me at once." "No, I shall take it myself." The soldier's eyes gleamed with fervor as he took a step forward, reaching out towards the sword box. A pressure emanated from the soldier that left Shen Qingxuan gasping for breath. He realized the visitor's cultivation was exceedingly profound. In this critical moment, a sword cry shattered the fabric of space, whisking Shen Qingxuan away from the Broken Sword Domain. "Ah, the Taishu sword box, my Taishu sword box." The soldier's face contorted in agony, as if he had lost something dearer than life itself. Upon regaining clarity, Shen Qingxuan found himself back at the rear mountain of the Joyous Union sect. "Was it you who saved me?" He inquired about the ancient and enigmatic sword box. It remained unresponsive. Indeed, spiritual treasures possess sentience and protect their masters. You must be at least of the celestial treasure caliber to naturally safeguard your owner. With dangers now dissipated and having returned to the Hahuan sect, Shen Qingxuan chose once more to break through the Purple Mansion realm. The process was exceedingly flawless, devoid of any sense of hesitation. Days later, the cultivators of Dongfang and even the entire Qingyun continent heard a resounding sword cry. Simultaneously, swords of all ranks within the continent, whether they were low-tier talismans, magical artifacts, or treasure-grade divine weapons, resonated with a sense of submission, their blades trembling slightly. The sword cultivators practicing at that moment suddenly comprehended, and any confusion they had was immediately clarified. Some even broke through their realms and bowed to the heavens and earth. Incredible. Which sword immortal has emerged? Perhaps a divine sword has come into existence. Even my spiritual treasure has resonated. Could this be a sign of the flourishing sword path? It is also possible that a legacy from an ancient sword sage has surfaced. Whoever inherits, it will surely ascend to great heights. The entire Qingyan continent was in an uproar. Even golden core true persons and yuaning true monarchs could not remain seated. The head of the Shen family, Shen Qingxuan, who had been searching fruitlessly for days, stood in stunned silence. What has happened in this world? 3 extraordinary phenomena within a month? They had prepared to return home. Yet another anomaly occurred. Master, my sword is trembling. Perhaps this great opportunity lies within Dongfang, an elder from the clan said excitedly. His lifespan was limited, but if he could seize this chance to advance, he might extend his years. Shen Qingxuan shook his head, suggesting, let us return to the clan first. Matters of fortune are not so simple. The others nodded and hurried back to their family's residence. In the back mountains of the Hahuan sect, Youyao searched frantically for Shen Qingxuan after not seeing him for a day. She feared he had broken his promise and left the confines of the Hahuan area. Fortunately, she found him in the back mountains, breaking through to the Purple Mansion. At that moment, Youyao was taken aback, her beautiful face stunned, her thoughts frozen, as if struck by lightning. Unprecedented. It was truly unprecedented. Not only had he casually found a place to break through to the Purple Mansion, but he had also succeeded, causing phenomena that would overturn the entire continent. 3 times. Had an ancient power reincarnated to cultivate anew? Her heart raced. Clang. Shen Qingxuan opened his long-closed eyes, his gaze slicing through Youyao's attire like a blade. Ah! She screamed, exposing a large expanse of her fair skin. She quickly retrieved a new garment from her storage bag and changed. Master, there's no need to call. Your disciple has seen much worse, Shen Qingxuan teased, retracting the sword light in his eyes. Youyao shot him a glare. You're being cheeky. How did you break through to the Purple Mansion? What kind of fateful object did you find? Shen Qingxuan smiled. It should be stronger than what Master possesses. Within his Purple Mansion, the Taishu sword box lay quietly. His Purple Mansion, a sanctuary of swords, overflowed with boundless sword intent, illuminated by a radiant golden sun that emitted waves of sword brilliance. See? Youyao remained skeptical of his claim of superiority. With such heavenly phenomena manifesting, it must surely be a fateful object of saintly caliber. All right. Shen Qingxuan's Purple Mansion's manifestation appeared behind him, leaving Youyao utterly astonished. His Purple Mansion was several times larger than hers, appearing more orderly and magnificent. Adorned with celestial inscriptions and divine talismans, a grand blueprint of swordsmanship. He had just broken through to the first layer of the Purple Mansion, yet the subsequent 8 layers would only grow increasingly formidable and unattainable. Put it away. While Youyao felt joy for Shen Qingxuan, she also sensed her Dao heart wavering. Master need not feel disheartened. Had it not been for your guidance, how could your disciple have achieved this day? Shen Qingxuan approached her, wrapping his arms around Youyao in comfort. Gazing at his handsome face, she became entranced. Qingxuan, with you in the Hahuan sect, your name will surely resonate across the heavens and realms. Haha, before that, I believe Master's voice will first echo through the back mountains of the sect. Teasing her, Youyao's face flushed crimson. You're insufferable. No flirting with your master. Chapter 15. The clan had arrived. Although the back mountains were a desolate place, Youyao still feared that disciples might stumble upon them. Her mind raced with excitement, her heart pounding incessantly. Fortunately, no disciples intruded, and Shen Qingxuan, diligently practicing, remained on the right path, avoiding any deviation. The Heavens Hahuan Sutra was indeed remarkable, yet with such a cultivation speed. Even 365 days would not suffice to break through to the second layer of the Purple Mansion. Under the moonlight, Shen Qingxuan seemed to play a musical instrument, each distinct motion producing a different sound. Sometimes loud, sometimes muffled, at times abrupt and sharp, and other times a lingering low hum. After a long while, the performance concluded. Youyao, who had been accompanying him, was drenched in sweat, beads of glistening perspiration cascading down her delicate features. Her pristine white dress bore faint water stains. adding a touch of unadorned allure. She gently lifted her long, jade-like leg, her radiant face still blushing, slightly tipsy. Has Master's name echoed through the back mountains? Shen Qingxuan replied with a smile. Master's name resonates not only in the back mountains, but also in the heart of your disciple. Playfully, Youyao entwined herself around Shen Qingxuan, her lips exuding fragrance. More? Shen Qingxuan gently embraced her slender waist, his other hand softly caressing her tender foot, as delicate as a lotus petal. How could her disciple dare disobey Master's command? At the Dongfang Huaixue family, Shen Qingxuan and his companions hurried home, weary from their journey. However, the scene before them was not as orderly as he had imagined. The place appeared chillingly desolate. Even the fodder in the horse trough looked wilted. "Where's Yingqian?" he asked an old servant, his tone laced with confusion. His son had gone to the Hehuan Forbidden Area in search of treasures. Surely he would have returned by now? Could he be hiding to avoid punishment? The old servant, hunched and stammering, replied, "Sir, young master has not returned." "Not returned? This boy is indeed afraid of my reprimand." Shen Qingxuan thought, both furious and amused. He then inquired, "What about Shen Su? Where are they?" "Sir, the third master has not returned either." "Not returned?" The elders who had accompanied Shen Qingxuan back frowned. One of them, feeling anxious, entered the soul hall. Shen Huailin, Shen Ji, Shen Yingqian, Shen Su. He counted them one by one, and with each name, his heart grew increasingly heavy. 12 people. During their absence, the clan had lost 12 members, all vital forces and future pillars of the family. Who is it? Who harbors such deep-seated enmity against the Shen family, seeking to sever our lineage? Shen Qingxuan rushed to the soul hall, and upon seeing the extinguished soul lamps, he fainted directly. When he awoke, it was already the next day. The elders of the Shen family had gathered and learned the general situation. All 12 deceased had ventured into the Hehuan Forbidden Area and never returned. Regardless of the circumstances, a trip to the Hehuan Forbidden Area was imperative. Shen Qingxuan spoke. Seemingly aged several years, these deceased family members must find peace in their resting place. It must be those enchanting demonesses. An elder of the clan roared. But we have never crossed paths with them. How could this be? Another elder questioned, perplexed. Shen Qingxuan snorted. I shall utilize our clan's treasured artifacts for a visit. They have slain my descendants, and I shall ensure they pay a grievous price. Shall we summon the ancestor from seclusion? Someone suggested. In the Forbidden Realm, there resides a purple palace demoness. Our strongest cultivator, Shen Qingxuan, has merely reached the peak of foundation establishment. It is insufficient. Shen Qingxuan hesitated. The clan's ancestor was not in the Shen family, nor in Dongfang, but was in seclusion elsewhere. Summoning the ancestor would mean breaking their seclusion, a cost too great to bear. The ancestor had previously stated that unless the family survival was at stake, he should not be disturbed. Let's refrain from summoning the ancestor for now. We shall investigate the situation ourselves. Several nodded in agreement, bringing along 3 clan artifacts and a grand formation. Their strongest combat capability. They overlooked the fact that within the soul hall, Shen Qingxuan's soul lamp still burned brightly. Perhaps they did not regard Shen Qingxuan as significant, believing him to be dead, and that the soul lamp had been cleared from the hall. In the Forbidden Realm, Shen Qingxuan returned to the estate after spending a night in the mountains. A letter awaited him outside the door, penned by Yu Rou, inquiring about his whereabouts and why he was not within the sect. How considerate of her. Shen Qingxuan tucked away the letter, intending to reassure Yu Rou of his safety. However, as he approached the front hall, he beheld a group from the Shen family, projecting a barrier of power as they entered the Forbidden Realm, their demeanor accusatory. We are the Shen family of Dongfang. May I inquire where our 12 fine sons have offended your sect, leading to their demise here? Shen Qingxuan stood at the forefront, brimming with indignation. To his surprise, no one in the front hall acknowledged them. The cultivators within the sect were well aware that it was Shen Qingxuan who had slain those individuals. The last group that arrived in such a manner had all perished. The one before that had met a similar fate. There was no need for them to converse with the deceased. They simply awaited the spectacle of Shen Qingxuan's slaughter. Clan leader, these demonesses remained silent inside. Why not capture one for questioning? An elder proposed. Shen Qingxuan frowned, his expression darkening. Did they think he was incapable of leading the clan? Ah, clan leader, look, there comes someone. Shen Qingxuan raised his gaze, only to see a familiar figure approaching slowly. Clad in a dark robe, Adorned with a jade pendant and wearing a radiant crown, the figure exuded an otherworldly aura. Shen Qingxuan? Shen Murian's mind erupted like thunder, nearly shouting. He had handpicked this individual from a collateral branch. He knew his appearance all too well, especially those torch-like eyes, identical to his parents who had perished for the family. How could this be? With his cultivation, how could he withstand such prolonged exposure to the malevolent energy? They, as Foundation cultivators, needed to use their power to dispel the sinister aura. Someone of Shen Qingxuan's meager cultivation should have perished from the cold. Upon closer inspection, Shen Murian realized that Shen Qingxuan did not even utilize his power against the malevolent energy. Instead, the sinister aura seemed to evade him instinctively. You are still alive. An elder with silver hair stepped forward. Explain how the young master Yang Qian and elder Shen Su met their demise. The elders scrutinized Shen Qingxuan, suspicion brewing in their hearts. Shen Qingxuan, his expression impassive, spoke in a low tone. Clan leader, it has been a while. Do not attempt to be familiar with the clan leader. You are a sinner of the clan. Speak of Yang Qian's death. The silver-haired elder barked. Reveal the cause, and I shall grant you a more dignified death. Shen Qingxuan reluctantly lifted his eyelids to regard the elder. Is this a matter for you to address? He recognized the elder, who had opposed the inclusion of the collateral branch into the main family, claiming their bloodline was impure. Impudent. Shen Qingxuan, I am of your grandfather's generation. You ought to call me fifth granduncle. The elder's rage surged, his foundation peak aura causing the branches to sway violently. Silence. Shen Qingxuan raised a finger, pointing in the air. Bang! The silver-haired elder was struck, feeling as if an ancient beast had collided with him. His chest caved in, ribs shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 16. What is the true Purple Palace? What is this? A single finger nearly killed a peak foundation cultivator, and it seemed he had held back a bit. Shen Murian's eyes were vacant, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Did he not know Shen Qingxuan's cultivation? When he was chosen from the collateral branch, he was merely at the 6th level of qi refinement. After some time in the main family, there had been no breakthrough. How could he now effortlessly defeat an elder? The other elders stared in wide-eyed shock, cold dread filling their hearts. How could this youthful figure possess such terrifying combat prowess? Qingxuan, it seems we have misunderstood you. The one who harmed your brothers and wronged the clan's women must be someone else. An astute elder approached with a smile. Furthermore, we have recovered the clan's treasured artifact. Now, return with us to the clan. We unanimously propose you as the next clan leader. The next clan leader? Shen Qingxuan chuckled in disbelief. He had no interest in that position. Returning to the Shen family would likely yield him nothing but worthless trinkets. Would it not be better to stay with his beloved master and junior sister at the Hahuan sect? The elder, noticing Shen Qingxuan's silence, added to express the clan's apologies. You may utilize anything within the clan. How's that sound? On the other side, Shen Murian seemed to have realized something, shoving the elder aside. Shen Qingxuan, did you kill the 12 who perished in the Hahuan Forbidden Realm? Since Shen Qingxuan possessed such strength, he would surely not let the slander against him go unpunished. Among the 12, 6 were from the enforcement team, and the remaining 6 were those accompanying Shen Qingxuan, thus having a natural adversarial relationship. Shen Qingxuan nodded. The clan leader has had a rare moment of clarity. Those 12 were indeed slain by me. Now, what are your thoughts? Do you still wish for me to return to the clan? As his words fell, the hall fell silent. The elders who had intended to persuade Shen Qingxuan to return felt their resolve wavering. This matter could not be resolved amicably. Then let your life serve as an offering to honor my son's spirit. Shen Murian's expression turned frenzied, his hair erupting wildly, white strands dancing in the air. At this moment, his cultivation unexpectedly advanced beyond the foundation stage. Though you are formidable, what use is that against my half-step Purple Palace cultivation? You are but a corpse. The clan leader's breakthrough to half-step Purple Palace prompted the other elders to activate the formation to slay this fiend. The elder who had initially sought to persuade Shen Qingxuan felt his complexion shift, along with the other elders, as they initiated the formation. This formation could trap and kill peak foundation cultivators, and even pose a restraining effect on those of the Purple Palace. With Shen Murian at half-step Purple Palace, they believed they might not necessarily lose. Unfortunately, they had overestimated themselves. In his current cultivation, Shen Qingxuan would have no chance even if the ancestral master of the Shen family were to arrive. His purple mansion was constructed from the legendary Taishu sword box, surpassing even the celestial-grade purple mansion. A half-step purple mansion allow you to witness the true essence of a purple mansion before your demise. Suddenly, the sound of a sword echoed, and a magnificent sword-shaped purple mansion emerged from behind Shen Qingxuan, with sword energy flowing around him, fierce and unmatched. This is bad. He has cultivated into a purple mansion. The elder of the Shen family was horrified, and Shen Yuruan's bloodthirsty intentions were extinguished. He had believed the opponent's cultivation to be at most at the limit of foundation establishment or perhaps half-step into purple mansion. Unexpectedly, the opponent had already broken through to the purple mansion realm. A cultivator of the purple mansion could establish a sect in the Dongfang region. With a flick of his hand, Shen Qingxuan unleashed 100 sword energies from within the purple mansion, effortlessly shattering the Shen family's formation. Ah, Qingxuan, do not kill me. I did not slander you. I can vindicate your name. An elder cried out in despair. Shen Yuruan, filled with regret, exclaimed, Qingxuan, I shall now pass the position of family head to you. Qingxuan, I held you in my arms when you were young. Such pleas for mercy were lost on Shen Qingxuan as sword energy rained down, tearing through several bodies. A few foundation establishment cultivators and one who had barely broken through to half-step purple mansion were of little help to him. He decided to eliminate them all. Without any unexpected occurrences, Shen Qingxuan used pure yang fire to incinerate their corpses and turned to leave. The Shen family held no significance for him anymore. Such a display of lethal prowess was indeed terrifying. Youyao, who was observing from the hall, gasped in astonishment. Even with her cultivation at the 9th level of Purple Mansion, she did not dare to claim a guaranteed victory against Shen Qingxuan. His rapid growth was astonishing. Brother, were you absent from the residence to break through to the Purple Mansion? Yu Rou, also observing, gazed at him with admiration in her eyes. Not only she, but all the female cultivators of the Hahuan sect began to feel a surge of respect. Indeed, the breakthrough was quite smooth. Shen Qingxuan indicated the envelope in his possession. Smiling, I have caused my junior sister unnecessary worry. Upon seeing the envelope, Yu Rou's face flushed, fearing her senior sisters would tease her about it in the future. She swiftly changed the topic. Now that you have reached the Purple Mansion realm, you are among the top experts in Dongfang. Shen Qingxuan nodded in agreement, but changed the subject. That being said, I have heard that the Blood Sun sect possesses 3 Purple Mansion cultivators. If we kill their elder, they will not let it go easily. Furthermore, I still cannot break the suppression from their Golden Elixir Master. By the way, who is that Golden Elixir Master? Having been suppressed for so long, Shen Qingxuan still did not know the identity of the Golden Elixir Master. Yu Rou shook her head. I'm not sure either. However, that Golden Elixir Master has also entered the secret realm in the back mountain. We initially hoped she would perish within the realm, allowing the seal to break automatically. Unexpectedly, after such a long time, the seal shows no signs of weakening. In fact, it appears to be growing stronger. This implies she did not die in the secret realm, but has gone elsewhere. After hearing this, Shen Qingxuan nodded slowly and discussed a few more matters before returning to the residence. He removed the Taishu sword box from the Purple Mansion and attempted to open it. Despite exerting all his magical energy, the box remained immovable. Could it be that only a Golden Elixir Master could unlock it? He was eager to discover what lay within the box, whether it contained divine weapons akin to the Taishu Wang sword. Let me first temper my physical body. Shen Qingxuan assumed a stance, utilizing the unique Insha energy of the Hahuan Forbidden Land, combined with his pure Yang blood essence, to continue refining and strengthening his physique. Due to the rapidity of his breakthroughs, even with the pure Yang sacred body, his physical form was still somewhat unaccustomed. Thus, he planned to solidify his body over the next few days. Outside Dongfang, in the Su Kingdom, the Blood Sun sect's capital was in disarray due to the simultaneous sound of 1,000 swords. However, regrettably, even with the entire Blood Sun sect mobilized, they found no information regarding the celestial sword phenomenon. Forget it. Let us first take revenge for Shui Xian and the others, Bloodhound's side. He could not comprehend how several of his elders could perish in the remote lands of Dongfang. Truly, they were a bunch of useless individuals. Had it not been for the blood mark they left on the killer's body before their demise, they would have had no recourse for vengeance. It must be a renowned Purple Mansion cultivator. After contemplating for a moment, Bloodhan decided to summon the other two Purple Mansion cultivators within the sect to accompany him to Dongfang, ensuring absolute certainty. While the three of them were en route to Dongfang, the only elder left in the Shen family learned of Shen Qingxuan and the other's demise. Heavens are determined to bring ruin upon the Shen family. The elder wept bitterly, and with a resolute heart, he decided to awaken the reclusive ancestral master of the Shen family. Indeed, the Shen family was in a critical situation. Chapter 17. Ancestral Master Shen Feng. Blood Sun knocks at the door. On the outskirts of the Su Kingdom, within an ancient cave dwelling, the reclusive ancestral master of the Shen family, Shen Feng, suddenly opened his eyes, his aura barely contained. Damn that Huaixue. It took me 7 years to recover after a mere glance from him. He touched a dent on his forehead, still resonating with the aura of the Golden Elixir Master. 7 years ago, a Golden Elixir Master known as Huaixue passed through Dongfang and sealed the recently renamed Hahuan sect with formidable powers. At that time, Shen Feng had intended to request a few female cultivators as concubines, only to be met with a piercing glare from the master. That single glance inflicted severe injuries upon him, leading to his self-imposed seclusion. He could only be awakened in times of family crisis. What on earth has transpired to rouse me? Shen Feng wondered as he stood up, utilizing a small teleportation array within the cave to arrive at the ancestral hall of the Shen family in mere moments. Upon seeing the ancestral master descend, the elder immediately knelt, weeping, "Ancestral master, you must avenge the family head and the others. The enchantresses of the Hahuan Forbidden Land wish to annihilate our Shen family. We have already lost over 10 clan members in the Forbidden Land." The elder reported the situation one by one, causing Shen Feng's frown to deepen with every word. The Hahuan sect was responsible? It seems unlikely. Ancestral master, I have some rapport with the Sect Master of the Hahuan sect. Otherwise, I would not have approached them to request female disciples, only to encounter calamity. There must be some hidden intricacies. Or perhaps you are concealing something. Reveal all recent events. The elder complied and recounted everything that had transpired over the past month. 3 phenomena? Shen Feng's eyes sparkled with interest. The emergence of consecutive phenomena in Dongfang signified the arrival of a prosperous age. Were it not for his seclusion, he would have already seized the opportunity. I have taken note of these matters. Tomorrow, I shall personally visit the Forbidden Land. Shen Feng stroked his beard and said, Youyao had been confined within the sect for an extended period, where spiritual energy was thin. Even if her cultivation surpassed his, her combat prowess would undoubtedly have diminished. Moreover, based on their past relations, she would not resort to lethal measures. He believed he could protect himself during a visit to the Hahuan sect. He was curious as to why so many of his family members had perished within the Hahuan sect. Was it related to the phenomena and opportunities? In the Grand Hall of the Hahuan sect. System check-in. Beep. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received pure Yang robe. Pure Yang robe? Shen Qingxuan eagerly took out the pure Yang robe, examining it with curiosity. In recent days, he had intended to sign in at the secret realm on the back mountain, yet discovered that he could not enter by the same method, suggesting there were additional restrictions. Regrettably, as long as he could sign in at the Joyous Hall, the rewards were still quite satisfactory. The last time he entered the Shattered Sword domain was purely by chance. As he caressed the robe, he could distinctly feel the texture and energy emanating from it. This was yet another invaluable treasure, just what he needed for defense. Reflecting on his previous encounter in the Shattered Sword domain, had it not been for the protective behavior of the Void Sword box, he would have met his demise within the Sword Realm. Now, with the pure Yang robe, he could buy himself some time when facing formidable foes. He decided to put on. After all, a treasure like this deserved to be utilized rather than left to gather dust. The fabric of the pure Yang robe was delicate and soft, its color a pristine white akin to fresh snow. Intricate engravings of the golden crow and sun motifs shimmered upon its surface. These mystical totems formed an invisible layer of defense woven into the robe. Upon gently infusing it with spiritual energy, the malevolent aura within a 10-zhang radius seemed to evaporate as if scorched by the blazing sun. Indeed, it was a remarkable item. With the pure Yang robe, his ability to preserve his life had significantly increased. Moreover, he sensed a harmonious synergy between the robe and his pure Yang sacred body, which would enhance his cultivation speed. He needed to break through to the second layer of the Purple Mansion within the next few days. Otherwise, his progress would be too slow. In recent days, Shen Qingxuan had primarily utilized the treasures obtained from signing in to refine his physical body, which had now become sufficiently robust to accommodate rapid breakthroughs. The Purple Mansion was distinct from the Foundation establishment and Golden Core realms. Within the entire cultivation hierarchy, the Purple Mansion represented a crucial link, serving as a bridge between the preceding and succeeding stages, thus classified into 9 layers. Each layer of the Purple Mansion would become increasingly refined, and his innate object would be further assimilated. Furthermore, he had heard from Youyao that some demonic cultivators would take advantage of Purple Mansion cultivators who had not fully attained the 7th layer, extracting their innate object from the Naiwan Palace to sell to others. The next morning, Shen Qingxuan awoke from Youyao's bed, pushing aside her beautiful legs draped over him. His current routine consisted of cultivating during the first half of the night and seeking companions for dual cultivation during the latter half. On odd days, he partnered with Youyao, while on even days, he was with Yu Rou. Youyao, an old friend, seeks an audience. Outside the Forbidden Grounds, Shen Feng, relying on his Purple Mansion cultivation, forcefully projected his voice into the hall. A faint frown appeared on Youyao's rosy face as she opened her autumn-like eyes in disbelief. "Is it my ancestor from the Shen family?" Shen Qingxuan inquired while tying his hair. Wearing only a belly band, Youyao sat up and nodded. "Indeed, should I intervene?" Shen Qingxuan shook his head in refusal. "No need, I can handle my own affairs." Youyao nodded, wrapping her arms around him from behind, her jade-like shoulder resting against his back. "Shen Feng is relatively upright. We have some past connections. If he does not force the issue, you may simply incapacitate him." Shen Qingxuan said nothing, donning the pure yang robe as he headed to the front courtyard. Shen Feng had indeed done nothing wrong, and if he could discern right from wrong, there was no need for him to resort to lethal force. "Who are you?" Shen Feng questioned as the newcomer approached from the main hall, a man which raised suspicion in his mind. Whether during the 7 years at the Jade Maiden sect, or now at the Joyous sect, men were not supposed to appear. Not only was this a man, but he also emerged from the hall. Thus, it was likely that this man was Youyao's paramour. "Shen Qingxuan," he replied coolly. He had no recollection of this ancestor, only aware that he existed, allowing the Shen family to barely be considered a Purple Mansion lineage. "Are you perhaps a disciple of the Shen family?" Shen Feng asked, perplexed. The more he probed, the more confused he became. How could Youyao take a disciple from the Shen family as a paramour, yet still slay so many of her kin? Unless, Shen Feng began to piece it together, asking, "Did you kill them?" Shen Qingxuan nodded, channeling his energy into the pure yang robe to test its defensive capabilities against the Purple Mansion. Shen Feng immediately recognized the robe's exceptional quality. "Why did you kill your own kin?" Shen Qingxuan, disinterested in elaborating, replied, "If a battle is to occur, let it be." Shen Feng shook his head. "I'm not one to lack discernment. Even if I killed the head of the Shen family, the young master, the clan elders, and over 10 disciples of the law enforcement hall?" At his words, a flicker of astonishment crossed Shen Feng's eyes. This individual before him possessed such formidable combat prowess that he had even slain the current family head, Shen Qingxuan. "Nevertheless, I must clarify. Why did you kill them?" Shen Qingxuan raised an eyebrow, realizing that this man was indeed, as Youyao described, upright. Yet, unwilling to divulge the circumstances of the slander against him, he stated, "If I did not kill them, they would have killed me. How could there be such fratricidal conflict?" Shen Feng sighed deeply within. Just as he was about to inquire further, a fierce voice rang out from outside. "The Blood Sun sect seeks an audience with the Joyous sect." Chapter 18. Fierce battle with the Blood Sun sect outside the Forbidden Grounds. Bloodhan and 3 other Purple Mansion cultivators arrived like the wind, their crimson robes emblazoned with the sect's emblem. The female cultivators within the Joyous sect immediately grew tense, their spirits dampened. The deaths of 3 elders from the Blood Sun sect within their sect indicated that their visitors were not mere trifles. Moreover, the Blood Sun sect practiced sinister arts. Their visit was not solely for revenge. Should the sect fail to withstand their onslaught, they would be the ones to suffer. "The Blood Sun sect from Su Kingdom?" Shen Feng turned to glance back and greeted. Shen Feng pays his respects to the 3 fellow Taoists. His cultivation was merely at the 3rd layer of the Purple Mansion, while Bloodhan, the sect leader, was at the 5th layer. It was rumored that his innate object was of inferior quality among the holy rank, making him significantly stronger than an average Purple Mansion cultivator. The other two elders from the Blood Sun sect also possessed 5th-layer cultivation. Such combat strength could be deemed hegemonic within the Dongfang realm. "You are Shen Feng of the Shen family?" Bloodhan asked, his attitude haughty, his consciousness sweeping over to continue. "Tell Youyao to strip and come see me tonight. In return, I will treat the disciples of the joyous sect kindly and leave their corpses intact." Shen Feng's brows furrowed tightly, his heart sinking. He was aware of the Blood Sun sect's extreme brutality. Once entangled with them, there was seldom a favorable outcome. "What is this?" Blood Zong, the elder beside Bloodhan, also projected his consciousness. "Quickly tell that woman. Otherwise, we will kill you first." Shen Feng, with a darkened expression, could only turn and walk toward the joyous hall. In the air, Shen Qingxuan let out a derisive laugh. "So the ancestor of the Shen family is equally spineless. What do you, a mere junior, understand?" Shen Feng retorted. "I am merely adapting to the times." The remark struck a nerve, causing Shen Feng's forehead veins to pulse with anger. He already knew the other had killed Qin, and now he felt humiliated, fueling his rage. "What are you discussing with a young brat? Hurry up." Blood Zhang's consciousness swept over, suddenly letting out a surprised sound. "Oh, kid, that robe you're wearing seems quite impressive. Strip it off and give it to me, and I might spare your life." His greed was evident as he eyed the pure Yang robe. Shen Qingxuan stepped protectively in front of Shen Feng and called out to the outside. "Come and take it if you dare." Blood Burial could not help but laugh, saying, "You young rascal, utterly unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Once I strip you bare, you shall learn what it means to die from blood loss." Shen Feng, relishing the unfolding drama, deliberately distanced himself, eager to witness the spectacle. Did this fool truly believe he could flaunt his treasures while taunting a cultivator from the 5th heaven of the Purple Mansion? Did he think the King of Hell would spare him today? He could almost envision the scene of Shen Qingxuan's clothes being torn away, leaving his naked body to wither into a desiccated corpse. Whoosh! Blood Burial transformed into a shadow of red, soaring from beyond the forbidden ground, delivering a palm strike aimed squarely at Shen Qingxuan's chest. Yet Shen Qingxuan stood unmoving, regarding Blood Burial with the disdain one reserves for a dead dog. How arrogant! Did the Holy Sun truly believe his robe could withstand a strike from a Purple Mansion cultivator? The onlooking female cultivators were baffled. Shen Feng, however, felt certain that Shen Qingxuan was courting death. No one would be foolish enough to take a Purple Mansion attack head-on. "Brother Qingxuan, he won't come a harm, will he?" In a nearby building, Jiang Yu Rou anxiously clutched her sleeve, her eyes filled with concern. In the Grand Hall, Youyao also watched intently, eager to ascertain Shen Qingxuan's current capabilities. "You wretched brat, I swear I will end your life." Blood Burial seethed with rage, his power intensifying by a third after being disdained. He was confident that even with the robe, this strike would send Shen Qingxuan reeling, bleeding to death. Boom! The air roared as his palms swiftly struck Shen Qingxuan's chest. Alas, no gruesome scene unfolded, nor did the devastation everyone anticipated occur. Shen Qingxuan remained unperturbed, standing serenely in the air. A layer of golden defensive brilliance enveloped his pure Yang robe, effectively nullifying the sinister force of Blood Burial's strike. How could this be? Blood Burial's face contorted in disbelief, his energy failing to breach Shen Qingxuan's defenses, all of it repelled. Shen Feng was also left dumbfounded, having grossly underestimated the protective capabilities of that robe. The female cultivators of the Hardy Union gasped in awe at Shen Qingxuan's profound foundation, able to withstand a strike from a Purple Mansion. Then, a smile crept onto Blood Burial's face. What a remarkable treasure. My full power strike could not penetrate its defense. This must be a treasure of greater than Purple Mansion rank. Encountering such a treasure certainly counted as a small fortune. The most ordinary of treasures could only be forged by a Purple Mansion craftsman, and such artisans were exceedingly rare. In fact, no such talented craftsman existed throughout the entire Qingyun continent. This implied that Shen Qingxuan's robe was likely crafted by a Golden Core master. Excellent, this journey was indeed worthwhile. Blood Burial swiftly distanced himself, intending to summon his own treasure to shatter the robe. To him, Shen Qingxuan was merely an unknown cultivator, likely at the Foundation establishment stage. Even with a Purple Mansion treasure, he could not hold on to it. A gentleman is innocent, yet possessing treasures incurs guilt. But just as he prepared to retreat and summon his treasure, Shen Qingxuan shadowed him, following closely. What was he up to? The spectators were confounded by Shen Qingxuan's actions, except for Youyao, who understood his intentions. Boom! Shen Qingxuan closed the distance, placing his palm on Blood Burial's crown, abruptly invoking the devouring Heaven Immortal Art. What have you done? Blood Burial's expression shifted from confusion to horror as he struggled to break free. But the astonishing suction of Shen Qingxuan's palm held him firmly in place. He attempted to use the pressure of the Purple Mansion to intimidate, but found that Shen Qingxuan matched his cultivation level, showing no fear. How could there be such a youthful Purple Mansion? Blood Burial felt the Purple Mansion within his Dan Tian crumble, his life essence wailing in distress. What trickery was Blood Burial up to? Another elder of Blood Yang Gate, Xue Fei, looked on with disdain. A mere child could make him suffer. Wait, that young man was not simple. Xue Han roared in anger, transforming into a streak of bloodlight, but he was still a moment too late. Blood Burial's cultivation rapidly declined, plummeting from the fifth heaven of the Purple Mansion to the Qi refinement stage. You worthless fool! How dare you covet my robe? Boom! Shen Qingxuan pressed down, and Blood Burial's head exploded, his headless body plummeting from the air. Invincible! Truly invincible! Shen Feng gasped in astonishment, hastening his steps to distance himself from this formidable figure. When did the Shen family produce such a monstrous disciple? Shen Feng, did I permit you to leave? Shen Qingxuan's tone was calm, yet it caused Shen Feng to halt in his tracks. Young friend, my Blood Yang Gate has wronged you. I apologize. Xue Han spoke through clenched teeth, suppressing his fury. Shen Qingxuan regarded him with utter indifference, then slowly approached Xue Han. Even without enmity towards the Hardy Union, he would willingly eradicate the Blood Yang Gate. Young friend, I see you possess extraordinary talent. Why not join my clan? My clan is of the royal lineage of the Su Kingdom, a true Golden Core family with Golden Core heritage. Before Xue Han could finish, Shen Qingxuan's hand aimed to invoke the devouring Heaven Immortal Art once more. Whoosh! Xue Han decisively retreated, then indignantly exclaimed, Do not be ungrateful. Do you truly believe that with your mere first heaven of the Purple Mansion, you can kill me? I am a saint-level Purple Mansion, destined to become a Golden Core true person. Xue Fei, let us combine our strength to eliminate this person. Chapter 19. Shen Qingxuan's Purple Mansion Divine Ability Understood. Master, be cautious not to let him get close. His malevolent energy can siphon one's cultivation. Xue Fei reminded, wielding a blunt giant sword as he leaped high, crashing down into the forbidden ground. With the advantages of his robe and techniques stripped away, and now facing the saint-level Purple Mansion cultivator Xue Han, Shen Qingxuan appeared destined to face defeat. Shen Feng remained skeptical of Shen Qingxuan's prospects. Should he perish under the assault of the two, it would serve as a fitting explanation to the ancestors of the Shen family in the afterlife. In the Grand Hall, Youyao prepared to act. The innate purple mist within her Purple Mansion suddenly tightened, transforming into the size of a silver needle. Should any unfavorable circumstances arise for Shen Qingxuan, she would unleash her Purple Mansion divine ability to strike down the equally spirit-level Purple Mansion Xue Fei. Swish! The newly arrived Xue Fei was the first to swing his blunt giant sword, unleashing a torrent of blood waves towards Shen Qingxuan. Following this, his arms swelled tenfold, the giant sword cleaving relentlessly, blood waves surging one after another, the tide of the giant sword reaching the heavens. The Blood Sea Sword Wave of Blood Yang Gate. Shen Feng recognized the technique Xue Fei was employing. For him to cultivate the Blood Sea Sword Wave to such a degree, even cultivators of the 6th or 7th heaven of the Purple Mansion would be hard-pressed to contend with him. Shen Feng was inwardly alarmed. He had long heard of the Blood Sea Sword Wave's fearsome reputation. Yet, facing such a formidable offensive, Shen Qingxuan remained unflappable, exuding an aura of invincibility. He had previously gauged Blood Burial's strength and knew well the level of a typical 5th heaven of the Purple Mansion. Too weak, Shen Qingxuan feasted daily on rare heavenly materials from the outside world, his foundation far surpassing that of Blood Burial and his ilk. Coupled with the fact that his Purple Mansion rank was at least at the immortal level, vanquishing a typical purple mansion would be a trivial matter. Buzz. Shen Qingxuan infused his power into the pure Yang robe, which radiated brilliant light, illuminating the entirety of the forbidden ground. Still resisting. Was Qingxuan testing the limits of his robe? Youyao's heart tightened, as the purple needle of the purple mansion was already hovering at her brow, ready to strike at any moment. Unaware of the impending danger, some dare to oppose my blood sea sword waves. Blood Fei, wielding a great sword, chuckled, already prepared to claim his spoils. Meanwhile, Bloodhan furrowed his brow, realizing the situation was far from simple. This is not good. Amidst the crimson waves of blood, a brilliant arrow suddenly pierced the air, darting toward Blood Fei with lightning speed. Had his previous inaction been a ruse to mislead me? It seems I cannot evade it. A phantom of a blood pool and purple mansion manifested behind Blood Fei, surging his energy to withstand the scorching arrow. Alas, while Shen Qingxuan could endure his assault, he could not withstand Shen Qingxuan's onslaught. With a thunderous crash, even with all his might channeled into the purple mansion, half of his body was reduced to ashes by the arrow's might. Master, I still have hope. As Blood Fei fell, he hastily retrieved a life-saving elixir from his storage pouch and swallowed it, momentarily staving off death. Having sustained no injuries amidst the blood sword tempest, Shen Qingxuan had completed his charge and drew his bow once more, forming a perfect crescent, aimed at Bloodhan. He had just realized that while donning the pure Yang robe, the power of the sun bow was amplified. Otherwise, he would not have achieved such success. Nearly slaying Blood Fei, who was at the 5th level of the Purple Mansion, Bloodhan no longer regarded Shen Qingxuan with disdain. Instead, his eyes brimmed with deep apprehension. This man before him could easily inflict harm should he let his guard down, even for a moment. Do you still believe your holy grade Purple Mansion holds any intimidating power over me? Shen Qingxuan, bow in hand and eyes ablaze, retorted, I have yet to even utilize the full extent of my Purple Mansion. Bloodhan chuckled. I concede that you possess the strength to contend with me. However, the foundation of the Su Kingdom's Han family and the Blood Sun sect is beyond your imagination. With a furious roar, a reflection of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood loomed behind him, a ghastly purple mansion standing tall within it. As this purple mansion emerged, a crimson mist enveloped the entire forbidden zone of the Hehuan sect, accompanied by sounds of wailing, creating an illusion of harmony with the heavens. Bloodhan donned a suit of blood-colored armor, standing ready. What do you think? How does my holy grade purple mansion fare? Mediocre, Shen Qingxuan replied, releasing the full power of the blazing arrow. I wish to see just how formidable your bow truly is. Bloodhan spat forth a stream of blood-colored lightning and unleashed the powers of his purple mansion. Within it, an ancient blood spirit's phantom surged forth, merging with him. His cultivation soared dramatically, jumping from the 5th to the 7th level of the purple mansion, with the added strength from the blood-colored armor and spirit. Bloodhan's hand bore intricate demonic patterns, accurately grasping the blazing arrow. The scorching arrow exuded the essence of the sun, continuously searing his palm, causing many of the demonic patterns to burn away. Bloodhan staggered back several paces from the overwhelming force. However, he ultimately neutralized the power of the sun bow. Ha! Your archery is nothing special. I easily deflected it barehanded. Bloodhan boasted, this innate object of mine is an ancient blood spirit, once possessing the strength of the nascent soul. Though it is but a fraction of its former glory now, it remains exceedingly powerful. His pride was evident as he spoke of the ancient blood spirit, an opportunity that would astonish the entire Su Kingdom. You speak too much. Shen Qingxuan found himself growing weary of the conversation and put away the sun bow. Although continuously drawing and shooting arrows could exhaust his opponent, he saw no need to waste time. Huh, boy, are you preparing to surrender? Bloodhan misinterpreted Shen Qingxuan's action as a sign of capitulation. The roller coaster of emotions within Shen Feng led him to believe the outcome was finally determined. Despite Shen Qingxuan's extraordinary talent, he still lacked the experience and foundation compared to Bloodhan. Yet, the next second unfolded an unforgettable scene. Shen Qingxuan unleashed a stream of sword energy from his brow, initially as slender as a needle's tip. As the sword energy expanded, it pierced Bloodhan's skull, striking the purple mansion atop the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. With a resounding crash, The purple mansion collapsed under the force of the strike, shattering into pieces. The blood mist within the forbidden zone dissipated without a trace, and the spectral images of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood vanished alongside it. That sword energy was a manifestation of the purple mansion techniques Shen Qingxuan had comprehended over the past few days. Shen Feng stood agape, his heart gripped as if by a vice. It was terrifying, truly terrifying. Sweat beaded on his forehead, fearing he might become the next corpse. Meanwhile, the mortally wounded Blood Fae turned pale, pleading with Shen Qingxuan, "Friend, can we reach understanding?" Shen Qingxuan activated the devouring celestial art. "At this moment, are you jesting?" He first siphoned Blood Fae's cultivation, then drew the remaining power from Blood Han's lifeless body, seizing the energy before it could fully dissipate. After absorbing the two, Shen Qingxuan felt he was merely a step away from the second level of the Purple Mansion. Why is breaking through in the Purple Mansion realm so difficult for me? It cannot be due to my physique. It must be because of the Void Sword Box. The higher the grade of the Purple Mansion, the more challenging the breakthrough. Yet it is undeniably far superior to lower-tier Purple Mansions. Shen Qingxuan turned to leave, glancing back at the bewildered Shen Feng. Shen Feng, sensing great peril, knelt suddenly, exclaiming, "Qingxuan, we are bound by blood. You will replace the main lineage of the Shen family with the collateral branch and eliminate the main lineage. I will spare you." Shen Qingxuan stated indifferently, "Yes, I shall do so at once." Shen Feng felt as if he had narrowly escaped death and hurriedly left the He-Huan Forbidden Zone. "Senior brother, you are truly magnificent." Yu Rou beamed with joy, jumping into Shen Qingxuan's embrace. He held her delicate form. "If I am so impressive, shouldn't you reward me?" Yu Rou, suddenly flustered, replied, "How inappropriate. It's still daytime, and so many senior sisters are watching." "Ah, Yu Rou, why are you shy? We are not unaware of each other's feelings. At night, your calls were quite spirited. We all heard them. What depths you speak of." Chapter 20. Serving the junior sister, while also serving the master amidst the teasing, Yu Rou blushed, yet obediently followed Shen Qingxuan into the residence. The two quickly became inseparable. Moments later, however, a frown crossed Yu Rou's face. "Senior brother, you have ascended to the lofty heights of a Purple Mansion cultivator, while I remain merely a foundation-level cultivator. What if one day I can no longer even keep pace with your shadow?" Shen Qingxuan dismissed her concerns, grasping her delicate wrist. "Then why not come and draw upon your senior brother's energy to break through?" Yu Rou shook her head. "How could I bear draw from you? I merely lament the vast chasm between us." Shen Qingxuan embraced her tightly, kissing her blushing cheek. "Do not worry. I will always treat you well. Had it not been for you that day, I might have been drained dry by other disciples." As she succumbed to his affection, Yu Rou melted into his embrace, allowing Shen Qingxuan's hands to explore. "Ah, senior brother, your physique grows ever stronger. I can hardly endure it." Meanwhile, within the main hall of the sect, Youyao used her spiritual sense to spy on this scene. Her heart stirred. This brat rushes to find Yu Rou first, showing no regard for me, his master. I was just worried about him." Youyao, unable to restrain herself, lifted her skirt and caressed her enticingly fair thighs with 2 fingers, contemplating her next move. At that moment, a voice from outside interrupted. "Zhongzhu, the treasures from the 3 Purple Mansion have been counted. Shall we present them to you now?" The elder, loyal and diligent, had promptly cleared the battlefield and gathered everything. Youyao quickly withdrew her hand, which had been stirring up the autumn waters, and coughed lightly, saying, "Bring them in." "Yes." The elder entered, delivered the treasures, and quietly left the grand hall. The Blood-Yang sect indeed possessed a considerable number of treasures from the Purple Mansion. It seemed that during my 7 years of confinement within the sect, many intriguing events had transpired outside. Youyao gathered her full and firm thighs, beginning to appraise the treasures from Shuehan and others. As she turned the pages of a book titled Goddess Record, her gaze suddenly froze. The individual in question was named Dongfang Huaixue. The illustration depicted a woman clad in a white robe and feathered attire, graceful and elegant, holding a long sword, her expression ethereal and detached. A dot of cinnabar graced her forehead, her delicate brows resembling distant mountains, and her phoenix-like eyes shone like celestial stars, her face sharp and alluring, standing barefoot in the clouds. The text read, "Dongfang Huaixue, unparalleled beauty, a genius rarely seen in a millennium on the Qingyan continent, born in Qingxuan City. Began her cultivation at 6, attained the Purple Mansion at 8, and reached perfection in the Purple Mansion at 14, joining the Grand Sect of Wanqingji. At 14, having achieved perfection in the Purple Mansion, she must have been around 16 or 17, already a golden core cultivator. Youyao eyes widened in shock, drawing a sharp breath. Now, 7 years later, she must have advanced to the late golden core stage. A late-stage golden core cultivator. No wonder she had become so formidable. However, in the presence of Shen Qingxuan, this individual could not be deemed the continent's rare genius. I should make him aware of Dongfang Huaixue's existence. Youyao sent a strand of consciousness to halt the eager Shen Qingxuan, who was ready to engage in another bout. "What is it?" asked Yu Rou, still sprawled on the ground, feeling unfulfilled and puzzled. "Master has summoned me for a matter. Please tidy up the room first." Shen Qingxuan promptly donned his attire and hurried toward the grand hall. Yu Rou, blushing, acknowledged with a soft flipping over to resolve her own predicament. "What urgent matter does Master have for me?" Shen Qingxuan flew into the grand hall, striding forward. The earlier strand of consciousness had indicated the importance of the matter. Otherwise, he would have continued to assist Yu Rou, allowing her to feel his enthusiasm. Youyao teased. "What? Are you unhappy that I interrupted your time with Yu Rou?" Shen Qingxuan shook his head. "Disciple is not. But is it truly delightful for Master to spy with her consciousness?" As both were cultivators of the Purple Mansion, Shen Qingxuan was aware of Youyao's presence in the room, though he chose not to disperse it with his own consciousness. Youyao's expression stiffened. "You ungrateful disciple. While I was worrying about you during your battle with the Blood Yang sect, you immediately turned to Yu Rou, disregarding me entirely." Shen Qingxuan, observing the little woman's temper, chuckled. "Master, you misinterpret. I hold you dear in my heart, and yet I must also tend to other matters." As he spoke, he drew closer to Youyao. "Get away," she exclaimed playfully, raising her beautiful leg, pretending to kick him away. Shen Qingxuan slightly tilted his head to evade the kick, then seized her slender ankle, swiftly removing her boot. "What are you doing?" Youyao's body tensed, her fair thigh quivering restlessly. "Just a little something," Shen Qingxuan thought with a mischievous smile as he peeled off her silk stockings, caressing her foot, smooth as jade. "How could I have such an irreverent disciple?" Youyao felt a tickling sensation. Though she scolded him, inwardly, she reveled in it. "Then today, let me show you just how irreverent I can be," Shen Qingxuan declared, charging forward like a tiger, descending the mountain, tearing through the veil of fabric that obscured his vision, aiming for her most vulnerable spot. "Oh dear, I completely forgot to discuss the important matter." Absorbed in pleasure, Youyao quickly rose, retrieving the goddess record, opening to the page of Dongfang Huaixue. "It is indeed this person who sealed the sect." Shen Qingxuan shifted his gaze from the alluring curves of the mature woman to the page, discovering that the book also depicted a woman of celestial beauty. Dongfang Huaixue was indeed a genius. Youyao chuckled. "Do you have confidence in surpassing her?" "Surpass her?" Shen Qingxuan found it peculiar. They had yet to become acquainted, and he was already expected to surpass her? "Absolutely," he declared without hesitation. "By the way, Master, do you know how to open the secret realm on the back mountain?" Youyao shook her head. "I am also unaware of the method to access the secret realm. It is far too dangerous. You must not go." Shen Qingxuan silently lamented the missed opportunity. If he could enter the secret realm daily, his progress would accelerate significantly. Additionally, the leader of the Blood Yang sect, Shui Han, was of royal lineage from the Su nation, originally surnamed Han, holding a position of considerable standing. With his aunt being the Grand Princess of Su, Youyao began to worry again. After all, the Su royal family was a golden core aristocracy, capable of doing as they pleased in the Eastern Song, far beyond the reach of the Purple Mansion's influence. Shen Qingxuan reassured her, "Do not worry, Master. If Shui Han is dead, news will not reach Su nation swiftly. With this time, I can continue to break through. Now, I am but a step away from the second layer of heaven." As he spoke, Shen Qingxuan's hand grew restless again, caressing Youyao's ample curves. "Would Master lend me a helping hand?" "No, you must not draw on me." Youyao, somewhat fearful of Shen Qingxuan's devouring celestial technique, refused. "That is not for you to decide," he retorted, quickly overpowering Youyao, invoking the technique. Youyao, could only hold back tears. Unable to maintain her boundaries, you can only take a little. Unfortunately, boundaries were like undergarments. Once they were breached, it would lead to an unrestrained flood. Chapter 21. Pure Yang Flying Clouds. The arrival of Dongfang Huaixue after thoroughly cleansing the expansive courtyard of Youyao estate. Shen Qingxuan found that his dantian could no longer contain additional magical energy. Exceeding this limit would result in catastrophic consequences. He immediately settled down in the Grand Hall, preparing to break through to the second layer of the Purple Mansion. This experience had provided him with newfound insight. The optimal choice for cultivation breakthroughs was to draw upon Youyao's essence at the moment of advancement. This way, it would neither diminish her realm nor leave her without sufficient time to recover for future cultivation. In the heavens, the bright moon peeked through and receded behind dark clouds. Like a woman disrobing in a bid for allure, yet shy about being seen. An exquisite contradiction. Within the Grand Hall, Shen Qingxuan exhaled a warm breath, successfully completing the first expansion of his Taishu Purple Mansion. He had ascended to the second layer of the Purple Mansion. The Purple Mansion at his brow expanded from a 2-courtyard size to a 3-courtyard size, with intricate details becoming increasingly pronounced and ethereal sword peaks faintly visible. Have I succeeded in breaking through? Youyao approached with joy, her heart filled with immense satisfaction. Though the transition from the first to the second layer was merely a small breakthrough, due to the nature of the Purple Mansion, it was fraught with peril. Should any issues arise during the breakthrough, the original Purple Mansion could sustain varying degrees of damage. Indeed, and it is largely thanks to Master's shadowy essence. Shen Qingxuan replied, rising to bow in gratitude. He gazed out at the moonlight, which was nearing its full phase. Unbeknownst to him, a month had already elapsed since he entered the realm of the Heaven sect. System, sign in, he silently intoned, as the hour had passed midnight. In any case, today was not the full moon of the 15th, and even if he signed in before Youyao, it would not expose anything. Only when a critical sign-in occurred would extraordinary phenomena manifest. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the pure Yang Flying Cloud. The pure Yang Flying Cloud? This was yet another treasure akin to the pure Yang Sacred Body, the blazing sun bow, and the pure Yang Garment. Could they all be part of the same set? The rewards from signing in were closely tied to the location. At the Heaven sect, surrounded solely by women and infused with dense yin energy, the rewards were predominantly of the pure Yang variety. In contrast, signing in at the Broken Sword domain yielded items related to the path of the sword. Perhaps they truly formed a cohesive set. After bidding farewell to Youyao, Shen Qingxuan returned to his residence. He summoned the pure Yang Flying Cloud, which shimmered with golden brilliance and was approximately the size of a square. However, the pure Yang Flying Cloud could be enlarged or reduced at will. It required no magical energy to charge. Merely basking in the sunlight during the day sufficed. Shen Qingxuan began to comprehend the functionalities of the pure Yang Flying Cloud and realized that it was indeed an excellent artifact for pursuit and escape. This flying cloud could conceal itself amidst other clouds in the sky, swiftly returning to its master when needed. Most astonishingly, its speed surpassed that of typical Purple Mansion demonic beasts. At once, Shen Qingxuan commanded the pure Yang Flying Cloud and departed the Heaven sect. This was the first time in a month that he ventured outside. He felt a sense of freedom akin to that of a bird soaring high in the sky or a fish leaping across vast seas. Racing through the eastern Song territory, myriad stars twinkled above, while below, the lights of myriad homes flickered. Occasionally, he spotted cultivators seeking treasures and demonic beasts on the hunt. After indulging in the sights for a while, Shen Qingxuan dutifully returned to the Heaven sect, for this was his true stronghold. Tomorrow would be the night of the full moon. He wondered if he could gain entry into the secret realm of the back mountain. After pondering for a moment, he gradually steadied his breath and began to meditate. Originally, he was meant to toil during the night, but having already exerted himself during the day, he chose to rest instead. While Shen Qingxuan was meditating, various factions from the surrounding realms of Eastern Song were converging inward. Among them were the royal family of the Su Kingdom and other Golden Core powers. Just an hour ago, a Golden Core Taoist sensed the celestial mechanics and determined that a great opportunity would soon manifest within Eastern Song. Many prominent forces recalled the recent resonance of the swords and hastened to Eastern Song. Some audacious factions even established small outposts within Eastern Song, dispatching cultivators to observe any subtle movements. However, these matters were of no concern to Shen Qingxuan. When these factions arrived in Eastern Song, they inevitably inquired at the Hehuan sect, but the female cultivators shook their heads in ignorance. They genuinely did not know. Only Youyao was aware of the source of the extraordinary phenomena. Shen Qingxuan learned of this and merely inquired whether the Su royal family intended to assault the forbidden ground. Youyao shook her head, saying, "They are still unaware that Shuehan has perished. Furthermore, the Su royal family has only sent Purple Mansion cultivators, not a Golden Core Master." Nodding, Shen Qingxuan opted to remain within the Hehuan sect. The absence of Golden Core Masters indicated that they regarded Eastern Song as a remote place, sufficient to dispatch only Purple Mansion cultivators. Thus, he could safely continue signing in at the sect while attending to both his master and junior sister. Time flew by, and 3 months swiftly passed. Through his unwavering commitment to daily sign-ins and consistent dual cultivation, Shen Qingxuan's cultivation level rose to the 4th layer of the Purple Mansion. Regrettably, despite the monthly full moons, he had yet to enter the secret realm. The sign-in rewards within the main hall, although beneficial, were progressing too slowly. How long would it take to break through to the Golden Core? In the outside world, even a genius with a heavenly spirit root and a unique constitution might only advance a layer or two in 3 months. Yet, such a pace was not what Shen Qingxuan aspired to. He needed to discover the method to enter the secret realm swiftly in order to grow rapidly. With a sigh, Shen Qingxuan lamented. Noticing her disciple's furrowed brow, the alluring Youyao, exuding the charm of a mature woman, approached with graceful steps and offered gentle words of comfort. "Qingxuan, your speed is already commendable. Many ordinary Purple Mansion cultivators struggle for 3 years to break through even a single layer." Shen Qingxuan could only comfort himself in this manner. Just as he was about to continue his cultivation, he felt a sudden sensation at his brow. His spirit sense immediately probed into the Purple Mansion. The 4th layer of the Purple Mansion already bore the semblance of a sword palace, with a gentle breeze of sword intent swirling above, while the ground undulated like a heavy sword without an edge. 9 gradually solidifying sword peaks loomed behind the Purple Mansion, while a serene lake radiating sword light lay quietly at the foot of the peaks. At this moment, the Taishu sword box within the celestial tier of the Sword Path Purple Mansion began to tremble. Something related to it was occurring nearby. Perhaps it was one of the 6 celestial swords that had fallen from the sword box. Shen Qingxuan speculated, leaving a fragment of his spirit sense to monitor the situation of the Taishu sword box. Over the past few days, he had realized that the Taishu sword box remained in a dormant state. Once again, he found himself at the edge of the Eastern Song territory, where a graceful goddess adorned with a white veil stood proudly atop the mountains. Cradling an adorable and intelligent snow rabbit in her arms, she wore a loose robe that, despite its flowing nature, revealed her ample bosom, curvaceous hips, and slender waist. Below, her bare feet, with distinctly defined ankles and delicate toes, were akin to 10 exquisite flower petals, suspended in the air, untouched by dust. It had been over 7 years since she last visited this place. Little did she expect that it would prove to be fateful for her. A long sword was fastened at her waist, occasionally emitting a faint glow. Chapter 22. Upon meeting, her underwear was exposed. The reason Dongfang Huaixue addressed so conservatively was primarily due to her immense notoriety. Though the goddess record was a leisurely read, it had garnered considerable attention from cultivators, many of whom indulged in fantasies surrounding her. Blessed with extraordinary talent and unparalleled beauty, she had become a favored subject in the goddess record. Should she reveal herself in the public eye, it would undoubtedly stir commotion and unwarranted trouble. 7 years prior, she had sealed a demonic sect, eradicating those demonesses who sought to prey upon male cultivators in their infancy. She wondered if, after 7 years, those demonesses had repented and transformed. The rabbit in Dongfang Huaixue's arms leaped to her shoulder, chirping softly. "Do you think they should have changed for the better? Shall we go see for ourselves?" With bare feet, she conjured a cloud beneath her and sped towards the Hehuan sect. Meanwhile, within the Hehuan sect, Shen Qingxuan was increasingly attuned to a sensation akin to a treasure map, as the feeling connected to the Taishu sword box drew ever closer. Similarly, Dongfang Huaixue, also nearing the Huan sect, detected a stronger response from her sword. Gu, the white rabbit on her shoulder, tilted its head, as if questioning how such coincidences could occur. You sensed it too, didn't you? It seems Eastern Song has a certain fate with me. In the Huan sect, Shen Qingxuan found himself in a state of bewilderment, uncertain whether to wait, to hide, or to confront. Youyao, sensing the disturbance from within the great hall, stepped outside to gaze towards the horizon. The commotion caused by the strange phenomenon had indeed drawn her closer. Her spiritual sense detected a swiftly approaching white cloud in the sky. It was her, Dongfang Huaixue. Although Dongfang Huaixue was dressed quite modestly, Youyao would never forget her aura. Master, have you sensed her presence as well? Shen Qingxuan ascended into the air, positioning himself beside Youyao. It is her again, and I fear her intentions are not benevolent. Youyao's expression sharpened, exuding an aura of fearlessness. Qingxuan, you must conceal yourself. This madwoman sealed our sect at the slightest provocation. Who knows what she will do today? Shen Qingxuan was aware that the visitor was Dongfang Huaixue and understood that she possessed something related to the Taishu sword box. Most importantly, she likely knew how to access the secret realm in the back mountain. I cannot retreat. Master, please step back for now. I shall handle her. Shen Qingxuan flew in front of Youyao, his broad shoulders momentarily shielding her delicate figure. No, she is a golden core cultivator. You cannot defeat her. Youyao firmly shook her head. Despite Shen Qingxuan's knack for turning peril into safety, even the most formidable Purple Mansion cultivator would have no chance against a Golden Core Master. The disparity in realms made victory a mere fantasy. Shen Qingxuan furrowed his brow and urged, I do not necessarily need to defeat her. Master, please return to the Great Hall. I have means for self-preservation. Youyao wished to protest further, but was taken aback by the resolute determination in Shen Qingxuan's eyes. Very well. I shall watch over you from within the hall. Their time spent together had fostered a deep bond between them. As Dongfang Huaixue approached the Huan sect, her brows furrowed upon seeing a man and a woman conversing within the restricted area. When did the Huan sect acquire a male presence? The white rabbit also spotted Shen Qingxuan, its three-part mouth quivering. Goo goo, goo goo goo. Dongfang Huaixue understood the rabbit's words and felt relieved. You are right. The demonesses of the Huan sect have not sought out men, indicating they have indeed reformed. Moments later, she arrived in the forbidden area, standing not far from Shen Qingxuan. Her sword trembled violently, emanating a dazzling light that nearly penetrated her garments, allowing a glimpse of the white undergarments she wore today. Shen Qingxuan quickly diverted his gaze towards the inappropriate exposure. Dongfang Huaixue also noticed the awkward situation, a blush creeping onto her flawless face as she hastily summoned her magical energy to suppress the agitation of her sword. Without exchanging any pleasantries, her undergarments had already been seen. Fairy Huaixue, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. Shen Qingxuan took the initiative to break the awkward silence with a respectful bow. Dongfang Huaixue's brows knitted again. How do you know my name? Have you also purchased the goddess record? Shen Qingxuan chuckled. Fairy Huaixue is the foremost prodigy of Qingyan continent. Who does not know of you? Is there a need to purchase such trivial literature? Dongfang Huaixue narrowed her phoenix-like eyes. Even in such attire, you still recognize me? Is it because the demonesses here informed you of my sealing? Shen Qingxuan nodded. Fairy need not dwell on that topic. Have you come here today due to a fateful connection with me? With a light touch of her toes upon the clouds, Dongfang Huaixue moved towards the location of the sealing object. Shen Qingxuan observed her fair, delicate feet, silently lamenting, what exquisite jade-like feet they are. While Youyao and Jiang Yuru's feet were indeed lovely and delightful to behold, Dongfang Huaixue's feet evoked a desire to admire from afar, yet also to indulge in their beauty. It was as if she had descended from the heavens, tempting mortals to revel in her allure. Dongfang Huaixue was oblivious to Shen Qingxuan's gaze as she entered the central hall of the forbidden area, the heart of the Huan sect where the elders and advanced disciples resided. Above was the main hall of the sect leader. The sealing object remained intact. As Dongfang Huaixue gazed at the sword suspended in midair, still radiating immense pressure, a smirk crept onto her lips. Across the entire Qingyan continent, perhaps only she, a Golden Core Master, could achieve such a feat, sealing it for 7 years without any sign of loosening. Fairy, our sect bears no enmity with you. You have sealed us for 7 years. Would you consider lifting the seal? An elder of the Hahuan sect stepped out, his tone pleading. Dongfang Huaixue's expression remained cold as she gracefully approached the elder. Let us see if you truly regret your actions. She extended her slender hand towards the elder's forehead and suddenly unleashed her spell. The lewd words inscribed on the elder's thigh glowed with a piercing red light. Unrepentant. In these 7 years, you have indulged your desires over 2,000 times, even draining 3 mortal men who wandered into this forbidden area. You demonesses dare to wish to escape my seal. Shen Qingxuan flew in to defend the elder, fairy, though they may be lascivious. It is a result of their cultivation method. Dongfang Huaixue showed no appreciation for his defense. What? You speak on behalf of these demonesses, implying you too have fallen into depravity? Shen Qingxuan responded earnestly. Human emotions encompass a spectrum, including desire. Does that justify preying upon others and treating their lives as mere fodder? Dongfang Huaixue's chest heaved with indignation. No one had ever dared to confront her in such a manner. Little did she know that the man before her sought to confront her even further. It is indeed wrong to prey upon others. If they refrain from seeking men and do not harm mortal men, would you then consider lifting the seal? Shen Qingxuan continued to advocate for the Hahuan sect. It would be better to lift the seal sooner rather than later. Dongfang Huaixue regarded Shen Qingxuan for a moment. Such foolish delusion. Chapter 23. Dongfang Huaixue's attitude. Seeing Dongfang Huaixue's resolute stance, Shen Qingxuan ceased his arguments. If you do not lift the seal for me, I shall simply wait until I can break it myself. You continually speak for the demonesses of the Hahuan sect. Do you not fear offending me? Dongfang Huaixue's chest swelled, genuinely perplexed that someone would dare to counsel her thus. Shen Qingxuan chuckled. What do I have to fear? You are a reasonable person. If you hold a grudge against me, I would think you have tarnished your reputation on Qingyan continent. Dongfang Huaixue snorted. What a sharp-tongued fellow. Today, given our fateful connection, hand over the treasure that resonates with my sword, and we shall consider this matter settled. Shen Qingxuan blinked and laughed. Are you attempting to catch a wolf with empty hands? May I also request that you surrender your sword, and we shall consider this matter resolved? You. Dongfang Huaixue realized she was indeed at a disadvantage, unable to counter Shen Qingxuan's words. She steadied her heavy conscience. Very well, name your price. I am willing to purchase the treasure that resonates with your sword. Purchase? Who can afford the Taishu sword box? Shen Qingxuan smiled. I extend the same offer to you. Fairy, name a price for your sword, and I shall consider purchasing it. The elders present were left dumbfounded, utterly astonished. Their saintly son was indeed formidable, boldly confronting a golden core master. Youyao felt her heart leap in her throat. Shen Qingxuan, indeed, exhibits a complete lack of humility, showing no regard for Dongfang Huaixue. A golden core, true practitioner. It is essential to recognize that she is a golden core, a status that is absent even in the entire Dongfang realm. How audacious! A faint aura of golden core pressure emanated from Dongfang Huaixue, her beautiful features darkening with anger. The white rabbit perched on her shoulder instinctively curled up, furiously burrowing into the sleeve of her robe. What? Is the fairy planning to suppress me with her cultivation and forcibly seize what is rightfully mine? Shen Qingxuan remained unperturbed. Earlier, he had studied a treasure map known as the Youyao Mountains and Rivers Map. This item was acquired as a critical reward during this month's full moon night. The Youyao Mountains and Rivers Map is not a magical artifact per se. Rather, it resembles an array. Those who enter the map will have their cultivation suppressed by its power, although the extent of this suppression remains unknown to Shen Qingxuan. This is precisely why he sought to learn more about the map's capabilities. Should Dongfang Huaixue truly lose control, he would not recommend invoking the Youyao Mountains and Rivers Map, nor would he wish to engage in a private realm with her within the map. Dongfang Huaixue struggled to suppress her rising fury, reminding herself not to transgress the boundaries of propriety. Yet, she yearned for the object that resonated with her sword. If she returned empty-handed without obtaining the resonating item, her journey would be in vain. Friend, I truly have a pressing need for that treasure. Should you be willing to part with it, I would not only agree to a fair exchange, but I would also owe you a favor. Dongfang Huaixue spoke as calmly as she could. The onlookers were filled with curiosity. What could the Holy Sun possess that Dongfang Huaixue so desperately desired? Surely it could not be that weapon known for its lethality, as they were all aware of the Holy Sun's prowess with a bow. However, given Dongfang Huaixue's status, she would hardly require such a weapon. Shen Qingxuan sensed her earnestness in her tone. Regrettably, the Taishu sword box was not something he could relinquish. I apologize, but the item is bound within me and cannot be extracted independently. Huh? Dongfang Huaixue seeks the Holy Sun's treasure possession? Yu Rou, concealed within the room, mused. Bound within, and unable to be extracted. Wasn't that the very item she presumed? With pure intentions, Dongfang Huaixue understood that the resonating object was likely Shen Qingxuan's lifebound item. However, even if it were indeed a lifebound item, it was not impossible to retrieve. She then composed herself and remarked, I did not anticipate that a young friend like you has already attained the level of a purple mansion cultivator. I cannot compare. Shen Qingxuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. There is no need for modesty, my friend. Dongfang Huaixue stepped closer, a gentle fragrance wafting through the air. I possess a high-grade holy rank lifebound item. If you are willing to part with your own lifebound item, I would gladly offer this in exchange and assist you in regaining your former cultivation level. What do you say? Youyao in the Great Hall observed the high-grade holy rank lifebound item and sighed inwardly. Such an item was among the finest choices in the entire Qingyun continent, let alone in Dongfang. Regrettably, her disciple did not seem to appreciate it. Not impressive. Shen Qingxuan promptly declined. He had several high-grade holy rank lifebound items within his storage bag. After being rejected, Dongfang Huaixue did not show anger but narrowed her phoenix-like eyes. Are you a purple mansion cultivator of the immortal level? No comment, Shen Qingxuan responded as he turned to leave. This young woman still sought to pry into his secrets. How naive. Wait. Seeing Shen Qingxuan about to depart, Dongfang Huaixue quickly called out. Is there anything else, fairy? If not, I must take my leave. Since you desire my treasure so much, I am not afraid of failing to obtain yours. Shen Qingxuan was well versed in the art of allure and retreat. After a long pause, Dongfang Huaixue replied, Nothing else. It would not be proper for me to seize another's lifebound item. Alas, her connection with Dongfang seemed doomed. Just as they were about to part ways, a voice rang out from outside. Han Yi of the Su Kingdom has come to visit the forbidden land of joy. A man clad in splendid garments floated into view, fortuitously spotting Dongfang Huaixue, who was preparing to leave. Unlike Shen Qingxuan's indifferent demeanor towards everyone, Han Yi approached Dongfang Huaixue with the eagerness of a devoted dog, almost wishing to lick her feet. I did not expect Fairy Huaixue to be here. It is truly a stroke of luck for me to behold your exquisite beauty, he exclaimed, his face alight with sycophantic flattery, clearly a man accustomed to perusing the goddess record. What a disgrace. The female disciples of the joyous sect sighed inwardly, recognizing the stark contrast between him and their holy son. Dongfang Huaixue cast a glance at Han Yi, dismissing him entirely. She merely found it curious that her conical hat had proven ineffective. It would seem she needed to alter her appearance next time. Shen Qingxuan, walking along the path, could not help but chuckle. No wonder Dongfang Huaixue was so arrogant and dismissive. She had been indulged and fawned over excessively. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment due to being ignored by his goddess, Han Yi's face flushed. Hearing Shen Qingxuan's laughter, he seized the opportunity to vent his frustrations. Who are you to laugh? What is amusing you? Shen Qingxuan turned around, pointing to himself. Are you addressing me? Han Yi retorted with a contemptuous smile. Of course. I am speaking to you. I am the uncle of Blood Han and a prince of the Su Kingdom. I have come to the forbidden land of joy to investigate the disappearance of the 3 purple mansion cultivators from the Blood-Yang sect. Though Shen Qingxuan was aware of Han Yi's status, he was reluctant to resort to violence within the joyous sect. If everyone went missing after arriving at the joyous sect, it would be evident that there were issues within. I'm speaking to you. What are you laughing at? Han Yi puffed out his chest, eager to display his royal authority in front of Dongfang Huaixue. Dongfang Huaixue paused, contemplating the potential conflict between the two. If Shen Qingxuan were to falter in that confrontation, it might present an opportunity to negotiate for his lifebound item under the guise of saving him. Though this method was rather underhanded, it was not entirely out of the question for the sake of pursuing the path of cultivation. What am I laughing at is probably none of your concern. Shen Qingxuan coldly replied, deliberately striding towards the exit. Han Yi felt offended. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? You think you can just walk away? I have reason to suspect that my nephew's disappearance is related to you. You must accompany me back to the Su kingdom. Shen Qingxuan's expression turned icy. Are you out of your mind? Fine, fine, fine. You are quite arrogant. Han Yi, not wishing to embarrass himself before the goddess, unleashed his cultivation at the 7th level of the Purple Mansion. Chapter 24. Repairing the Ancient Sword, Brains over Beauty. At the 7th level of the Purple Mansion, this young man was undoubtedly in for a rude awakening. Dongfang Huaixue thought to herself as her delicate bare feet skimmed the clouds nearby. Observing Shen Qingxuan's cultivation, she noted he was merely at the 4th level of the Purple Mansion. Within the realm of the Purple Mansion, there's a common saying that each level is distinct. With each advancement, the cultivator's Purple Mansion becomes more refined, and their life-bound item grows stronger. Han Yi was a full 3 levels above Shen Qingxuan. Such a disparity could not be easily bridged by mere magical artifacts. Boy, kneel and apologize to me now, and perhaps I will spare your life. Han Yi declared arrogantly, believing that his superior cultivation would surely intimidate Shen Qingxuan into submission. Huh, Shen Qingxuan scoffed, if you have the capability, catch up to me, and I will offer you my apology. As they spoke, the pure yang cloud in the sky plummeted directly to the ground, carrying Shen Qingxuan away towards the forbidden area. What audacity! Although Han Yi was a prince, he was not deeply involved in court affairs, and his temperament was straightforward. He was instantly provoked by Shen Qingxuan and pursued him. Dongfang Huaixue also stepped onto the clouds to follow, fearing that if she delayed even a moment, Shen Qingxuan might meet his demise without a chance to negotiate. She hastened after him. Young man, your magical artifact is quite impressive, Han Yi remarked, exerting all his magical power, only to find he could not catch up with the golden cloud ahead. A fine artifact indeed, but once you perish, it shall belong to me. As he spoke, he stubbornly trailed Shen Qingxuan, unaware that the speed at which he followed was entirely controlled by Shen Qingxuan, who deliberately maintained a distance of about 100 zhang. Once they had flown far enough, Shen Qingxuan halted his flight. What? Have you exhausted your magic? Han Yi laughed maniacally from behind, believing they could continue their chase a while longer. He was taken aback by how shallow Shen Qingxuan's cultivation seemed. He had not yet exhausted his thrill of the chase. Surveying the surroundings for any onlookers, Shen Qingxuan turned to face Han Yi and pointed a finger. Within the Purple Mansion, a surge of sword intent roiled like a tumultuous wave before shooting forth with astonishing speed. When it manifested in the outside world, it had shrunk to the size of a silver needle. With a dull sound, the needle-sized sword Qi pierced through Han Yi's forehead, leaving a clear passage from front to back. Even as his head bloomed with pain, Han Yi maintained a smile, feeling something pass through his Purple Mansion, before his consciousness gradually faded. Behind him, Dongfang Huaixue, who had just arrived, was bewildered by the sight of Han Yi's corpse plummeting amidst the trees. You concealed your cultivation? She exclaimed in disbelief. To hide one's cultivation from a golden core master was no easy feat, she sighed, realizing that she could not achieve such a feat even at the Purple Mansion level. This had nothing to do with the celestial beings. Shen Qingxuan, having finished his task, began to search Han Yi's corpse. Seeing this, Dongfang Huaixue could not help but scoff. After defeating enemies, she never rifled through their bodies. Her possessions were always superior to those of her foes, and there was no need. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Qingxuan was in a similar position. The treasures he acquired daily far surpassed those hoarded by outside cultivators. The items he extracted from the corpse were all intended for the Hahuan sect, for he was a man who valued gratitude. After stripping Han Yi of his storage bag and any valuables, Shen Qingxuan incinerated the corpse with pure yang fire. At this moment, Dongfang Huaixue suggested, having slain a member of the Su royal family, the ruler of Su will certainly seek revenge. It would be prudent to rely on me. I can assist you in resolving this matter. Shen Qingxuan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated her strong desire for the Taishu sword box, wishing to leverage her status as a support to acquire it. He bowed slightly. I appreciate your kind offer, but I prefer to handle my own affairs without relying on anyone. Very well. Dongfang Huaixue seemed to admire his words and smiled. What is your name, friend? Shen Qingxuan. You are quite remarkable. Shen Dao Yu. Few would refuse my goodwill. She regarded him with a deep gaze. Since fate has not yet aligned, I shall not force it. With a twinge of regret in her heart, She relinquished her thoughts of the resonant object and prepared to leave. Wait, Celestial Maiden. This time, it was Shen Qingxuan who sought to retain her. While she had no interest in the Taishu sword box, he was still intrigued by her treasured sword, and more importantly, he needed to uncover the method to access the secret realm in the back mountain. Dongfang Huaixue felt a flicker of interest and turned back with a charming smile. Has Shen Daoyu changed his mind? Shen Qingxuan neither confirmed nor denied it, pointing at her sword. I would like to inquire about the origin of your precious sword. Surprised that he too had his eyes set on her sword, she replied, this sword was retrieved from an ancient battlefield. Due to the passage of time, most of the runes inscribed have worn away, making it difficult to restore its former glory. My desire for your innate object stems from whether it can help restore this sword's brilliance. With a swift motion, she drew her sword, revealing a blade marred by rust. Even with power infused, it could not cut through. Shen Qingxuan's gaze shifted to the Taishu sword box within his purple mansion, which vibrated violently, eager to break free. Perhaps I possess a method to restore its former glory. Oh, are you a weapon master, Shen Daoyu? Do you possess a unique restoration technique? Dongfang Huaixue inquired. Her curiosity piqued. She had consulted many weapon masters, even those at the nascent soul and transformation stages, all of whom expressed regret that they could not restore the ancient sword. Shen Qingxuan was cautious in his response. I am not a weapon master, but I may have a way to restore this sword, though I cannot guarantee results. Dongfang Huaixue raised an eyebrow, her heart filled with skepticism that he might be deceiving her to seize her sword. Yet as a pure sword cultivator, she cannot bear to let her treasured sword gather dust. I shall trust you this once. You may have the sword, but I will remain by your side to ensure you do not flee. She handed the sword to Shen Qingxuan and stood calmly a step away from him. As he accepted the ancient sword and caressed its intricate patterns, it suddenly transformed into a streak of light and darted into his brow. Your innate object can restore the ancient sword? Dongfang Huaixue speculated. Shen Qingxuan smiled. You are quite perceptive, Celestial Maiden. But do you truly intend to stay by my side? Naturally, she replied nonchalantly. As a golden core master, I can certainly keep pace with a purple mansion cultivator. However, Shen Qingxuan coughed lightly, picturing the awkwardness of having both Youyao and Yu Rou nearby during an intimate exchange. How uncomfortable would that be? What inconvenience could there be? Fear not, I shall not reside with you, Dongfang Huaixue replied with a serene smile. Very well then. Shen Qingxuan shrugged helplessly and rode the pure yang cloud towards the Hahuan sect, hoping to inquire about the method to access the secret realm along the way. Where are you going? Dongfang Huaixue questioned, puzzled as to why he was flying back. Did he perhaps reside at the Hahuan sect? Celestial Maiden, must you feign ignorance? I am returning to the Hahuan forbidden area, Shen Qingxuan remarked, sensing her lack of intelligence. Indeed, ample bosom and scant wit. Youyao and Yu Rou were like this. And now, Dongfang Huaixue followed suit. You are a member of the Hahuan sect? Dongfang Huaixue asked, seeking confirmation. When did the Hahuan sect begin recruiting men? Indeed, I am the holy son of the Hahuan sect. The revelation struck Dongfang Huaixue like a thunderclap, and she felt as though she had fallen for a treacherous scheme. Yet, she felt embarrassed to reclaim her sword. Forcing the ancient sword back would only pain her as a fickle person. Unbeknownst to Shen Qingxuan, she harbored thoughts of reclaiming the sword. He was equally unable to retrieve it, for after the Taishu sword box consumed the ancient sword, it seemed to fall into a deep slumber, impervious to any attempts to awaken it. Finally, they had returned. Yet, why was he bringing Dongfang Huaixue back with him? Youyao, waiting anxiously within the sect, suddenly felt an ominous sense of foreboding. To speak of Dongfang Huaixue, her figure and countenance are undoubtedly striking, complemented by her superior cultivation. Could it be that Shen Qingxuan has taken her captive? No, I already share a bond with Yu Rou. I cannot afford to have another. Youyao pondered. Since the real person Huaixue has sealed our Hahuan sect, how could she have returned? As soon as Dongfang Huaixue landed, Youyao's words dripped with derision. It has nothing to do with you, she stated, disregarding Youyao's remarks and casually settled in a secluded spot to meditate. What happened? Are you injured? Youyao quickly inquired, with many disciples approaching to express their concern. Yu Rou rushed to the forefront. Senior brother, why did she come back with you? In response to the women's questions, Shen Qingxuan provided explanations one by one. The ancient sword? After you repaired it, will you return it to her? Wouldn't that be a fruitless endeavor? Youyao remarked, casting a glance at the sullen Dongfang Huaixue beneath the shade. How could his disciple serve as another's adornment? Shen Qingxuan chuckled lightly. There is no need for Master to worry. I have my own plans. After all, one can work without reward but not a task. As night fell, Shen Qingxuan manipulated time, first attending to Yu Rou, then proceeding to the Grand Hall of the Hehuan sect to attend to Youyao. By the time he had satisfied both women, it was nearly the witching hour, thus preventing them from anxiously awaiting his return until dawn. Afterward, he approached Dongfang Huaixue. Is the ancient sword repaired? She inquired, her exquisite phoenix eyes glimmering. Although she appeared to be meditating beneath the tree, her consciousness extended throughout the forbidden area. Anything entering or exiting, even a mere mayfly, would not escape her keen perception. Not yet, Shen Qingxuan replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing that it was not about the ancient sword, Dongfang Huaixue grew impatient. Then what is it? Her attitude noticeably shifted after learning Shen Qingxuan's true identity. A practitioner of a reputable sect would not stoop to collaborating with the demonic Hehuan sect. I have heard that the immortal once ventured into the secret realm behind our sect, Shen Qingxuan stated directly. Dongfang Huaixue's eyes brightened slightly. Indeed, that is true. Do you wish to enter that secret realm? Shen Qingxuan nodded, his expression earnest as he looked at her. That realm, even when I was at the early stage of the Golden Core, was fraught with peril. It was a challenging endeavor to emerge alive. If you wish to enter, I shall reluctantly accompany you. 7 years had passed, and Dongfang Huaixue's cultivation had advanced from the early to the peak of the Golden Core, providing her with newfound confidence. She rose, her loose robe cascading as her delicate feet touched the ground, soaring toward the back mountain. Do not think too much. I merely fear you may perish within, and I cannot retrieve my ancient sword. Her ethereal voice echoed in Shen Qingxuan's ears. Understanding her meaning, he bowed slightly and hastened to follow. At the back mountain, the well remained shrouded in noxious vapors, evoking trepidation. Dongfang Huaixue hovered in midair, her ruby lips parting slightly as a beam of sword light sliced through the miasma, revealing the well's original form. This well served as one of the few teleportation points in the broken sword domain. Dongfang Huaixue produced a token from her storage bag. Teleportation point? Shen Qingxuan pondered, unfamiliar with the term. Indeed, she affirmed, the token radiating white light as the well's waters began to cycle day and night. The broken sword domain possesses designated teleportation points. One exists in the heart of the Qingyan continent. Shen Qingxuan nodded in contemplation, his gaze fixed on the well as the sun and moon cycled within. No wonder he had never been able to enter the secret realm. It was necessary to locate a specific time to gain entry. As the well displayed the setting sun, time accelerated to a halt. Truly, it was a scene of a dying sun casting its reflection upon the water, half of it shimmering silvery and half tinged with crimson. As they admired the view within the water, they found themselves transported to the broken sword domain. Their previous visit had been on a full moon night. This time, it was during sunset. System, sign in. Shen Qingxuan silently commanded. The sign-in reward did not manifest immediately, likely due to the time reset, requiring him to wait until midnight to sign in again. What brings you to this secret realm? Dongfang Huaixue draped a sheer veil over herself. The veil served as a defensive garment to shield her from the omnipresent sword intent within the domain. Shen Qingxuan activated his pure yang robe. I have heard that when the sect was still called the Yu sect, the founder entered here and has yet to return. That is likely because they perished, Dongfang Huaixue stated bluntly. If you seek the founder, it is impossible to locate them. This token of mine can only remain here for 3 days, so do what you must swiftly. Only 3 days? Shen Qingxuan resigned himself to the situation. If he could sign in for 3 days, then so be it. He chose to sit cross-legged and conceal his aura. Dongfang Huaixue, perplexed by Shen Qingxuan's inactivity within the secret realm, also sat cross-legged, cloaking her presence. Thus, they endured the night in silence. As midnight approached, Shen Qingxuan instinctively opened his eyes. A slight glance revealed Dongfang Huaixue's delicate foot pointed in his direction. Her ankle resembled the snowy essence of Kunlun, the arch of her foot curving like a crescent breaking through clouds, the jade-like heel tinged with crimson, and the spaces between her toes glimmering softly, evoking temptation and intrigue. Fairy, your feet are truly exquisite, Shen Qingxuan whispered in admiration. Oomph, a lecherous scoundrel. I'll gouge your eyes out. Dongfang Huaixue shot him a fierce glare, employing a cloud-like spell to conceal her small foot. Unbeknownst to her, this ethereal, elusive beauty only heightened Shen Qingxuan's admiration. Why do you not wear shoes, fairy? Shen Qingxuan inquired curiously. From the illustrations in the goddess record to her real-life form, Dongfang Huaixue had never donned footwear. It is none of your concern. Speak one more word, and we shall exit the secret realm, she retorted, drawing her feet closer. She herself was unsure why she disliked wearing shoes. She had simply always found them uncomfortable. Very well. Shen Qingxuan glanced at the night sky. It was indeed midnight. System sign-in. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the innate sword body. The innate sword body? It seemed to be an extraordinary constitution, not inferior to the holy body. Shen Qingxuan felt a mix of astonishment and joy, yet confusion lingered. He already possessed the pure Yang holy body. Could he accommodate a second constitution? He recalled that cultivators typically have only one constitution throughout their lives. However, the ensuing transformation of his constitution shattered conventional wisdom. Suddenly, a rift in the azure sky revealed a dazzling sword mark, the clouds shredded by invisible sword energy, disrupting the tranquility of the night. Countless glimmering stars descended, resonating like a chorus, rushing toward Shen Qingxuan to refine his physical form and spiritual essence. Chapter 26. The Scent of Milk. Beside him, Dongfang Huaixue, awakened by the strange phenomenon, stared blankly at Shen Qingxuan. What is happening? Could this phenomenon mean? Is he like me, possessing the innate sword body? Wait, that can't be. The innate body should not awaken so late. Typically, it manifests when a cultivator begins their practice. Shen Qingxuan is already at the Purple Mansion stage. How could he still awaken an innate constitution? This entirely defies logic. Furthermore, it seems he already possesses a constitution, does he not? During the exploration of her cultivation, Dongfang Huaixue distinctly sensed the fiery essence within Shen Qingxuan, likely due to his unique constitution. An absurd thought suddenly sparked in her mind. Could he possibly be the rare prodigy with dual constitutions? Astonished, her phoenix eyes widened as she sought to absorb every detail of Shen Qingxuan. The extraordinary phenomenon persisted for a brief moment. As the radiant light of body tempering dissipated, Shen Qingxuan exhaled a breath of sword energy, elevating his cultivation from the 4th level of the Purple Mansion to the 5th. Most importantly, he felt a surge of clarity in his mind, especially regarding swordsmanship, as if he wielded a sword in hand and could effortlessly execute any technique. The entire broken sword domain resonated harmoniously with his being. Fairy? Shen Qingxuan raised his palm and waved it. Only then did Dongfang Huaixue snap back to reality amidst her astonishment. How did you awaken your innate sword body? A torrent of bewilderment flooded her mind. Shen Qingxuan responded nonchalantly. It just came to me. Suddenly, a white rabbit, exuding a milky fragrance, darted out, tilting its head curiously. Shen Qingxuan felt compelled to pet it. The rabbit, unperturbed, relished his touch. This is Daba, my spirit pet I found, Dongfang Huaixue said, embracing the rabbit, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. Shen Qingxuan, realizing the scent on his fingertips mingled with the fragrance of Dongfang Huaixue, pondered whether this rabbit had leaped from her own. Was it not too large for that? Noticing Shen Qingxuan's action of sniffing his fingers, Dongfang Huaixue's face flushed crimson. Indeed, Daba had just emerged from her bosom, and if he touched it, did it not imply an indirect touch on herself? The more she contemplated, the more shame overwhelmed her, vowing to correct Daba's mischievous habit of burrowing into people's spaces. Did you know that this fairy is also an innate sword body? Dongfang Huaixue shifted the topic. Shen Qingxuan shook his head, indicating his ignorance. The innate sword body is a rarity, a treasure among treasures. As the mist around her feet dispersed, she began to walk. You are still young. Yet you have achieved the Purple Mansion level and awakened your innate sword body. Moreover, she paused, her beautiful eyes, reminiscent of clear springs paired with black onyx. Gazing intently at Shen Qingxuan, you must possess more than one sword body, correct? Shen Qingxuan saw no reason to conceal the truth. Indeed, I possess two kinds of constitutions, preferring to flaunt rather than feign weakness. He was eager for acknowledgement. Upon confirming this, Dongfang Huaixue regarded him as if he were a marvel. She halted, tugging at the sheer shawl draped over her shoulders. The sect I joined is called the Xianhuang sect, which occupies 2 mountains in the Wanshan realm, with over 10,000 disciples, more than half of whom are Purple Mansion cultivators. If you wish to join the Xianhuang sect, I can recommend you. Faced with this unexpected offer, Shen Qingxuan felt no surprise. Given your capabilities and potential, it is only natural for various sects to vie for your allegiance. Just as he was about to respond, a violent upheaval interrupted them. Oh no, a demon has emerged, Dongfang Huaixue exclaimed, producing a token, preparing to return to the Hewan sect. However, at that critical moment, a beam of sword light cleaved through the air, tearing the ground apart with a terrifying fissure. The sword light not only shattered the earth, but also struck Dongfang Huaixue. Impossible. This is merely the edge of the secret realm. How could a Yuan-Ing-level demon appear? Dongfang Huaixue was engulfed in confusion. With her exceptional talent and the potential for Yuan-Ing, was she truly to perish here? How disheartening. Shen Qingxuan, horrified at the sight of Dongfang Huaixue lying in a pool of blood, realized they were in deep trouble. Without a moment's hesitation, he waved his hand and summoned the 9 provinces map. With a flourish, the map enveloped them, concealing them within its canvas. Outside the map, the Yuan-Ing demon approached with a sword, oblivious to their presence. Strange, I clearly struck them. Behind him, a soldier in tattered battle garb respectfully remarked, "My lord must have hit them. That boy probably escaped again. Last time, he eluded capture in the same manner." This soldier was the same creature that had sought to seize the Taishu sword box. Upon sensing Shen Qingxuan's aura, he had come with his elder brother, the Yuan-Ing sword demon. Yet, they had failed to intercept the Taishu sword box. Within the 9 provinces map, Shen Qingxuan cradled the bloodied Dongfang Huaixue and found a cave near a river. Goo. Dabo was anxious, tears spilling from its eyes. "Do not worry with me here. Your master shall come to no harm," Shen Qingxuan assured, though internally he felt a growing urgency. While he was adept at taking lives, saving one was a first. The unconscious Dongfang Huaixue left him unsure of where to begin. Should I remove her clothing first? That seemed the proper step, as indicated in the tales. Shen Qingxuan took a deep breath, preparing to tear open Dongfang Huaixue's garments. Wait, I should probably feed her a pill first. Otherwise, undressing might cause further injury. He deemed it wise to administer the medicine first, retrieving a healing pill from his storage pouch. This pill, gifted by Youyao, was said to sustain a person on the brink of death. Why must I face such circumstances? Shen Qingxuan sighed, pinching the pill between his fingers, attempting to place it against Dongfang Huaixue's pale lips, drained from blood loss. Yet, her teeth remained tightly clenched, preventing him from inserting it. "Fairy, I apologize for the offense. It was not his intent to be presumptuous, but desperate times called for desperate measures." Shen Qingxuan took the pill in his mouth and pushed Dabo away, saying, "You must not look." He then pressed his lips against Dongfang Huaixue's soft ones, using his tongue to force open her teeth. To his dismay, he met with failure. "Then I have no choice." Shen Qingxuan transformed the pill into a liquid and poured it into her mouth. Once the bleeding ceased, he proceeded to remove her garments. As he stripped away her undergarments, a horrifying sword wound was revealed on her exquisite body. From between her breasts down to her lower abdomen, her upper body was nearly cleaved in 2 by the sword light. Fortunately, the wound was entwined with qi and blood, preventing it from splitting completely. Perhaps applying some ointment would suffice? Shen Qingxuan retrieved the ointment from his storage pouch and carefully applied it along the wound's path. Still not feeling secure, he infused some of his qi and blood into her before finally pausing. Chapter 27. The Spirit of Mountains and Rivers after attending to her injuries. Shen Qingxuan dared not stray far, keeping vigil at the cave's entrance. He pondered why Dongfang Huaixue had initially remained calm, believing that Yuan-Ing-level demons would not appear at the edge of the secret realm. Had the secret realm undergone a transformation? Unlikely. The Broken Sword domain was a legendary place, not easily altered. Shen Qingxuan touched his brow, contemplating, could it be my presence or the aura of the Taishu sword box that attracted the demons? He dared not delve deeper into such thoughts. If that is the case, he would essentially serve as a fixed point in the Shattered Sword domain, continuously exposing his location. Fortunately, I am currently within the map of mountains and rivers. I wonder if I can sign in while within it? The sun hangs high in the azure sky, penetrating the dense clouds and forests, casting shimmering reflections upon the river's surface, the scene indistinguishable from the outside world. Is there any sign of civilization or beastly creatures here? As Shen Qingxuan pondered, he extended his consciousness outward. While he found no trace of humanity, he did detect several wild beasts within the forest. However, they were merely primitive creatures, posing no threat. After confirming that there were no dangers within a 10-mile radius, Shen Qingxuan settled into a meditative posture at the cave's entrance. The white rabbit, Daba, whimpered inside, pleading for his master's survival. As night fell, the injured Dongfang Huaixue stirred from her slumber. "Stop calling. I'm not dead," she assured Daba before propping herself up, only to realize she was completely unclothed, her fair skin exposed. The gruesome wounds on her body had begun to scab over thanks to the medicinal ointment. A wave of anger washed over Dongfang Huaixue as she realized she had been seen, but she quickly regained her composure. Had he not removed my clothing to apply the medicine, the demonic sword energy might have lingered in my wounds, claiming my life. Awake? Hearing the movement within the cave, Shen Qingxuan turned his back to the pair and approached. "Do you need some clothing?" "No need." Dongfang Huaixue donned a moon-white long dress, pursing her pale lips. "I would like some water." With her serious injuries, she dared not use her powers to summon water. "All right." Shen Qingxuan fetched some river water from outside, refined it, and offered it to her. "Thank you, Shen Daoyu, for saving my life," Dongfang Huaixue said awkwardly after drinking, having never expressed gratitude to her peers before. Shen Qingxuan smiled. "No need for such formality. How are your injuries?" "They are not severe. With some rest, I will recover." Dongfang Huaixue then surveyed her surroundings. "Where are we? Are we not in the Shattered Sword domain anymore?" Shen Qingxuan nodded. "We are within the map." "The map?" Wei Haven T returned to Dongfang. Realizing something, she retrieved a token from the tattered clothing. Upon inspecting the token, a chill swept over her. The token had been damaged by the demonic sword energy. Without it, we cannot return from the Shattered Sword domain to Dongfang. Shen Qingxuan too sensed the gravity of the situation and opened his mouth, but remained silent. After a long pause, a shadow of gloom crossed Dongfang Huaixue's features. "Shen Daoyu, it appears we cannot return to Dongfang. Rest assured, with me here, I will ensure you return to Dongfang." Shen Qingxuan attempted to comfort her. After all, he had entered the Shattered Sword domain without a token and had returned to the Hehuan sect via the Taishu sword box. "Hadn't he? This place seems to impose a restriction on my cultivation level," Dongfang Huaixue remarked after perceiving her surroundings. Shen Qingxuan, however, did not feel any such restriction. It seems that the map of mountains and rivers primarily restricts those at the Golden Core stage. Indeed, the map does exert a suppressive effect on higher-level cultivators. Dongfang Huaixue nodded, not paying it much mind. Such treasures typically have prohibitions to prevent advanced cultivators from wreaking havoc within this territory. The two remained silent in the cave until deep into the night, when Shen Qingxuan finally spoke. "Do you wish to rest?" Dongfang Huaixue nodded, squeezing further into the cave, holding Daba and saying, "Do not engage in any improper conduct while I sleep." Shen Qingxuan chuckled softly. If he truly intended to act inappropriately, he could easily do so regardless of whether she was awake or asleep. However, Shen Qingxuan had no interest in such base actions. He adhered to the righteous path, and unless Dongfang Huaixue requested it herself, he would not provide her with such an opportunity. Due to her injuries, Dongfang Huaixue soon fell asleep. As a Golden Core cultivator, combined with the suppression of the map, her recovery would not be swift. Shen Qingxuan remained vigilant at the cave's entrance, and, at the witching hour, he silently called out, "System, sign in. Ding. You are currently in the map of mountains and rivers, a rare location. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a strand of Mountain River Spirit Chi." Mountain River Spirit Chi, what is this? Shen Qingxuan marveled at the dark yellow gas in his hand, filled with curiosity. Is it also for refining? He attempted to refine the Mountain River Spirit Chi, but instead of flowing into his dantian, it surged upward toward his purple palace. The Mountain River Spirit Chi had taken residence in the Sword's purple palace. In an instant, Shen Qingxuan felt as though the purple palace within his spiritual gateway had awoken with a soul of its own. Is this the internal universe? The concept of the internal universe, rooted in ancient cultivation lore, has long been lost to the present age. It is said that those who achieve the internal universe can transcend the tribulations without being affected by the lightning storms, and it can house living beings. The map of mountains and rivers, so this is its true meaning. After experiencing this boon, Shen Qingxuan desired to linger a while longer within the map. I shall rest for a moment. The following morning, as dawn broke, Dongfang Huaixue stood by the river, gazing into the distance as if observing something. Shen Daoyu, this map appears to be a trial ground. Our location should be the initial area. Upon noticing Shen Qingxuan awake, Dongfang Huaixue shared her observations. A trial ground? Shen Qingxuan approached the river, his brow furrowing slightly. With no enlightened beings within a 10-mile radius, it aligns perfectly with the initial area's characteristics. I speculate that the core region of this map holds a legacy, yet it is likely fraught with peril. A glimmer ignited in Dongfang Huaixue's exquisite phoenix eyes, only to fade soon after. She was an adventurer at heart, but unfortunately, her serious injuries rendered her ill-suited for such exploration. Initially, she had intended to protect him, yet it was he who saved her instead, leaving her with a deep sense of frustration. The core region? Shen Qingxuan gazed into the distance, formulating a plan. Since the initial area is safe, he could venture into the core region to see if he might sign in for even greater rewards. Thus, he bid farewell to Dongfang Huaixue and set off toward the core region. Just as he stepped beyond the 10-mile boundary of the initial area, a surge of overwhelming demonic energy rushed toward him, an oppressive force that bore down on his heart. A golden core demonic beast? Shen Qingxuan took a step back, his expression filled with confusion. Golden core cultivators are subject to suppression. Logically, golden core demonic beasts should be too. Why are the beasts beyond the initial area unaffected? Returning to share his findings with Dongfang Huaixue, he speculated that this trial ground had spiraled out of control, and the restrictions likely no longer applied beyond the initial area. Then I shall remain in the initial area for now. We can venture outside once you have recovered. Shen Qingxuan smiled as he returned to the cave. After all, with a map of mountains and rivers in his possession, could he not simply fly away? Chapter 28. Shen has no habit of undressing for treatment. That evening, Shen Qingxuan diligently signed in at the appointed time. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a strand of Mountain River Spirit Qi. Excellent. As soon as the Mountain River Spirit Qi was received, Shen Qingxuan hurriedly set about refining it. Are you cultivating? Dongfang Huaixue was plagued by insomnia, while the rabbit Dabai slumbered soundly beside her. Has the fairy not yet succumbed to sleep? After the spiritual essence of the mountains and rivers settled within the Zifu, Shen Qingxuan turned a glance back at the cave. Inside, the faint glow of the campfire illuminated Dongfang Huaixue's youthful and exquisite visage. Her striking bone structure and flawless skin exuded an air of perfection. I cannot find rest. The sudden shift to an unfamiliar environment, coupled with an inability to harness her cultivation, would render anyone sleepless. Shen Qingxuan almost suggested that she could call him if she were awake. Unfortunately, Dongfang Huaixue was a woman, and his thoughts could only wander so far. At this moment, he felt an unsettling warmth surging within him. Was it a consequence of the Hehuan sex techniques? Shen Qingxuan mused to himself. Those who practice dual cultivation often found their desires more potent than ordinary individuals. As he endeavored to maintain his composure, Dongfang Huaixue approached, her delicate feet marred by a hint of dirt, embodying a purity tinged with temptation. I wish to hear your tale. With your talents, how did you become the holy son of the Hehuan sect? Speaking on behalf of those enchanting women, Dongfang Huaixue drew nearer, her alluring fragrance enveloping Shen Qingxuan, her graceful figure magnified in his gaze. The tranquility he had managed to cultivate began to unravel. Does the fairy wish to know? Dongfang Huaixue nodded, only to notice a peculiar shift in the atmosphere. You? Indeed, as the fairy perceives, I find myself unwell. Might you assist me? Shen Qingxuan's expression darkened, stifling his primal instincts. Before him, Dongfang Huaixue appeared as a captivating painting, tender and enticing. Beneath her sheer veil, her jade-like feet were partially revealed, and the allure of her form sparked countless fantasies. Who among men could easily resist such temptation? Even the most steadfast hearts would find themselves swayed by her unparalleled radiance. After a moment of contemplation, Dongfang Huaixue finally grasped Shen Qingxuan's implication. Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson, filled with indignation as she declared, "Absolutely not. How could a virtuous woman act so recklessly?" Shen Qingxuan, feeling a rush of blood to his head, pressed further, "I am, after all, the fairy's savior. If I am unwell, is it too much to ask for your assistance?" Dongfang Huaixue's face reflected her hesitation. Caught in a web of turmoil, she had already spoken out of turn, and indeed, Shen Qingxuan's words rang true. She was already lost. Dongfang Huaixue lowered her head, her slender toes brushing against the earth, paling slightly. Torn between morality and her virtue, she found herself ensnared in a dilemma. "What do you wish me to do?" Her voice was scarcely above a whisper, her face burning with embarrassment. Ultimately, her sense of duty triumphed over her modesty. After all, it was not as though anyone would know, provided she did not engage in anything too excessive. "I just mentioned it, yet the fairy seems oblivious." Shen Qingxuan stepped closer to Dongfang Huaixue, inhaling the warm fragrance that wafted from her delicate nose. "Can this truly heal you?" Dongfang Huaixue slowly lifted her head, her chest instinctively rising, imbued with a hint of defiance. Her emotions were taut, her breath quickening like the relentless tides of the sea, mirroring the inner turmoil she faced. "I believe the fairy possesses the skill to revive me." Shen Qingxuan fixed his gaze on Dongfang Huaixue with a smile. Once a person's boundaries are compromised, they tend to retreat further until they are left utterly exposed. He reclined on the straw-covered ground, urging, "Why does the fairy hesitate to lend her aid?" Dongfang Huaixue's heart raced as she stammered, "Do you not need to undress first?" "I, Shen, do not have the habit of undressing myself for treatment." "Does the fairy not remember who removed your garments to tend to your injuries when you were unconscious?" Upon hearing this, Dongfang Huaixue found a semblance of logic in his reasoning. Compelled by an unseen force, she approached Shen Qingxuan, bending gracefully like a willow in the moonlight. Taking a deep breath, she paused. "If I do not assist you, what will happen?" "I shall perish." Shen Qingxuan feigned a look of distress. "Can the fairy bear to witness my demise before her eyes?" Dongfang Huaixue, unfamiliar with his plight, believed him wholeheartedly. Internally, she cursed the detrimental effects of the Hahuan sect's techniques, realizing the weight of obligation and morality that led her to consider actions she would typically eschew. After all, in her mind, the side effects of the Hahuan sect's methods were boundless. As dawn broke, Shen Qingxuan, refreshed after a night of sound sleep, stretched while Dongfang Huaixue remained restless beside him. She sensed that this incident would mar her cultivation journey, potentially shaking her resolve. "Fairy, about last night," Shen Qingxuan began, only to be abruptly silenced by Dongfang Huaixue. "Silence. Do not mention what transpired last night. Let us consider it as if it never happened," she retorted, her cheeks still flushed. Shen Qingxuan merely shrugged. "Who knows? In the heat of the moment, one might utter anything. Furthermore, in 3 days, my injuries will nearly heal, and I shall be able to venture into the core regions." Dongfang Huaixue updated him on her recovery. "Excellent. 3 days should suffice," Shen Qingxuan replied. "The sooner, the better." He feared that Youyao and Yu Rou would become frantic in his absence. Meanwhile, in the Hahuan sect, Youyao and Yu Rou were indeed anxious. Upon learning that Shen Qingxuan and Dongfang Huaixue had not returned from the back mountain, they awaited near the ancient well. "Sect Master, the Shihua envoy has arrived," an elder reported regarding external matters. The disappearances of 3 from the Shuyang sect, coupled with the absence of Prince Han Yi for 2 days, had aroused suspicion within the Shihua royal family. "Yu Rou will remain here. I shall return shortly." Youyao's brow furrowed in worry. She had come to regard Shen Qingxuan as her pillar of support. Now, with him absent and issues arising within the Hahuan sect, she felt an overwhelming sense of vulnerability. Without Shen Qingxuan, she felt utterly helpless. "Sect Master, you are aware of my purpose for coming here, are you not?" Outside the forbidden grounds, the first Marquis of Shihua, Marquis Yi Jingyuan, bore a frosty demeanor, his voice low and grave. Although Prince Han Yi was not particularly astute, his impulsive nature did not diminish their close friendship. With his dear friend's fate unknown, Yi Jingyuan had little patience for pleasantries. "I do not comprehend what the Marquis speaks of." "Indeed, The prince visited our Huan sect recently, yet departed without gaining any answers. Yi Jingyuan scoffed, and what of the matter with the Shuyang sect? I have heard from surrounding factions that they clearly saw He Han and others enter your domain, only to vanish without a trace. What have you done with them? The night scene was not so easily dismissed. He waved his sleeve and stepped into the forbidden area, declaring, "Who does not know that Master Yin has been a master of the 8th heaven of the Purple Mansion for 7 years? If the master does not provide a reason, within 3 days, I shall lead my army to the Joyful Union sect." After uttering his harsh words, he turned and strode away. Knight Jingyuan despised the malevolent aura within the Joyful Union's forbidden grounds. He abhorred such a presence. How audacious for an army to approach our Joyful Union sect. After Knight Jingyuan had departed, Youyao trembled with indignation. When had the Joyful Union sect ever suffered such humiliation? She had heard much about Knight Jingyuan, his ruthless temperament and brilliant strategy. A decade ago, he had broken through to the 7th heaven of the Purple Mansion and led the Knight family army to besiege the pinnacle cultivators of the Purple Mansion. Even the monarch of Su country took pride in him, bestowing his beloved princess upon Knight Jingyuan in marriage. 3 days, it seems I must prepare early, Youyao mused. Letting out a soft sigh, they were trapped within the sect, unable to escape in the face of formidable enemies. That wretched Dongfang Huaixue had sealed her sect and abducted her man. How despicable! How shameless. Meanwhile, Dongfang Huaixue, who was healing her wounds within the vast map of mountains and rivers, sneezed, rubbing her delicate nose before settling into meditation. She could currently channel her power to heal her body while simultaneously restoring her spirit. The attack on her nascent soul could harm her spirit. The terrifying sword light had inflicted significant damage on her soul. Otherwise, mere physical injuries could heal within a day or two. Outside the cave, Shen Qingxuan sat on a slab of blue stone, holding a simple fishing rod, casting his line into the gently flowing river, quietly observing the surface of the water. The rabbit, Dabai, nestled beside the fish basket at his feet, its nose twitching as leaves occasionally drifted down. Inside the basket, a few grass carps were opening and closing their mouths, mistaking themselves still in the water. This serene scene left Dongfang Huaixue in the cave momentarily entranced. Wasn't this the life of a recluse cultivator in the mountains? She found herself longing for it. Bah, what am I longing for? Even if I were to retreat into the mountains, I would not do so with this lecher. Dongfang Huaixue quickly corrected her thoughts. Furthermore, how could one think of comfort without first seeking the Tao? Another catch. Shen Qingxuan's wrist flicked, pulling a fish of considerable size, nearly the length of his forearm, from the water. Fishing here is quite good. Even a fool wouldn't leave empty-handed. After unhooking and placing the fish in the basket, Shen Qingxuan set down his rod, his eyes gleaming with delight as he looked at his catch. A faint earthy smell wafted from the basket, reminding him of Jiang Yu Rou's flavor, though it carried a slight fishiness. It was still delicious. After all, what girl wouldn't have a hint of fishiness? It didn't affect anything. I should return early, otherwise I might miss any trouble at the sect. Perhaps it was the passage of time that gave him a sense of foreboding about the sect. Shen Qingxuan carried the fish basket back to the cave, with Dabai following closely behind, cooing softly. "How is your recovery, fairy?" After setting down the basket, Shen Qingxuan busied himself with a wooden frame, preparing to start a fire to grill the fish. Dongfang Huaixue seemed somewhat displeased. "Did I not mention 3 days?" She retorted. "I meant, can you move freely now?" Shen Qingxuan summoned a flicker of flame at his fingertips, igniting the campfire. "Yes, after we finish this grilled fish, we should return to Dongfang. We can explore the core area of this map later." As he spoke, he began to bleed the fish and skewer it with a wooden stick. Dongfang Huaixue did not respond. Returning to Dongfang to heal was not out of the question. The key was how to exit the broken sword domain. Before long, the aroma of grilled fish wafted through the cave, causing Dongfang Huaixue's mouth to water as she gazed at the nearly cooked fish. Would he give me the first grilled fish? This absurd thought suddenly arose in her mind. Wow, it smells delicious. Dabai, do you want some? Shen Qingxuan waved the grilled fish in front of the rabbit. Dabai goo-goo. Clearly, this rabbit had been eyeing the fish since they began fishing. Will you give it or not? Shen Qingxuan teased Dabai, laughing heartily. Silly rabbit, you can't eat meat. Saying this, he began to eat the grilled fish himself. Meanwhile, Dongfang Huaixue felt utterly deflated. He would rather give the grilled fish to a rabbit than to me? In the sect, she was a gifted junior sister, and the older brothers and sisters would always offer her delicious treats first. Not bad. After finishing an entire fish, Shen Qingxuan felt immensely satisfied. Fairy, would you like some? He picked up another fish from the rack, slightly overcooked. No, you eat it yourself, Dongfang Huaixue replied curtly. Is the fairy angry? Shen Qingxuan waved the grilled fish in front of her. No, you're overthinking it. Dongfang Huaixue rolled her eyes, sulking. Take your stinky fish away. Is she really not angry? Of course, even if she were, Shen Qingxuan had no intention of placating her. Since the fairy does not like fish, I have a chicken here. I wonder if the fairy likes chicken? Shen Qingxuan jested. Where did you get a chicken? Dongfang Huaixue shot him a sidelong glance, puzzled. There were no wild chickens around, only the fish from the river and snakes and rodents from the forest. Didn't he, the fairy, catch one yesterday? Have you forgotten? Shen Qingxuan bit into the grilled fish and laughed. You. Dongfang Huaixue realized she had been teased, her face flushed with anger, wishing to slap the man before her. Unfortunately, she was injured, and her cultivation had been suppressed. She likely wouldn't stand a chance against Shen Qingxuan, also a prodigy. A quarter of an hour later, Dongfang Huaixue ended up eating half of the grilled fish. After tidying up for a moment, Shen Qingxuan recited a treasure incantation. With a whoosh, the scenery around them transformed, and they returned to the broken sword domain. There was no danger. Shen Qingxuan stored the map of mountains and rivers, his consciousness sweeping over a 10-mile radius. Detecting no anomalies. How do we return to Dongfang? Dongfang Huaixue changed into a loose embroidered long shirt, draping a thin veil over her. Yet it still struggled to conceal her alluring figure. Let me try, Shen Qingxuan said, sending his consciousness into the purple mansion. The void sword box sensed his intent, emitting a subtle tremor as if pondering. Then, a beam of pure white sword light emerged from the box, seeming to agree to Shen Qingxuan's request after receiving the ancient sword. Indeed, the sword box possesses sentience. Once Shen Qingxuan grasped the white sword light, he realized it could tear through space for long-distance teleportation. Fairy, hold my hand tightly. We are returning to Dongfang. A smile spread across his face as he opened his palm. Hold your hand. Dongfang Huaixue frowned, suspecting it was another of his lecherous intentions. Of course. What do you want to hug my leg instead? If you don't grab my hand, I might just leave on my own. Shen Qingxuan's left hand manifested a beam of white sword light, slicing through the void before them. Seeing this, Dongfang Huaixue did not hesitate, placing Dabai on her shoulder and grasping Shen Qingxuan's right hand. In a flash, the two of them dove into the void. Upon opening my eyes once more, I found myself at the ancient well behind the Hehuan sect. Chapter 30, The Shadow of Jianzhou. Senior brother, what is your relationship with her? Jiang Yu Rou stood near the well. Despite being some distance from the opening, she could still see the two of them holding hands as they emerged. Dongfang Huaixue was taken aback to find someone in the back mountain. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly extricated herself from Shen Qingxuan's grasp. Junior sister, what brings you here? Shen Qingxuan stepped forward with genuine concern. Your cultivation is still shallow. This miasma-laden place is not suitable for you. His words were sincere. If a foundation establishment practitioner were to come into contact with a miasma above the ancient well, they would likely suffer grievous harm. I was just worried about you. Senior brother, after feeling his concern, Jiang Yu Rou quickly dismissed the thought of her senior brother holding hands with another woman. After you left, that person from the Su Kingdom returned this morning. She explained that Yi Jingyuan had come to the Hehuan sect, intending to lead an army to the borders in 3 days. Oh, they still dare to send someone? Shen Qingxuan couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Upon reflection, since the Blood Sun sect had treacherously slain a female disciple of the Hehuan sect, he had already killed 7 members of the Blood Sun sect in retaliation. Among them, 3 were at the Purple Mansion stage, which meant the Blood Sun sect was likely beyond saving. The Su Kingdom, too, had lost a prince. Let him come. After all, reconciliation is no longer an option. Shen Qingxuan said calmly. The affairs of the cultivation world are thus. Once conflict begins, one side must either suffer grievously or face complete annihilation. By the ancient well, Dongfang Huaixue, overhearing their conversation, felt an inexplicable urge to avoid seeing them. Thus, she quietly left the Hehuan sect and ventured outside. The spiritual energy outside felt far more refreshing. Remaining within the Huan sect would only prolong my recuperation, she thought. Once outside, she couldn't help but sigh. Yet, simultaneously, she felt discomfort. Why was it she who had to leave, rather than that junior sister of lesser cultivation? What am I thinking? Dongfang Huaixue found a tranquil spot to meditate. Once I emerge from my meditation and have fully healed, I must teach that lecherous one a stern lesson. She vowed silently. Master. In the sect's main hall, after instructing Yu Rou to wait inside, Shen Qingxuan made his way to Yu Rou's side. You're back from your escapades? Yu Rou sensed his return and felt a rush of joy, but maintained a stern demeanor. She could not allow Shen Qingxuan to run amok. Otherwise, the lines between master and disciple would blur. Master, what about the Su Kingdom's Prince Wuxuan? Shen Qingxuan got straight to the point. He came to the sect's hall for serious matters and never indulged in idle chatter. Yu Rou sighed softly and approached Shen Qingxuan. Qingxuan, you must be cautious this time. Yi Jingyuan of the Su Kingdom is no ordinary individual. 10 years ago, at the 7th level of the Purple Mansion, he led the Yi family army to surround and slay a peak Purple Mansion cultivator. This incident caused quite a stir in the eastern part of the continent, and he was hailed as a god of war. Her eyes were filled with trepidation towards Yi Jingyuan. That was a decade ago. His cultivation now may very well be at the 8th or even the 9th level. Moreover, the Yi family army has certainly expanded and improved. The Huan sect is in grave danger. Her tone was steeped in pessimism. Had it not been for being trapped in the sect for 7 years, I too would have broken through to the Golden Core stage. How dare those Su Kingdom scoundrels offend me? Master worries too much. I see Yi Jingyuan merely as a boastful character, Shen Qingxuan said, stepping closer and wrapping his arms around Yu Rou's waist, inhaling her fragrance. Master, you smell wonderful. You haven't been misbehaving in my absence, have you? Yu Rou's cheeks flushed, and her heart raced. I have not. You jest. Don't tease your master. She shot him a playful glare, full of charm. Shen Qingxuan's so-called mischief was nothing but a playful banter, yet Yu Rou had already grown fond of their shared dance, unwilling to return to a solitary performance. If that is the case, have you been missing your disciple during this time? Shen Qingxuan smiled warmly at Yu Rou, lifting her skirt. You mustn't. About half an hour later, the once fair and delicate skin of Yu Rou was adorned with mottled handprints and faint red marks, akin to petals kissed by morning dew, exuding an air of unintentional allure. Her torn garments lay scattered on the ground, her undergarments and trousers stained with sweat and dust, carelessly abandoned on the cold floor, betraying the private entanglements they had just shared. You're leaving already? Yu Rou drowsily opened her eyes, puzzled. It's never been like this before. Master, junior sister is still waiting for me. I cannot neglect her. She deserves care too. After donning his clothes and tidying his hair, Shen Qingxuan departed from the main hall of the sect. That scoundrel. Yu Rou spat, though she wasn't truly angry. Junior sister. Shen Qingxuan knocked on Yu Rou's door, his spiritual sense probing inside. To his surprise, Yu Rou was still cultivating. Hearing the knock, she ended her practice and came to open the door. Senior brother, I'm here. The door creaked open, revealing the unchanged scene from that day. After so many days, not a single item within had been moved. Shen Qingxuan understood that this was Yu Rou's way of preserving beautiful memories. Here, they had exchanged their first experiences. Have you made any progress in your cultivation? Shen Qingxuan asked, sitting on a chair with a smile. Yu Rou sighed and shook her head. No significant progress. Here, senior brother has brought you some things. Shen Qingxuan produced several pills from his robe, taking Yu Rou's hands and placing them in her small palms. These pills were spoils he had obtained from Yu Rou. Originally, they were meant for him as well, being rewards from his battles. Thank you, senior brother. Yu Rou's eyes lit up with joy, and without hesitation, she accepted the pills. She knew that her senior brother, being of the Purple Mansion stage and bearing an immense legacy, was not particularly enamored with such pills. Promise me, you will diligently cultivate, Shen Qingxuan said, pulling Yu Rou into his embrace, letting her sit on his lap. Senior brother, Yu Rou replied softly, her words barely escaping her lips before she was gently enveloped in his warmth. In that moment, her body felt as if it were wrapped in a gentle current, bringing forth an indescribable sensation of tingling pleasure, her legs trembling slightly, as if they could scarcely support this sudden affection. Jianzhou City, a city adjacent to the Su Kingdom in Dongfang. That day, a treasure-seeking group happened to pass through the city. Upon hearing that a prince of the Su Kingdom had perished within the confines of the Hehuan Forbidden Grounds, they exclaimed, "Is that so? What level was that prince?" Perhaps the 6th or 7th level of the Purple Mansion. With such high cultivation, how could he die in the Hehuan Forbidden Grounds? Surely he wasn't annihilated? Laughter erupted among the cultivators who had come to Dongfang seeking treasures. Suddenly, a dark shadow flew past them. Who goes there? The group tensed up, alert to their surroundings. Strange occurrences in Dongfang have drawn you treasure seekers here. You have unwittingly brought a significant opportunity to me. The shadow transformed into a figure, revealing a gruesome tail dripping with blood. Go! The tail flicked violently, piercing through several individuals and draining their life essence. Chapter 31. Restoration complete in the military encampment of the Yi family in Jianzhou City. Yi Jingyuan furrowed his brow as he gazed at the 3 lifeless corpses being brought in. Jianzhou was his fief, thriving in peace and prosperity for years. With nary a malevolent incident. My lord, these individuals have had their life force drained. I suspect. Before his subordinate could finish, Yi Jingyuan raised his hand to interrupt. There is no need for further discussion. As long as I am here in Jianzhou, no demons shall emerge. It must be the work of the Huanhua Demoness. But the Huanhua Demoness cannot leave the Forbidden Grounds, the subordinate muttered quietly. Are you doubting my judgment? Yi Jingyuan retorted. Though the Huanhua Forbidden Grounds possess golden core restraints, after all these years, it is not impossible for the seals to have weakened. Send word to mobilize 50,000 troops to Dongfang. Yi Jingyuan was unconcerned about the identity of the murderer. He could utilize this opportunity to establish a just cause and preemptively eradicate the Huanhua sect. This would also serve as a satisfactory account to the aged emperor of the Su Kingdom. Even if it was indeed the work of demons, he could completely annihilate the Huanhua sect and then return to cleanse the city of any remaining fiends. Yes, the subordinate, a vice commander by Yi Jingyuan's side, promptly relayed the orders to various divisions. Meanwhile, in the Huanhua Forbidden Grounds, Shen Qingxuan lay exhausted in his residence, akin to a weary old ox. He was about to consume the precious True Yang elixir he had acquired from the previous night's sign-in when a deep, resonant sword hum emanated from the Taishu sword box within his purple mansion. Has the ancient sword belonging to Dongfang Huaixue been restored? Shen Qingxuan mused, contemplating the True Yang elixir in his hand, which was of a higher grade than the pure Yang elixir. He decided to first adjust his condition before unveiling the sword box. After consuming the True Yang elixir, he felt invigorated, his Yang energy brimming, ready to engage in battle for 500 rounds. What would it be like once it was repaired? He focused his consciousness and summoned the ancient Taishu sword box from his purple mansion. With a click, the sword box opened a narrow aperture, revealing a glimmer of sword light. Gradually, a shard of blade, approximately the size of a thumb, floated into view, emanating arcs of lightning. Shen Qingxuan fixated on this small shard, sensing an overwhelming and tyrannical power contained within. She has bestowed upon me a complete ancient sword. If I were to return only a shard, would she hold it against me? As he touched the blade fragment, he discovered it was gentle and devoid of malice, evidently tempered by the Taishu sword box. Even so, I have drawn blood. Shen Qingxuan observed the droplet of blood that emerged from his fingertip, finding it hard to believe. With the dual constitution enhancing his physicality far beyond that of an equivalent level purple mansion cultivator, and with the innate sword body granting him a natural advantage over all sword-type entities, this was quite unexpected. In a moment of astonishment, the blood droplet seeped into the blade fragment, pledging allegiance. Shen Qingxuan, this is dire. There's no way to cleanse this now. Originally, the blade shard was an unclaimed object that could have been returned to Dongfang Huaixue. Now, due to this trial with the sword, the shard has been stained with my blood and has recognized me as its master. After recognizing its master, the shard circled around Shen Qingxuan, demonstrating affection. Cough. It appears I must embrace this mistake. Extending his palm, the Thunderblade shard melded into his hand and subsequently manifested within his dantian. Cultivators' dantians in purple mansions can nurture treasures, distinguishing them from ordinary storage items. Within the purple mansion, The treasures in the Dantian are referred to as life-bound magical artifacts and life-bound items. Yet, he had not seen Dongfang Huaixue's figure. After speaking briefly with Yu Rou, she had vanished without a trace. At such a grand age, could she truly have gotten lost? Shen Qingxuan shook his head in amusement, resuming his meditation to refine the elixir's potency. By the time he fully absorbed the elixir's effects, it was already afternoon. I wonder if I could fish in a lake within Huanhua Sect? He resided in the Sect's central hall, a good 10 miles from the eastern lake. For one who possessed the pure Yang flying cloud, 10 miles was merely a matter of a few words. The eastern lake, akin to the back mountain, was one of the less populated areas within Huanhua Sect, especially after being sealed for 7 years, leading to a significant reduction in disciples. Thinking about it, Dongfang Huaixue had gone too far. Huanhua Sect had not provoked her, yet she had sealed them for so long. As Shen Qingxuan pondered the best fishing spot, the ground trembled slightly. He immediately turned and extended his consciousness throughout the forbidden grounds. Have they arrived so soon? Wasn't it said to be 3 days? Outside the forbidden grounds, Yi Jingyuan donned heavy armor, personally leading 50,000 troops to within 10 miles of Huanhua Sect. Sect Master Youyao and several elders appeared in the front courtyard, their gazes icy. Bold Demoness, last night, you dared to send people to my Su Kingdom's Jianzhou, draining the life force of my people. One vice commander shouted, General, do not jest. We have been unable to leave the sect for a full 7 years. An elder scoffed, knowing a fierce battle was inevitable. The vice commander echoed Yi Jingyuan's words. Demoness, you are well aware that the seal has endured for 7 years. After such time, the restraints must have weakened. You took advantage of this opportunity, knowing full well that a rabbit does not eat near its burrow, to travel a long distance to Jianzhou to drain our resources. Do you think you can deceive us? Our Lord is exceptionally astute and has seen through your scheme. The female cultivators of Huanhua Sect exchanged puzzled glances. Was this vice commander really that astute? Yi Jingyuan cast a deep glance at the vice commander, suddenly sensing he had spoken too much. Where's your evidence? Yu Rou's face contorted with anger, her modest bosom rising and falling beneath her garment. Evidence? Then, I ask you to provide evidence of our absence. The vice commander demanded, emboldened by the presence of 50,000 troops. Evidence? What then has been the purpose of our 50,000 troops? Since no one possessed any evidence, the strongest fist would dictate the truth, it seemed. In the air, Shen Qingxuan descended upon the pure Yang flying cloud, wielding the blazing sun bow. At that moment, his biceps bulged like a dragon, his aura surging as he drew the bowstring taut, aiming at the loquacious vice commander. Upon seeing Shen Qingxuan arrive, the tension among the Huanhua Sect members immediately dissipated. Who are you? The vice commander frowned at Shen Qingxuan's sudden appearance. When had there been male disciples within the Huanhua forbidden grounds? Lower your bow, or I shall be the first to slay you. The vice commander, irritated by the aim, shifted to the left, and the bow followed suit. The disciples within the sect could not help but chuckle at this. You wish to kill our holy son? What an absurd dream. Indeed, with that feeble form of yours, you are not even worthy to carry our holy son's shoes. Holy son? When did Huanhua Sect gain a holy son? Nearby, Yi Jingyuan, mounted on a fine steed, wore a grave expression. Though a full 10 miles away, his instincts warned him that the bow was extraordinary, at least a magical artifact. What he probed with his consciousness. However, it met resistance from Shen Qingxuan's own consciousness. This is not good. This individual is a purple mansion cultivator. In the moment when Yi Jingyuan opened fire, the arrows from the blazing bow arched through the air like a crimson ribbon, tracing a meteoric path towards the vice commander. The vice commander attempted to evade, but the oppressive aura of the arrows rendered him nearly incapable of executing a complete movement. This individual's cultivation surpasses mine by a considerable margin. How has the Huan sect produced yet another figure of the Purple Mansion? Chapter 32. Defeating 50,000 troops beware. Yi Jingyuan leapt from his steed, aiming to rescue the vice commander. Yet he was a heartbeat too late. With a deafening thud, the arrow struck the vice commander, tearing his body into countless fragments, which were then consumed by the flames of the arrow, leaving not a trace behind. Scoundrel! At this moment, Yi Jingyuan's heart blazed with fury, veins throbbing on his forehead. clearly fueled by true energy. The vice commander, who had accompanied him for a decade, had forged a bond over those years that was difficult to sever. "I shall slay you." Yi Jingyuan extended his hand, but was unable to grasp even the ashes of the vice commander. He soared into the air, a terrifying purple mansion phantom manifesting behind him. A blood-soaked military banner stood tall amidst the purple mansion, undulating without wind. While the phantom was alive with the sounds of soldiers clashing and warhorses neighing. The sacred stage purple mansion, Youyao immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of Yi Jingyuan's purple mansion. Moreover, it seemed that his purple mansion was intertwined with the 50,000 troops, evoking a sensation of unity with the heavens and earth. A sense of foreboding washed over her. No wonder 10 years ago, Yi Jingyuan was able to coordinate with an army of modest cultivation to forcibly besiege a peak purple mansion cultivator. It appears that his purple mansion's abilities can be augmented through the army. Youyao thoughts were not misplaced, as Shen Qingxuan also discerned the peculiarities. The phantom created by Yi Jingyuan's purple mansion was overwhelmingly vast, nearly enveloping the 50,000 troops, casting shadows that obscured the sun, with no end in sight. But what of it? Even a celestial purple mansion dares not threaten me? A smile played upon Shen Qingxuan's lips as a shattered thunder sword blade materialized in his hand. Die for me. Yi Jingyuan harmonized with the might of the 50,000 troops, though his cultivation still appeared to be at the 8th level of the purple mansion. His offensive capabilities had reached a terrifying height. Behind him, the Yi family army united as one, allowing their lord to draw upon their fighting spirit and bloodlust. Their eyes fixed on Shen Qingxuan, for the sake of avenging the vice commander. For Princey, for the fallen purple mansion of the Blood Sun sect. The 50,000 soldiers roared in unison, their collective might nearly shaking the earth. The female cultivators of the Hahuan sect were taken aback by this spectacle, their hearts filled with trepidation. Youyao was particularly concerned that Shen Qingxuan might falter against the overwhelming momentum of Yi Jingyuan, thus positioning herself behind him as a precaution. Shen Qingxuan was also momentarily astonished. Previously, he had merely skimmed over the notion of armies numbering in the hundreds of thousands in stories. Now, witnessing even just 50,000 troops was enough to instill fearsome awe. Alas, I have no path of retreat. Shen Qingxuan activated his innate sword body, his vital energy transmuting into a powerful sword intent, which he channeled entirely into the thunder sword blade in his grasp. With a sharp sound, the shattered sword blade soared forth, tracing a magnificent arc through the air, the sword's rhythm inherently harmonious. This lad has grown stronger again. Youyao gasped in her heart, her anxiety slightly alleviated. She could tell that this broken sword blade was exceedingly formidable, likely on par with spiritual treasures. Yi Jingyuan, a man of the military, wielded his spear with great skill, moving like a dragon dancing in the waves or a fierce tiger leaping through the mountains. He had intended to step forward and pierce the so-called holy son of the Hahuan sect with a single thrust. However, upon seeing the thunder sword blade rushing towards his face, he could not afford to be careless and had to retract his expansive spear technique to block first. With a clang, the spear tip collided with the thunder sword blade, contrary to Yi Jingyuan's expectations of the blade being deflected. The lightning arch from the blade surged along the spear shaft, coursing into his arm, numbing it and leaving half of his body paralyzed. What kind of technique is this? Yi Jingyuan panicked as the sword blade, having knocked aside his white spear tip, swept around to strike at the back of his head. My lord! The 50,000 soldiers behind him were aghast, those with slightly higher cultivation soaring into the air, attempting to shield the target, Yi Jingyuan. Yet all of this transpired in the blink of an eye, within the span of single breath. Who could react in time? Swish! The sword blade penetrated an inch into the back of Yi Jingyuan's head, only to be halted by his terrifying magical power. The military banner atop his purple mansion erupted with a flood of bloodlight, and all 50,000 soldiers spewed forth a mouthful of blood to restrict the movement of the thunder sword blade. A single strike could injure my essence. You are indeed formidable. However, your lethal weapon is now temporarily restrained. What will you do next? Yi Jingyuan appeared almost deranged, throwing his head back in wild laughter. He withdrew his spear, fixing his gaze on Shen Qingxuan before charging forward with a punch. Shen Qingxuan regarded him with disdain. sensing that the opponent had indeed lost his wits after being struck on the back of the head. Without the thundersword blade, does he believe he has no other means? No one has ever dared to engage me at such close quarters. Shen Qingxuan cast his eyes down, standing resolute against Yi Jingyuan's close-range attack, activating the swallowing heaven immortal technique. Boom! A powerful wave of air erupted, deafeningly resonant. The surrounding air was rapidly expelled, and the clouds above dissipated beneath the force of this punch, unveiling a clear blue sky. Shen Qingxuan met the punch with his palm, his formidable physique enduring the strike from a peak purple mansion warrior, with only his hand turning pale, the skin unbroken. My lord, is defeat imminent? Among the ranks, the soldiers watched this scene with ashen faces, their hearts bleeding. The invincible marquis of the past. How could he be so easily thwarted? Brother Qingxuan is truly impressive. Inside the Hahuan sect, Jiang Yu Rou cheered exuberantly, starkly contrasting with the Yi family army's despair. What? Yi Jingyuan's eyes widened in shock as he tried to withdraw his fist to strike Shen Qingxuan on the forehead. However, he found his fist firmly gripped by Shen Qingxuan, an immense suction force emanating from his palm, akin to an unfathomable quagmire. Instinctively, he swung his left fist. Yet Shen Qingxuan preemptively crushed his right fist, drawing his magical energy into his Dantian meridians. Ah, you are the one who siphons life force. Yi Jingyuan's complexion turned pale, utterly powerless to strike, screaming in agony as he severed his own arm and fell into the ranks. You are mistaken. I have never killed the innocent. Shen Qingxuan replied coldly, raising his gaze to survey the 50,000 troops. Those who surrender shall not be harmed. Nonsense. We live as the Marquis's people and die as his ghosts. How can there be talk of surrender? One vice commander, filled with righteous fervor, brandished his treasured sword, charging at Shen Qingxuan like a moth to a flame. This is your own choice. Shen Qingxuan stepped forward to the rear of the 50,000 troops, reiterating, I shall say it once more. Those who surrender shall not be harmed. In the Yi family army's lexicon, there is no concept of surrender. Kill. The 50,000 Yi family soldiers surged forward, brimming with fervor, charging at Shen Qingxuan. The battlefield knows no right or wrong. Shen Qingxuan sighed inwardly, employing the purple mansion divine ability of the void sword intent, skillfully eliminating soldiers one by one. He was neither a butcher nor bloodthirsty. Yet, having stepped into this chaotic realm of cultivation, who could remain untainted? The cultivation world is truly a vast dying vat. Anyone who enters must be colored in myriad hues. After the massacre of 50,000 soldiers, Shen Qingxuan shook his head with a sigh, gazing at the mountain of corpses before him. A pure yang flame burned for an entire day and night, extinguishing the lingering resentment of the deceased. As for the spoils of war, the dead could not carry anything into the underworld, so everything was deposited into the treasury of the Hahuan sect. Chapter 33. Secrets of the Boudoir. The blushing Dongfang Huaixue, the news of the defeat of the matchless Marquis Yi Jingyuan, soon reached the capital of the Su Kingdom. At that moment, the Su Kingdom's ruler, Han Qing, was savoring the translucent lychees presented by his favored concubine, his face a mask of enjoyment. This elderly monarch, with his silver hair, possessed modest cultivation. Having sustained hidden injuries in his youth, he had only reached the foundation establishment stage now, serving as a ruler who maintained the status quo. Now at the age of 300, his vitality waned, leaving him with at most 7 or 8 years to live. Your Majesty, there is a military report. A swift-footed eunuch whispered as he approached. It must be good news that the matchless Marquis has retrieved the prince. The favored concubine, Ping Guifei, smiled like a siren. Although she bore the title of Ping Guifei, she was anything but ordinary. Her heavy conscience nearly burst through her lavish attire, a testament to her past struggles for favor. The ruler Han Qing beamed, having just learned that the fourth prince had broken through to the Purple Mansion realm before turning 100. Coupled with the afternoon's tidings from the matchless Marquis, it indeed seemed like a double delight. However, the eunuch's expression turned peculiar as he whispered, Your Majesty. The expressions of those outside are quite grim. It may not be good news after all. Admit him, Han Qing commanded, straightening his posture with a furrowed brow. Could it be that the matchless Marquis Yi Jingyuan had also stumbled? Your Majesty. The messenger from the Yi family arrived with a mournful countenance, dust and fatigue evident upon him. The Marquis. The Marquis has fallen in the Hahuan forbidden ground. Along with him, the 5,000 troops of the Yi family perished. Upon delivering this news, the man could not contain his grief and broke down in tears before the gathered company. What? Han Qing was taken aback, a storm of emotions brewing within him. Beside him, Ping Guifei, who had been holding the lychee, froze in shock. Her face a portrait of disbelief. Even the eunuch's expression reflected despair, realizing that the Su kingdom had attracted a significant calamity. The demise of the matchless Marquis could only imply the intervention of a golden core adept. The old emperor furrowed his brow, seated upon his longevity chair, listening to the sounds of lamentation as his mind began to whirl with thoughts. Would the death of Yi Jingyuan bring retribution upon himself? If so, should he summon the Golden Core sect's decree to confront this, or should he appease with offerings? Ping Guifei, lacking the subtlety to ponder such matters, exclaimed, "Your Majesty must avenge the matchless Marquis. Jingyuan has shed blood and sweat for the Su kingdom. He is a true hero." Han Yi soothed her. "I understand that the matchless Marquis is your brother, but this matter requires careful deliberation. His death is undoubtedly distressing, even infuriating. However, I cannot be foolish enough to offend a power that can rival the entire Su kingdom for the sake of one man. I am old, my cultivation is limited, and with only one Golden Core sect's decree in the royal family, my time is short. The foundation of the nation is unstable. It is unwise to make enemies. I will send someone to investigate the situation." Later, in the Hahuan sect, Youyao sighed softly. Yi Jingyuan was indeed formidable, yet his combat prowess had not yet reached the Golden Core level, remaining at the peak of the Purple Mansion stage. The sect's ruler was a genuine Golden Core adept. Even the continent's greatest prodigy, Dongfang Huaixue, had never succeeded in overcoming such a disparity in cultivation realms. The gap between major realms is akin to the divide between mortals and immortals. While minor realm cross-boundary killings may occur, significant realm confrontations are unheard of. Shen Qingxuan did not dare to underestimate this situation, recalling the day when a nascent soul demon almost felled Dongfang Huaixue with a single strike. "Rest easy, master. I have my methods," he affirmed. "Your Golden Core can easily crush Purple Mansion cultivators, but what if you find yourself suppressed to that level?" As night fell, having healed throughout the day, Dongfang Huaixue opened her eyes and stepped out of her cave. She had sensed the commotion at the Hahuan sect earlier. Surely, that boy wouldn't encounter trouble, would he? With a twinge of concern, she soared barefoot toward the Hahuan forbidden ground. As her consciousness expanded, she glimpsed Shen Qingxuan and Yu Rou bathing together, resembling a pair of mandarin ducks frolicking in the water. What a natural seducer, wasting such exceptional cultivation talent on desires. How could I have recommended him to the Xianhuang sect? Dongfang Huaixue ground her teeth in frustration at the clouds. Yet, recalling the moments the two spent together helping him relieve his burdens, her face flushed crimson and her palms trembled slightly. I would gladly sever my own hand. No, I would rather destroy that vile object of his. In that moment, Dongfang Huaixue emanated an aura of purity, the vermilion mark on her forehead solidifying her status as a chaste fairy. Inside Yu Rou's chamber, Shen Qingxuan remained blissfully unaware of Dongfang Huaixue's probing consciousness. The vast disparity in realms meant that unless he was exceedingly vigilant, he would not perceive any anomalies. The wooden tub was filled with rare, medicinal herbs, exuding an enchanting fragrance. To enhance Yu Rou's cultivation, even a hint of Qilin blood was mixed into the medicinal bath. With her hair styled in a bun, revealing her snow-white neck, Yu Rou was currently seated atop Shen Qingxuan, using her smooth and delicate skin to scrub his body. "Where did you learn this?" Shen Qingxuan inquired, intrigued by the sight of Yu Rou, resembling a beautiful serpent. She was not typically skilled in seductive arts, even lacking allure in bed. What prompted her to entwine herself so softly, gliding across his form? Blushing deeply and breathing slightly quicker, Yu Rou smiled. "I learned it from a book." "Which book?" Shen Qingxuan's curiosity was piqued. After entering the Hahuan sect, he had not perused any miscellaneous texts within the Forbidden Ground. "The Secrets of the Boudoir," Yu Rou replied. Her eyes glazed over, suddenly leaning against Shen Qingxuan's form. "Senior brother, why don't you help your junior sister wash too?" Observing her alluring demeanor, Shen Qingxuan reflected. "My junior sister has indeed taken a turn for the worse, but a little mischief can lead to greater comfort." In the misty warmth, He gazed at his junior sister's porcelain skin, radiant and tender, asking, "How would you like me to wash you?" With a bashful demeanor, Yu Rou lowered her head and whispered, "Wash the area that senior brother likes the most." Soon, splashes erupted from the tub as the two embarked on a journey together, enhancing their cultivation. Shameless, truly unashamed, Dongfang Huaixue, concealed in the shadows, felt her face grow warm, nearly reaching her ears. Even a simple bath could be transformed into such a spectacle. Truly, a seductress and a lecher. Today, she had opened her eyes to a new world. Yet questions lingered in her heart. When she witnessed Yu Rou's joyful cries, could it truly be that pleasurable? Ugh, do not disturb my resolve. Dongfang Huaixue regretted her visit to the Hahuan, forbidden ground, and swiftly departed. However, upon leaving, she inexplicably donned a straw hat and ventured into a nearby town. She entered a bookstore and quietly inquired, "Do you sell the secrets of the boudoir here?" The bookstore owner, upon seeing a woman, jested, "I presume, young lady, you are facing difficulties concerning matters of the bedchamber? Fear not, for should you purchase this tome, Secrets of the Boudoir, it will guarantee that your husband never leaves the confines of your home." Oriental Huaixue was at a loss for words. Her curiosity merely stemmed from intrigue, not from any notion of a husband. After acquiring the book, she departed the city and ventured into a secluded grove. Ensuring that no one was within a 10-mile radius, she delicately opened the book and focused her gaze upon its contents. Gugu, the white rabbit Dabai, also peered curiously, seemingly questioning, "Is humanity truly so debauched?" Oriental Huaixue barely turned a few pages before her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, exclaiming, "This is a forbidden book. It should be classified as such." Chapter 34. The Holy Envoy of the Su Kingdom's Covert Visit, the Eternal Night Corpse Demon. Senior brother, I do not require this. Please do not. In the bath, Shen Qingxuan, who was channeling his cultivation energy into his junior sister, remained oblivious to her pleas, diligently continuing his efforts. After all, the energy he imparted was drawn from Yi Jingyuan, refined by him before being bestowed upon Yu Rou, thus causing no harm. Yu Rou clung to the edge of the tub, her voice nearly hoarse. Her hair, half damp, swayed gently with her movements, as if the air itself was entwined with a barely perceptible wave of magical energy. After a long while, she leaned languidly in the tub, turning back with a pitiful expression, saying, "Senior brother, I cannot allow this to continue. My talents are limited, making it difficult for me to enter the Purple Mansion path. You, senior brother, are different. Your future is boundless. Why must you delay your own progress to assist me?" Shen Qingxuan, unfazed, replied, "You need not concern yourself with my cultivation. The foundation period lasts but 200 or 300 years. Do you truly wish to part ways with me after such a time?" Though she struggled to tread the Purple Mansion path, he could easily embark upon it. Yu Rou wiped away tears from her eyes and resolutely declared, "I would not wish for that." "Then focus on your training. Seize every opportunity, regardless of the aspect." Shen Qingxuan instructed in a tone that commanded respect. Yes, Yu Rou will heed your guidance, senior brother," Yu Rou responded, deeply moved, pouting her cherry lips. "Now, let us continue our cultivation." Shen Qingxuan resumed channeling his magical energy, while Yu Rou obediently adjusted the trajectory, preparing to receive the baptism of her senior brother's power. In Jinzhou, Su Kingdom, the disappearance of Yi Jingyuan emboldened the lurking shadows within the city, resulting in the murder of 10 individuals overnight. This left the local magistrate in a state of distress. He was convinced that the enchantress from the Hahuan sect did not come from Dongfang to siphon vitality, but rather that a demon had emerged within Jinzhou. "Sir Magistrate, could it be such a thing?" inquired a Purple Mansion cultivator within the city, frowning. "What kind of thing?" The Jinzhou magistrate, also a Purple Mansion cultivator, responded with confusion. "The Eternal Night Corpse Demon," the individual replied gravely. The Eternal Night Corpse Demon was the most terrifying demon of the previous cultivation era, having once struck fear into the hearts of those dwelling in the caves. The Jinzhou magistrate immediately shook his head in denial. "How could it possibly be the Eternal Night Corpse Demon? I suspect it is merely a transformed beast or a rogue cultivator causing trouble." Though he spoke with conviction, he himself held doubts. Demons or rogue cultivators, let alone commit murder, cannot even enter Jinzhou. The grand array here is designed to repel such evils. The aura of the Eternal Night Corpse Demon is indistinguishable from that of a human. Even if one were to share a bed with it, they would remain oblivious. If it were indeed the Eternal Night Corpse Demon, we would be in grave peril, lamented the Purple Mansion cultivator. Once such a thing appears, calamities will befall the cultivation world. The second characteristic of the Eternal Night Corpse Demon is its perfect exploitation of human weaknesses. Whether one is greedy for wealth, lustful, or cowardly, once targeted by the Eternal Night Corpse Demon, they may transform into one of its kind. It is said that a once respected cultivator, upon reaching the end of their life, was marked by the source of the Eternal Night Corpse Demon, the Eternal Night Corpse Immortal. The Corpse Immortal bestowed upon that cultivator a drop of its true blood, significantly extending their lifespan, yet they became insatiable, slaughtering all disciples of their sect. Sir Magistrate, I advise you to promptly inform the capital, the Purple Mansion cultivator suggested. While the Eternal Night Corpse Demon has yet to fully mature, let the Sovereign summon a golden core real person to eradicate it, thus ensuring temporary safety for Jianzhou. My lord, the Holy Envoy from the capital has arrived. A minor official announced from outside. Ah, how fortuitous. The Holy Envoy has come at just the right moment. The Jianzhou Magistrate responded cheerfully. Please invite the Holy Envoy in. Yes. The Holy Envoy, a eunuch of considerable cultivation, entered the magistrate's office, speaking in a sharp, high-pitched voice. Sir Magistrate, it has been some time. Ah, it is you? Eunuch Pei, please, take a seat, the Jianzhou Magistrate replied, having previously held a post in the capital and being acquainted with Eunuch Pei. Greetings, Eunuch Pei. Another Purple Mansion cultivator saluted. Since the Magistrate has matters of importance, I shall take my leave. Safe travels. Once the office was devoid of others, Eunuch Pei began. The Emperor is already aware of the situation concerning the imperfectly matched Marquis. He has sent me to ascertain the details. You need only speak the truth. The Jianzhou Magistrate nodded. I shall not withhold anything. Was it the Golden Core cultivator who killed the imperfectly matched Marquis in the Hahuan Forbidden Land? I believe not. I observed that battle from 50 miles away using the gazing chi technique, and there was no sign of a Golden Core presence, nor even a trace of Golden Core energy. Are you suggesting that the imperfectly matched Marquis fell to a Purple Mansion cultivator? Eunuch Pei's eyes widened in astonishment. Yi Jingyuan had once slain a peak Purple Mansion cultivator. How could he now have perished at the hands of another Purple Mansion? You speak the truth. The Jianzhou Magistrate pondered, filled with uncertainty. Did the imperfectly matched Marquis exert all his strength and not underestimate his opponent? Eunuch Pei inquired further. The Jianzhou Magistrate replied. The imperfectly matched Marquis likely employed Purple Mansion techniques and fought with all his might before succumbing. Subsequently, Eunuch Pei posed several more questions, and after sharing a meal with the magistrate, he set off for Dongfang. As a representative, he could not rely solely on one person's word. He needed to investigate for himself. Shortly thereafter, disguised, he entered the Hahuan Forbidden Land. As a eunuch, he was not apprehensive about being drained by the Hahuan sect's enchantresses. Upon entering the Forbidden Land, Eunuch Pei felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. The malevolent energy here felt familiar to him. If only the spiritual energy of this realm were not so thin, it would be a truly splendid location for him. He had not wandered long before encountering a female cultivator of the Hahuan sect. You seem to have strayed into the wrong territory. This is the Hahuan Forbidden Land. You must leave at once, she advised kindly. After Shen Qingxuan returned with Oriental Huaixue, this holy son, utilizing the voice of the sect leader Youyao, announced the highest decree of the sect. No one may harvest or absorb the energies of those who inadvertently wander into the Forbidden Land. Once the sect's restrictions are lifted, disciples may seek their fated partners, thus fostering harmony in Hahuan. Eunuch Pei immediately feigned ignorance. Ah, I see this is a forbidden land. My apologies for intruding. With that, he hastily departed. However, in a fleeting moment as he turned away, he embedded a trace of his consciousness within the sleeve of the female cultivator. At midday, having toiled through the previous night, Shen Qingxuan abruptly sat upright, glancing at his junior sister Jiang Yu Rou, who was already meditating in practice. I forgot to sign in. Last night, Jiang Yu Rou had showcased her martial prowess, leaving him so enthralled that he neglected to maintain his signing-in streak that had lasted for 100 days. Fortunately, the day was not yet over. He hastily donned his garments, bidding farewell to Jiang Yu Rou before heading to the main hall of the sect. System, sign-in. As he reached the steps of the hall, Shen Qingxuan silently recited the words to sign in. It was not a full moon night, so the sign-in would not yield a critical reward. Whatever one obtained could either be stored or refined on the spot. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a premium true Yang Spirit pill. The host has diligently signed in for 100 days and is thus rewarded with a map of the realm. A map of the realm, what could that be? After consuming the spirit pill like candy, Shen Qingxuan summoned the map. It was vast, instantly threatening to envelop the entire Great Hall. Fortunately, it could be resized, appearing in the palm of his hand like a page from a book. However, the text was minuscule, almost smaller than dust. Shen Qingxuan struggled to discern the characters with his naked eye, but a sweep of his spiritual consciousness revealed a plethora of information. He found himself in the mortal spirit realm, Qingyan continent, at the Dongfang Huaixue sect. But the information provided was far more extensive. Chapter 35. The purpose of the map. Learning Ikebana. Dongfang, a special location of the Huaixue sect. Dongfang, a concealed location in the secret realm behind the Huaixue sect. Shugua, the land of the dragon's rise, the imperial harem of Shugua. Shugua, a special location. The blood pool of the Youyao sect. The map in his hand, through the feedback of his spiritual consciousness, not only marked his current location, but also indicated nearby, special places for sign-ins. The marked locations were presumably beneficial for sign-ins. Observing the first two entries, Shen Qingxuan deduced that the subsequent locations would also yield rewards. He refrained from exploring further, as some places were too distant for him to reach. Only Shugua was relatively close to Dongfang. He could arrive by morning and return by night. With the pure Yang Feiyun at his disposal, his speed would only increase. Indeed, the shattered sword domain within the secret realm was exceedingly perilous, and the benefits from signing in at the Huaixue sect were diminishing. Although he could sign in daily for treasures like the true Yang Spirit Pill and Qilin Blood, overindulgence had led to a degree of resistance. It was time to venture out for new sign-ins. Shen Qingxuan stowed the map, his gaze distant. The map acquired after 100 consecutive sign-ins was of immense value to him. Otherwise, when the Huaixue sect was unsealed in the future, he would struggle to find places for sign-ins in higher realms. Today was his master's turn. First, he would ensure her satisfaction before heading to Shugua. Having solidified his thoughts, Shen Qingxuan returned to his residence to change into a different outfit, shedding the scent of Jiang Yu Rou. Youyao disliked the smell of others during dual cultivation. As a disciple, it was necessary to show respect in this regard. After donning a fitted dark robe, Shen Qingxuan gazed at his reflection, caressing his face. No wonder Junior Sister chose me without hesitation that day. To be candid, this visage would be considered exceptional in the outside world. It was not mere self-promotion on Shen Qingxuan's part. During his time in the Shun family's collateral branch, many had sought his hand in marriage. They truly had the fortune of encountering something remarkable. After a light jest, Shen Qingxuan made his way to the quarters where Youyao resided. Disciple, what brings you here? Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the mature and graceful Youyao, who leaned against the table, arranging flowers in a jade vase. Aside from cultivation, her greatest passion was flower arranging. Although the forbidden area was heavy with dark energy, it did not deter her from nurturing her beloved shade-loving plants. Shen Qingxuan observed his master, pondering that at times she resembled the flowers in the vase, while he was the one arranging them. I merely came to check on you. Master, are you so idle? Youyao glanced over, exuding an alluring charm. I wouldn't say idle. Shen Qingxuan approached Youyao, his hand playfully tracing her firm thigh. I heard that the Youyao sect has a blood pool. Do you know about it, Master? The blood pool? Youyao trembled slightly at his touch, pondering for a moment before responding. There seems to be such a place. It is rumored to be a forbidden area of the Youyao sect. It is said that previous sect leaders have perished there, and they often kill people to drain their blood into the pool. What about it? Has something happened at the blood pool? Shen Qingxuan shook his head, his hand gliding along her smooth thigh. Nothing in particular. I was merely curious. Aside from this inquiry, do you have other matters? Youyao's cheeks flushed, her body softening under his touch. She was puzzled. It was still morning, and her disciple seemed unusually eager. Shen Qingxuan wrapped his arm around Youyao's slender waist, addressing the enchanting beauty in his embrace. Originally, I had no other matters. However, seeing you arrange flowers, I too wish to learn the art of ikebana. You wish to learn? Am I obliged to teach you? Ah, be gentle with the flowers. Youyao shot him an exasperated glance, the fragrance wafting through the air. Shen Qingxuan pressed a kiss to Youyao's exquisite cheek, grinning. As your disciple, is it not only rightful for you to impart your wisdom to me? Rest assured, whatever teachings you bestow will not be squandered. I shall ensure your teachings are developed and, indeed, glorified. Youyao understood the underlying meaning and retorted. Then I shall see if your sword is indeed sharp. By the way, you are forbidden for drawing from me. During a rainy day, not far from the forbidden area, Eunuch Pei concealed himself, utilizing the spiritual consciousness embedded within the female cultivators of the Hahuan sect to scan the vicinity. This method was significantly more discreet than exposing his spiritual consciousness to the open air, unless one specifically sought to investigate an individual. It was challenging to detect the concealed consciousness. No golden core realms? After an hour of probing, Eunuch Pei confirmed that there were no golden core cultivators within the Hahuan sect and severed the thread of consciousness. He prepared to return to the capital to report. However, as he passed through Jianzhou City, the local governor intercepted him. Governor, what is the matter? Eunuch Pei was puzzled as to why he was stopped again. Everything that needed to be communicated had been relayed, and all courtesies had been observed. Was there something concealed from the court? With a sigh, the Jianzhou governor revealed, to be frank, we have recently had over 10 fatalities within Jianzhou, including several Foundation establishment cultivators. Another official, and I suspect that the Eternal Night Corpse Demon has emerged. The Eternal Night Corpse Demon? Having served in the capital for centuries. Eunuch Pei was well aware of this entity, his eyes widening in surprise. Are you certain it is that creature? Highly probable. The Demon-Slaying Bureau has found no trace of demonic energy in the city. The Jianzhou governor replied gravely. Perhaps the killing entity lies beyond the city? Eunuch Pei suggested another possibility. The governor shook his head. Impossible. Jianzhou City is protected by a golden core formation, unless a demon above the golden core level enters. Any demonic entity attempting to infiltrate will trigger the formation. Eunuch Pei's eyes sharpened, nodding in agreement. Naturally, demons above the golden core would not waste their time slaying mere Foundation establishment cultivators and mortals. Only vile beings like the Eternal Night Corpse Demon would indiscriminately kill anyone, and they did not trigger any formations. Could it be the work of a rogue cultivator? Eunuch Pei proposed one final possibility. This suggestion was dismissed by the Jianzhou governor. I have never heard of a rogue cultivator so eager to kill, one that disregards the Purple Mansion's authority in the city. Eunuch Pei nodded in acknowledgement. Rogue cultivators in Shugua were akin to pariahs, often existing in remote areas. How could they dare to brazenly enter Jianzhou City and cause such a significant massacre? The matter has come to our family's attention and will be reported to His Majesty. After bidding farewell to the governor, Eunuch Pei hurriedly departed from Jianzhou City. Little did he anticipate that in the very next moment, an officer from the Demon Exorcism Bureau arrived to inform the governor. My lord, 29 corpses have been discovered in Tong County, suspected to have fallen victim to a demonic attack, all drained of vitality. Each bears marks of having been pierced by a sharp weapon. The governor's eyes twitched. Where is the county magistrate of Tong County? Did I not instruct them to maintain vigilant watch day and night to protect the citizens? The officer gulped, his eyes reddening as he replied. My lord, the deceased are none other than the family of Magistrate Yu, all 29 of them. Chapter 36. The grief of Blood Sun's sect before Shisa Mountain. Egrets soar, while peach blossoms float upon the flowing stream, and the perch grow fat. By midday, Shen Qingxuan concluded his flower arranging lesson and extricated himself from the activity. Youyao, radiant as blooming flowers, felt content, her heart brimming with satisfaction as she had imparted all the techniques and postures of flower arranging to her favorite disciple. Thus, once the flowers were arranged, they were certain to bloom resplendently. Master, I must venture outside the sect for a time. Before leaving the palace, Shen Qingxuan duly informed, to prevent Youyao and Yu Rou from searching for him throughout the sect. Stop. Are you intending to visit the Blood Sun sect's blood pool? Youyao suddenly realized. Given their close bond, she had come to understand her disciple quite well. Shen Qingxuan paused, smiling. You guessed correctly, Master. I fear the Blood Sun sect may continue to endanger the world and intend to eliminate that threat while also investigating the rumored blood pool. Youyao pondered for a moment before cautioning, "Do take care." For a disciple who often rode on her coattails, she felt powerless to prevent him and could only urge Shen Qingxuan to exercise caution. "Thank you for your concern, Master." Shen Qingxuan adjusted his belt, stepped out of the grand hall, and summoned the pure Yang flying cloud, swiftly soaring towards the kingdom of Su. By evening, he arrived within the borders of Su. After some inquiries, he learned that the Blood Sun sect was not far from the capital, right beneath the emperor's feet. The ruler of Su was truly not a person of integrity. Through familial ties, he allowed the Blood Sun sect, a demonic sect, to continuously harm the common folk. Shen Qingxuan shook his head and continued on his journey, finally reaching the vicinity of the Blood Sun sect by nightfall. By then, the hour was late, and silence enveloped the surroundings, with only half a stick of incense remaining until midnight. The Blood Sun sect's stronghold lay upon a mountain in the capital. Though modest in size, it sprawled across the hilly terrain. After confirming his location with a map, Shen Qingxuan soared to the entrance of the Blood Sun sect. Devoid of the presence of the Purple Mansion, the Blood Sun sect had devolved into a second-rate power, with not even a disciple stationed to guard the entrance. Upon easily infiltrating the sect, an elder-like figure blocked his path. "Who are you? Why have you trespassed into our Blood Sun sect?" Shen Qingxuan disregarded the words and swiftly dispatched the speaker to silence any potential alarm within the sect. According to common rumors and the accounts within the cultivation realm, no disciple of the Blood Sun sect was virtuous. The privilege of entry was to select a maiden untouched by men from across the nation to drain her vitality. These disciples practiced demonic arts, their hands stained with the blood of countless victims. "Someone has killed Elder Lin. Quickly, someone." The cry of alarm echoed. "Enemy attack. Go summon the Deputy Sect Master to subdue this vile rogue." Upon discovering a death, chaos erupted within the Blood Sun sect as all members rushed forth, surrounding Shen Qingxuan tightly. "Vile rogue, you are surrounded. Speak. Why have you ruthlessly slain our sect's elder?" The leading figure, presumably the Deputy Sect Master, chastised while pondering who this intruder could be. Ever since the demise of Sect Master Shuaihan and the other two Purple Mansion elders, he had lived in fear of revenge from old enemies. Yet, as far as his memory served, the Blood Sun sect had not offended such a young late Foundation establishment cultivator, had they? Indeed, the Deputy Sect Master believed that anyone capable of slaying Elder Lin, who was at the mid-Foundation establishment level, must be a late Foundation establishment cultivator. Shen Qingxuan paid no mind to their words or the gazes of the crowd. He merely counted the number of people present. "How many members does your Blood Sun sect have now? Why do you ask this? Could it be that you intend to annihilate our entire sect?" An elder snorted disdainfully, revealing his mid-Foundation establishment aura. Shen Qingxuan glanced at the elder in surprise, a naive smile gracing his lips. "You guessed correctly. Arrogant. Do you truly believe our Blood Sun sect is defenseless?" The Deputy Sect Master stepped forward, his peak Foundation establishment aura reassuring the gathered disciples. "How dare a mere youth speak so boldly? Do you not fear the repercussions? Elder, I believe the rogue is far too arrogant. We should sever his limbs and then execute him slowly. I think it would be fitting to feed him to the blood pool. After all, he is still a Foundation establishment cultivator. Might as well utilize his remains." Shen Qingxuan cast his gaze downward. "Isn't your Blood Sun sect devoid of capable members? The 3 Purple Mansion elders of the Blood Sun sect were slain by me." "What?" Upon hearing this, the Deputy Sect Master, who had just stepped forward, immediately recoiled, his heart racing, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The one before him was the very murderer of their sect leader, a brainless elder. Witnessing the deputy's retreat, urged, "Sect Master, this person must die. Such words are surely a ruse to instill fear in us, allowing him to escape." Slap! The Deputy Sect Master instantly struck the elder across the face. Silence. Who would dare jest about such matters in front of the Blood Sun sect? The words of the intruder were likely true. Seeing the Deputy Sect Master strike the elder, the disciples were left dumbfounded, each widening their eyes in disbelief at Shen Qingxuan. Could it be that this individual truly was the slayer of 3 Purple Mansion elders? The Deputy Sect Master should take action to avenge the sect leader. After slapping the elder, the Deputy Sect Master approached with a fawning smile. esteemed immortal. Can we reach an understanding? Given the audacious demeanor of the intruder, he must be a purple mansion cultivator, perhaps even a golden core, true immortal. Shen Qingxuan smiled pleasantly. I preferred your previous haughty disposition. With that, he wasted no time. The oppressive aura of the 5th level of the purple mansion enveloped the area, locking all present in place, those of lower cultivation, such as chi refinement, even finding it difficult to breathe. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Waves of sword energy emanated from Shen Qingxuan, mercilessly reaping the lives of the Blood Sun sect disciples, as if the king of hell had called their names. Without a chance for reprieve, within mere moments, only the deputy sect master remained, his face a mask of shock. All other members of the Blood Sun sect lay slain, including those who had hidden away, their presence detected by Shen Qingxuan's divine sense, swiftly dispatched with a single strike. All was lost, everything was gone. The deputy sect master seemed half mad, his expression frozen, tears streaming down his face. It is over, the Blood Sun sect is finished. Shen Qingxuan coldly remarked. The moment you embarked on the path of cultivation, such outcomes should have been anticipated. In the realm of cultivation, sects rise and fall in the blink of an eye. Take me to your sect's blood pool. He had scanned the area with his divine sense, but had yet to locate the blood pool. The map only detailed to a specific point, and his current location coincided with that of the blood pool. This was also the reason he spared the deputy sect master's life. I will guide you to the blood pool. Esteemed immortal, will you spare my life? The deputy sect master pleaded, his eyes wide with terror as he swallowed hard. I will consider it, Shen Qingxuan replied casually. Cultivating immortality is, after all, about pursuing one's desires freely, isn't it? Very well, esteemed immortal, please follow me. The deputy sect master led the way ahead, navigating through the grand hall and into a hidden chamber behind the walls, making a series of turns until they arrived at the blood pool. Before them lay a pool measuring 3 zhang in length and width, emanating an overpowering stench, filled with vibrant red blood. Occasionally, agonized and contorted faces surfaced above the pool's surface. Shen Qingxuan pinched his nose and inquired, what is the purpose of this blood pool? The deputy sect master replied candidly, those who have accomplished great deeds within the sect may enter the blood pool to cultivate for a night. And how is it nourished? Shen Qingxuan pressed. Each day, a life is sacrificed for blood, and whenever a disciple returns after collecting the blood of young maidens, they bring back the blood of virgins as well. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingxuan frowned, realizing it was indeed a place steeped in malevolence. If that is the case, you shall also nourish the blood pool, he declared, raising his hand to slay the deputy sect master. The deputy's eyes widened in horror, as if to plead. Did you not say you would consider sparing me? Watching the deputy being consumed by the blood pool, leaving no trace behind, Shen Qingxuan calculated the time. System check-in. Chapter 37. Blood Slave, Sister Disciple Desires Beep. Check-in successful. Currently at the special location, Blood Yang Sect's blood pool. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a blood slave. A blood slave? What is that? Shen Qingxuan focused his mind, and a humanoid figure of blood materialized before him. Blood slave greets the master. The blood figure knelt, bowing deeply in a posture of utmost servitude. Shen Qingxuan sensed an undeniable loyalty within the blood slave. Even if commanded to die, it would not hesitate for a moment. Moreover, he could perceive that this blood slave possessed considerable strength, likely surpassing his own cultivation level, with the ability to seize a corporeal form. Indeed, the items acquired in this place of darkness were exceedingly sinister. Shen Qingxuan mused. Rise and gather all valuable items within the Blood Yang sect for me. He instructed the blood slave. The blood slave stood and prepared to act. Wait. Divide the items into 2 storage bags, one for those of higher value and another for the rest. Shen Qingxuan refined his request. Understood, master. Are there any other commands? The blood slave queried cautiously. Shen Qingxuan pondered for a moment and added, once you have finished gathering, dispose of the corpses properly. The blood slave rejoiced. Thank you, master. The corpses of those cultivators are a great boon for me, especially those brimming with vitality. Go, Shen Qingxuan urged. The blood slave moved with remarkable speed, and within half an hour, he had searched every nook and cranny, including mouse nests and boots, returning with 2 storage bags. Shen Qingxuan received the bags, selecting several items from the more valuable one, before instructing, "For now, conceal yourself among the attendants in the capital, awaiting my orders." "Yes, master." The blood slave transformed into a wisp of shadow and exited the Blood Yang sect, soon hiding within the warehouse of a prominent household, entering a state of dormancy. Shen Qingxuan flew back to the Harmony sect, maintaining his connection to the blood slave until he left the territory of Su country, finally feeling at ease. By the time he returned to the Harmony sect, dawn was breaking. "Blood slave, did you see another blood slave at the Blood Yang sect?" Youyao's expression shifted slightly at the mention of the term. Shen Qingxuan, feigning ignorance, replied, "What is the matter? Was that blood slave formidable?" Youyao shook her head. "Not particularly powerful, but the conditions to create a blood slave are exceedingly harsh, requiring a vast amount of life force, making them quite rare." "Where did that blood slave go?" Shen Qingxuan opted not to elaborate and simply stated, "I killed it." "Oh, then that counts as eliminating a menace." Youyao's heart sank. She then inquired, "What about the Blood Yang sect?" "Naturally, they were all slain. Allowing such malevolent practitioners to live another day would be a reward I refuse to grant." After hearing this, Youyao nodded inwardly, feeling that her disciple was indeed a person of justice, which endeared him to her even more. After all, women are often drawn to men with a sense of righteousness. Shen Qingxuan smiled serenely, producing 2 storage bags from his robe. These contain the entire wealth of the Blood Yang sect. Utilizing the spiritual stones within may allow us to construct a few cultivation chambers. The oppressive aura of Yin within the Harmony sect was heavy, and the spiritual energy was scarce. However, with a substantial amount of spiritual stones, a cultivation chamber could be established, facilitating the normal cultivation of the female disciples. Youyao was overjoyed, probing into the storage bag with her divine sense. "Wow, there is still so much inside. You didn't touch a single item? Everything here is for the sect's benefit. I would not dare to covet such trivial possessions," Shen Qingxuan replied. Of course, he had not taken nothing. In truth, while clearing the items, he had been taken aback by the resources of the Blood Yang sect. After securing the storage bags, Youyao's eyes sparkled, finding Shen Qingxuan more handsome than ever. He not only knew how to bring back valuable items, but also displayed selflessness in his contributions. "My disciple, how about a reward from your master?" she teased, extending her slender, rosy tongue, her fingers playfully brushing against Shen Qingxuan's waist. Shen Qingxuan gently restrained her delicate hand, chuckling, "Are you the one rewarding me, or am I rewarding you? I fear you may become too indulgent. Yesterday, you sought wisdom from your master. Today, you must generously impart to your junior sister. We cannot show favoritism. After all, it is essential that the 3 of us lead fulfilling lives." After declining Youyao's advances, Shen Qingxuan arrived outside Yu Rou's residence. Still cultivating? Upon reaching the door, he was surprised to find Yu Rou still engaged in her practice. It appeared she had indeed been cultivating throughout the night. "Sister, I'm coming in," he announced. Hearing Shen Qingxuan's voice, Yu Rou immediately halted her training and tidied her appearance. "Brother, please come in." As the door swung open, the interior remained unchanged. Today, Yu Rou resembled a delicate beauty stepping out from a painting, her apricot-colored skirt gently swaying, accentuating her gentle demeanor. A simple, jade hairpin adorned her hair, neither ostentatious nor lacking, perfectly complementing her elegance. Her embroidered shoes in a shade of green lightly tapped on the floor, inadvertently revealing a glimpse of her snowy ankles, invoking enticing thoughts. "You were just practicing? I brought you something," Shen Qingxuan said as he approached the fresh and ethereal Yu Rou, producing several pills hidden within his storage bag. Though these pills held little value for cultivators at the Purple Mansion level, they were quite beneficial for those at the Foundation establishment stage. "Wow, so many pills. Where did you get these, brother?" Yu Rou's eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing the pills. Shen Qingxuan felt as though he were feeding someone and, with a gentle kiss on her flawless cheek, said, "Don't worry about the details. They're all for you." "Thank you, brother." Yu Rou could hardly contain her excitement as she eagerly accepted the pills. With these at her disposal, she felt confident about breaking through to the mid-foundation establishment stage before the year's end. "In addition, I have something else for you," Shen Qingxuan said, loosening his belt and hinting at more. At first, Yu Rou was slightly puzzled, but once she was pushed down onto the bed, she understood. Her heart fluttered as her graceful form seemed to breathe. Brother, Shen Qingxuan leaned in closer. Do you desire my gift? Of course. Yu Rou loves the gifts my brother gives her. Yu Rou shyly closed her almond-shaped eyes, her long lashes fluttering gently. At times, she wished her brother were hers alone, for then she could receive his gifts every day. The layers of her skirt were soon undone, her delicate body like jade, her brows slightly furrowed, her charming face radiating warmth, afraid to speak too loudly, lest the heavens take notice. On the other side, the news of the complete destruction of the Blood Sun sect spread rapidly throughout the capital of the Su kingdom. At that moment, it coincided with Grand Eunuch Pei's audience with the emperor to report the situation. Are you certain that the Hahuan sect lacks golden core masters? The old emperor gazed intently at Grand Eunuch Pei, resembling a languid dragon at dusk. Your Majesty, I have confirmed that indeed. There are no golden core masters within the Hahuan sect, Grand Eunuch Pei replied, bending slightly and lowering his gaze, his tone resolute. Then, do you believe that the one who annihilated the Blood Sun sect and the one who killed the peerless Marquis are the same person? The ruler, Han Qing, shifted his tone. Your Majesty, I believe the probability is exceedingly high. Grand Eunuch Pei's head quivered slightly as he raised his eyes to meet the emperor's countenance. This individual not only killed the peerless Marquis, but also brazenly destroyed the Blood Sun sect, which has enjoyed the imperial favor. I suspect this person is targeting your Majesty. In the Su kingdom, it was common knowledge that the Blood Sun sect was under the emperor's protection, which is why, after the demise of 3 esteemed members, no one dared to confront them. The Blood Sun sect relied heavily on the imperial court, and the emperor had extended his lifespan significantly due to their support, forging a close alliance. Now that the Blood Sun sect had been eradicated, the conflict escalated from mere disdain for the royal family to a direct challenge against the imperial court. After listening to Grand Eunuch Pei, the old emperor, having noted the ministers clamoring for revenge for the peerless Marquis, felt he could no longer remain passive. I have taken note of this matter. You may take a rest for a while. Grand Eunuch Pei acknowledged this and was about to withdraw when he recalled something significant. Your Majesty, forgive this old servant's forgetfulness. There is another pressing matter I must report. Speak, the old emperor replied, a hint of impatience in his voice, as he wished to avoid further complications. Grand Eunuch Pei then conveyed the troubling news regarding the suspected appearance of the Eternal Night Corpse Demon in Jinzhou. The Eternal Night Corpse Demon? The old emperor murmured, his expression one of skepticism. Having lived for 3 centuries, he recalled that this was a tale told by the late empress to lull him to sleep during her youth. Could it truly exist? What was the last occurrence of the Eternal Night Corpse Demon? The old emperor posed the question with an inquisitive gaze, though he himself was uncertain. After a moment's contemplation, Grand Eunuch Pei, who had lived through 2 dynasties, surmised it had been over a millennium since, and that it was merely a remnant of the Corpse Demon. If it were during the peak period of the Eternal Night Corpse Demon, that time would predate the establishment of the Great Su. The old emperor stroked his white beard and chuckled. So long ago? Do you think it could possibly resurface? I shall not concern myself with this matter for now. The various cultivation sects on the Qinyan continent are far more astute than we. Grand Eunuch Pei nodded in agreement. Your Majesty is wise. In comparison to their realm, the cultivators on the mountain are the true adversaries of the Eternal Night Corpse Demon. Then I shall take my leave. Very well. After Grand Eunuch Pei departed, the splendidly attired consort Ping slowly emerged from behind the screen. With a sultry demeanor, she said, Your Majesty, the Hahuan sect indeed lacks golden core masters. I believe we should immediately summon the old sect decree to eradicate the Hahuan sect, thereby showcasing the might of our great Su. The old Emperor Han Qing chuckled. My beloved consort speaks wisely. His expression darkened as he continued. They have slain my brother and executed my most trusted general. They have utterly annihilated the Blood Sun sect, which is intolerable. I may be aging, but my ambition still burns bright. As he spoke, the old emperor suddenly felt a surge of vitality. Beloved consort, come, let us retire to the chambers. Delighted, Consort Ping replied, Yes, Your Majesty. Yet, as she entered the palace, a sense of worry crept into her heart. The emperor had aged significantly, particularly in that regard, and despite his promises of affection, he could never fulfill them. Thus, Consort Ping remained in a state akin to a living widow, having broken the barrier herself. As expected, just as the old Emperor Han prepared for an intimate encounter, he suddenly paled. He gazed at the elegantly clad Consort Ping, who appeared enchanting yet disheveled, and sighed. "Beloved consort, please freshen up. I have matters of importance to attend to." Subsequently, feeling somewhat embarrassed, he left the chambers. Watching the emperor depart, Consort Ping was left in a state of despair, unable to suppress her tears and resolved to resolve her own matters independently. Meanwhile, Shen Qingxuan, who had been indulging in pleasures at the Hahuan sect, showed no signs of stopping. "Senior brother, please don't stop." "Stop what?" "Don't stop, I want more." In a secluded cave outside the Hahuan sect, Dongfang Huaixue had fully healed from her physical injuries after days of recuperation. Her spiritual wounds were also mostly mended, requiring only a period of rest. Despite this, she found herself irresistibly curious about the secrets of the boudoir, and each time she read it, her cheeks flushed crimson. Ultimately, she concluded that cultivators need not squander time on matters of the bedchamber. After all, those of high cultivation could attain longevity, and only those nearing the end of their lifespan would ponder such affairs. At just over 20 and at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, her lifespan was sufficient for thousands of years, especially after breaking into the nascent soul stage. As time passed, she pondered whether her ancient sword had been restored. With this thought, Dongfang Huaixue floated barefoot into the territory of the Hahuan sect. Today, she donned a gown that shimmered like moonlight, its layers cascading gracefully, reminiscent of gentle winter snow waves. Delicate frost-white patterns adorned the hem of her dress, her hair meticulously styled, and a hexagonal lotus crown resting upon her head, exuding an aura of sanctity. Once she steadied herself in mid-air, she extended her consciousness to probe the sect. Moments later, her fair visage flushed with crimson as she muttered, "Lustful scoundrel, an utterly shameless lecher, publicly engaging in debauchery. How disgraceful for our kind." She could scarcely bear to witness what unfolded below. What shocked her most was that the techniques employed by Yu Rou in the room were precisely those she had seen in the secrets of the boudoir just the day before. The display was vividly lifelike. With her eyes sullied by what she had seen, Dongfang Huaixue resolved to return later. After waiting for a full hour, she cautiously probed again. Still not finished? Is Shen Qingxuan a beast? After another half hour, the commotion within Shen Qingxuan's quarters persisted. Surely, he must be exhausted by now. Shen Qingxuan is not only a lustful scoundrel, but also lacks any understanding of cherishing the gentle and delicate. How could he treat his junior sister so callously? Eventually, as the sun dipped beyond the western hills, the two concluded their passionate entanglement. "Senior brother, I feel like I might break." Yu Rou slumped to the ground, sweat pooling around her. "This intensity of training is overwhelming." "I feel the same." Shen Qingxuan remarked that the pills from the Blood Sun sect were astonishingly powerful. Indeed, on his way back, he had consumed several of the Blood Sun sect's pills as if they were mere sweets. With his sacred body and the swallowing heavenly immortal technique, he digested their potency with remarkable speed. "Rest well. If you're unable to walk, just lie down for a while." Shen Qingxuan supported himself as he left the room, planning to visit the blood pool again that night, hoping to acquire a blood servant. As he walked some distance away, Dongfang Huaixue blocked his path with a frosty expression. "Dongfang, fairy?" Shen Qingxuan was taken aback and bowed respectfully. "Fairy, has your injury healed?" With a cold and beautiful countenance, Dongfang Huaixue succinctly inquired, "Is the ancient sword repaired?" Shen Qingxuan let out a long, "Oh, it is still not restored." If the other party were to learn that a sword has been reduced to mere fragments, it would likely lead to an unfavorable outcome. Perhaps it is best to pause for now. Moreover, has the Thunderblade already acknowledged its master, yet remains unrepaired? How long will that take? Dongfang Huaixue's phoenix-like eyes lowered, imbued with a hint of authority. This sword is of no insignificant grade, and its restoration will undoubtedly require a considerable span of time. My dear fairy, consider how long it takes to select materials and forge a spirit treasure. Shen Qingxuan interjected. It likely takes several months or even years for the more prolonged processes. Dongfang Huaixue replied candidly. Shen Qingxuan, recognizing the full scope of the situation, clapped his hands. Precisely. This sword surpasses even spirit treasures. Although it is merely a matter of restoration, it will still demand ample time. Dongfang Huaixue furrowed her elegant brows, her graceful visage filled with skepticism. Are you implying that this ancient sword, once restored, will be of a grade surpassing spirit treasures, perhaps even a sacred relic? Shen Qingxuan, uncertain of the distinctions between the two, scratched his head. Perhaps. Very well. I shall remain in Dongcang awaiting your return. Do not attempt to deceive me. After casting a deep glance at Shen Qingxuan, Dongfang Huaixue departed from the confines of Hehuan sect. She held no desire to linger with a lecher and a seductress. However, an ancient sword of such caliber, even within the Xianhuang sect, would be highly coveted. After all, only cultivators at the God transformation stage can forge sacred relics. Chapter 39. Blood Transfer and Soul Exchange Talisman. Relocating the blood pool after bidding farewell to the formidable Dongfang Huaixue. Shen Qingxuan summoned the pure Yang flying cloud and soared toward the blood Yang gate of the Su kingdom. If only he could traverse space. While aloft, Shen Qingxuan rubbed his face and sighed. To tear through the void for travel requires a golden core or nascent soul, likely only achievable by those at the God transformation stage. Now, as a Purple Mansion cultivator, he could reign supreme in Dongcang. Yet the higher realms remained a different story. Nevertheless, he could test the abilities of his blood servant. With a thought, Shen Qingxuan summoned the blood servant, who was resting in Su Kingdom's capital, and they met outside the blood Yang gate. Blood servant, at your service. Before him stood a blood servant, taking the form of an unremarkable woman. Though lacking a physical body, it was evident she was indeed human. Shen Qingxuan raised an eyebrow. Why do you appear thus? Reporting to my master, upon seeing a woman that resembled this form while in slumber, I instinctively transformed into it, the blood servant explained. Shen Qingxuan nodded. Then are you male or female? My master, the blood servant can be either male or female, both feminine and masculine. The female-appearing blood servant replied solemnly. Instantly, Shen Qingxuan lost interest. He pointed to a sparrow in the sky. Possess a bird of your choice. Infiltrate the Su Kingdom's royal palace and gather useful intelligence. Understood. The blood servant, obedient to Shen Qingxuan's command, immediately transformed into a shadow of blood and dashed into the night, seizing control of a sparrow. With a shriek, the sparrow's eyes turned crimson before gradually fading as it flew toward the Su Kingdom's royal palace. The blood servant, not classified as a demon or monster, resembled more of a puppet and would not be affected by the palace's protective formations. Once the sparrow blood servant had flown far away, Shen Qingxuan proceeded into the blood Yang gate. Is anyone here? Before he reached the blood pool, a strong intuition informed Shen Qingxuan that he was not the only being present. He promptly halted, extending his spiritual sense forward. Within his perception, a being with exposed flesh, a bloody tail, and sharp fangs was bent over, greedily drinking from the blood pool. Shen Qingxuan's anger flared. Someone was stealing his meal. If the blood within the pool were consumed, it would no longer be a special location, and he would lose the opportunity to sign in. As the saying goes, taking away another's livelihood equates to endangering their life. With that thought, he drew the blazing sun bow, activating the sun-patterned cloud seals along its body, radiant with brilliance. What manner of creature are you? Sensing danger behind it, the fang being ceased its drinking. It remained motionless, twisting its neck to observe Shen Qingxuan, who had drawn his bow with hollow eyes. A demon, perhaps? This was Shen Qingxuan's first encounter with a demon, and he felt a twinge of excitement. Cultivating immortality and sharing the path of life with a partner were not the sole pursuits of cultivation. The thrill of slaying demons also ranked among the joys of a cultivator. The exhilaration of vanquishing demons was a desire cherished by every cultivator. You must seize this opportunity to eradicate evil. Ha! You underestimate me if you consider me a demon. The fanged being suddenly appeared before Shen Qingxuan, its palm imbued with formidable energy, rushing toward him. So swift? Shen Qingxuan had not anticipated this move. His fingers released the bowstring, and the arrow was nearly shot at point-blank range. Bang! The blazing arrow struck first, its overwhelming impact and flames piercing through the fang being's chest, sending it flying several dozen feet, pinning it against the blood pool's wall. A successful strike. The fang being let out a cry of despair, dissolving into a dark shadow that vanished within the blood pool's confines. By the time Shen Qingxuan exited the blood pool, that creature had already disappeared without a trace. Are the demons of the cultivation world truly so formidable? Shen Qingxuan was taken aback. The vitality and combat prowess exhibited by that demon, coupled with its escape tactics, were certainly comparable to those of Purple Mansion cultivators like Shuaihan. No matter, I shall remain by the blood pool. It is bound to return. Shen Qingxuan sat cross-legged beside the blood pool, awaiting the arrival of midnight. System, sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the blood transfer and soul exchange talisman. A talisman appeared in Shen Qingxuan's hand, marked with purple and blood-red patterns, the paper dark and exuding an aura of malevolence. This was his first time obtaining a talisman through sign-in. What purpose does this talisman serve? For someone with limited knowledge, like Shen Qingxuan, the more peculiar the item, the more dubious its nature. He immediately retrieved the talisman compendium from his storage bag and began to peruse its contents. The Hehuan sect possessed a wealth of literature, including the talisman compendium, encyclopedia of magical artifacts, and pharmaceutical chronicles, among others, all of which Shen Qingxuan had copied. The blood transfer and soul exchange talisman. A special talisman could be torn in half, with one half affixed to oneself and the other to the individual whose body one wished to exchange. The talisman would then take effect. Upon reading this, Shen Qingxuan couldn't help but gasp. Good heavens, this is essentially a temporary possession. This item allows the exchange of bodies, while the other party cannot utilize their own body. Furthermore, it can be employed on individuals at a higher cultivation level. Fairy Huaixue, with your golden core physique, a peculiar gleam flickered in Shen Qingxuan's eyes. He can now utilize the blood transfer and soul exchange talisman to adopt Dongfang Huaixue's form and subsequently unravel the restrictions of the Hehuan sect. Such a talisman is truly remarkable. After stowing away the talisman, Shen Qingxuan chose not to return to the Hehuan sect, but rather to lay in wait. After all, he still needed to sign in at the blood pool tomorrow. Wait, could I relocate the blood pool to the Hehuan sect? This way, I would not have to guard it against others' covetous eyes. The thought, once conceived, spiraled into an uncontrollable idea. After a mental whirlwind, Shen Qingxuan concluded that it was indeed feasible. He harnessed all his spiritual power, levitating the thunder blade above the blood pool to suppress its ferocity. Then, he employed the swallowing heaven immortal technique, using an unparalleled suction force to forcibly extract the entire blood pool from the ground. At last, a spectral image of the Purple Mansion appeared behind Shen Qingxuan, towering sword peaks and a magnificent sword palace, momentarily drawing the blood pool into the Purple Mansion. What a fearsome sight! After the blood pool was placed within the Purple Mansion, Shen Qingxuan felt an overwhelming surge of anger, his eyes turning crimson. As if he might explode, I must return to the sect swiftly. Sensing his deteriorating condition, Shen Qingxuan rode the pure Yang flying cloud, racing through the night sky. Just as he departed, a secret envoy from the palace entered the Blood Yang sect. The blood pool, hidden within the sect, was difficult to detect even for the Purple Mansion. Although the Blood Yang sect had been neglected by some, the blood pool should have been preserved. The envoy was there to retrieve some blood for fortifying seal. The late Emperor Han, he had relied on the blood from the pool to concoct elixirs and extend his life. To his surprise, the blood pool had been relocated, leaving not a drop behind. What? The envoy stared, dumbfounded, at the vanished blood pool and the large pit left in its place. Who could possibly have moved the entire blood pool? One must leave some eggs if one is to kill the chicken. The envoy, on the verge of tears, collapsed onto the ground, gazing at the empty site with a face ashen with despair. Without the blood pool, how could he return to the palace and report? If the emperor learned that the blood pool, which had long been nurtured by the Blood Yang sect, was gone, he would surely erupt in fury and have him executed. Perhaps I should flee far away and become a farmer. That night, the palace lost an envoy, while the Eastern Song region gained a farmer. Chapter 40. Changes in the blood pool. The old sect order is about to act huff on the pure Yang flying cloud. Shen Qingxuan exhaled blood energy, his body straining under the pressure, on the brink of being possessed. He realized he had indeed overstepped. Although the countless sword shadows within the Purple Mansion were suppressing the blood pool, he had underestimated its ferocity. The blood pool, contained within the Purple Mansion, was nearly boiling. The accumulated resentment and hatred within continuously assaulting Shen Qingxuan's spirit, seeking to devour his consciousness. Fortunately, sensing the threat, the Taishu sword box quietly opened a crack, allowing a wisp of sword energy to descend, firmly suppressing the raging blood pool. Indeed, it is worthy of its status as a life-bound object of celestial rank. By dawn, Shen Qingxuan returned to the Hehuan sect. He did not inform anyone and quietly made his way to the back mountain, seeking a most inconspicuous corner. Here is where you shall be placed. With a thought, the purple mansion manifested, and the foul-smelling blood pool, 3 zhang in length and width, was thrust into the ground. Boom! The blood pool quickly sank into the earth, voraciously consuming the surrounding yin and malevolent energies. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Such a commotion awakened Youyao, who was meditating and cultivating. The back mountain was enveloped in blood energy, coalescing into a blood cloud of considerable size, with ominous thunder flashing within. This marked the 4th anomaly to appear in Eastern Song following the dual suns, the dark phenomenon, and the resonance of blades. Although this anomaly was far less grand than the previous 3, it still attracted the attention of many cultivators seeking treasures in Eastern Song. Look, what place is that? Could it be that another treasure is about to emerge? Eastern Song has seen 4 consecutive anomalies, yet nothing has appeared. It must be a ruse. I feel this time is different. Look how the blood cloud lingers. Perhaps this small opportunity is worth a try. Oh, come on. The Hehuan Forbidden Land is a place of danger. It is said that several great cultivators of the Purple Mansion have fallen there. Indeed, even the unparalleled Marquis of Su State, Yi Jingyuan, met his demise there. The fearsome reputation of the Hehuan sect may intimidate some petty souls. Yet there are still those with ambitious hearts who stir restlessly. In the back mountain of the sect, Youyao widened her autumn water-like eyes in shock, exclaiming, "Could that be the blood pool of the Bloodyang sect?" A group of disciples and elders followed suit, their expressions one more vivid than the last. How could the infamous blood pool of the Bloodyang sect appear in our back mountain? Yes, I thought it looked quite good, so I decided to move it here. Shen Qingxuan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had not anticipated such changes would occur from relocating the blood pool and could only mask his discomfort with a smile. Similarly, Dongfang Huaixue sensed the anomaly and descended from the clouds, barefooted. Looking down, her graceful form trembled slightly as she said, "Qingxuan, such a malevolent object should be destroyed immediately. Bringing it to the Hehuan sect, in conjunction with the local malevolent energies, will only amplify its wickedness." Combined with malevolent energies, only to become more evil? Upon hearing this, Shen Qingxuan's excitement was palpable. The more unique the location, the more advantageous it would be for him. This was precisely the effect he desired. Seeing Shen Qingxuan's subtly changing expression, Dongfang Huaixue knew she could not rescue him from his impending fall. Thus, she swiftly waved her delicate hand, intending to obliterate the blood pool. "What are you doing, fairy?" Shen Qingxuan stepped in front of Dongfang Huaixue, blocking her from the blood pool. After all the effort he had put into bringing it here, how could she suggest its destruction? The blood pool requires human blood to nurture it, being exceedingly malevolent. "I am acting on behalf of the heavens." Dongfang Huaixue's phoenix eyes glinted coldly, her power in hand growing increasingly formidable. Shen Qingxuan found himself at a loss for words against her fervent sense of justice. "Fairy, I have not used the lives of innocents to nourish the blood pool. What evil is there in this?" You may not now, but in the future, you will surely commit such wicked acts," Dongfang Huaixue asserted vehemently, the vermilion mark on her forehead radiating purity, signifying her righteous methods. Shen Qingxuan was disinclined to engage further in such reasoning and directly threatened, "If you wish to destroy the blood pool, then that ancient sword shall never return to you. For the unreasonable, one must also be unreasonable." Were it not for the time when Dongfang Huaixue was powerless and he had bound her, Shen Qingxuan would have promptly confined her within the 9 provinces and mountains. "Are you threatening me?" Dongfang Huaixue narrowed her phoenix eyes, her delicate toes instinctively curling inward. "Or else?" Shen Qingxuan's gaze remained equally indifferent. The disciples of the Hehuan sect looked on, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Even Youyao, the sect leader, felt a pang of anxiety for Shen Qingxuan. Although this was not the first time he had confronted Dongfang Huaixue, her status as a golden core cultivator loomed large. According to common sense? How could a purple mansion cultivator dare to threaten a golden core cultivator? Such audacity was indeed an affront. In the end, Dongfang Huaixue relented slightly, huffing, "When the day you fall into madness arrives, I shall personally deal with you." With that, the ethereal and graceful fairy, cradling a plump rabbit, departed from the He-Huan sect. Once Dongfang Huaixue had left, Youyao finally breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "What is your relationship with Dongfang Huaixue now? To have such a celestial being, who would seal other sects over a mere disagreement, refrain from making a move, suggests a profound connection between you two." Shen Qingxuan replied nonchalantly, "She has needs of me." The disciples exchanged glances, astonished. Our He-Huan sect's saint son possesses such power that even a golden core cultivator seeks his assistance. Youyao was skeptical of this claim, exhaling a breath of fragrant air, and said, "Very well, just be cautious. If she truly becomes enraged, I cannot guarantee your safety." Shen Qingxuan adjusted his sleeves, jesting, "When has Master ever protected me? All I need is for Master to embrace me." Ahem, there's so many people here. Youyao's delicate face flushed with embarrassment. Shen Qingxuan promptly changed the subject. "Master, have you noticed that the malevolent energies within the sect are diminishing?" "Indeed, they are." The two looked towards a vortex in the center of the blood pool, which was voraciously devouring the malevolent energies from the He-Huan Forbidden Land. After waiting for everyone to disperse, only Shen Qingxuan remained in the back mountain. He took out the map to observe if there had been any changes in the locations. In the Eastern Song region, the special site was the He-Huan sect. Hidden within Eastern Song was the secret realm in the back mountains of the He-Huan sect. In Su country, the place of dragon revival was the Imperial Harem. In Eastern Song, an unusual site was the Blood-Ean Pool located in the back mountains. Effective. Shen Qingxuan felt both astonished and delighted. Not only had the transplanted location proven effective, but the blood pool had transformed into the Blood-Ean Pool, and the hidden location had morphed into an unusual site. He was eager to sign in, but alas, it was not yet midnight. Today was reserved for his master. First, he would seek his master for dual cultivation to experience the feeling of being enveloped. Shen Qingxuan resolved that a sweet beginning would lead to the best path in his cultivation journey. Deep within the Su country palace, the old Emperor Han Qing quietly entered a desolate hall that had long been abandoned. "Your Majesty, what brings you here?" The golden core elder in repose opened his eyes, knowing that trouble had surely arisen in Su country. The old emperor replied respectfully, "Elder, indeed there is a matter to discuss." "Speak," the elder commanded. The old Emperor Han Qing revealed that Han Songhai, the elder in the golden core realm, was relying on Su country to prevent it from falling into other hands. After detailing matters regarding the Blood Yang sect, Prince Han Yi, and the unparalleled Marquis, Yi Jingyuan, he exhaled deeply. How outrageous! Yi Jingyuan is considered half a disciple of mine. I shall avenge this grievance. Your Majesty, you may return. I will take action to resolve it. Chapter 41, No Witties. Even half an incense stick's duration is impressive. As the poem goes, deep within the chaotic mountains lies a small peach blossom source. Recalling the past as I knock on the door. Song, Luyu West Village. "Oh, Shen Qingxuan, where did you learn such actions?" Youyao's face burned with embarrassment, her body slick with fragrant sweat, struggling to articulate her words. Shen Qingxuan replied candidly, "This is not something I learned. It was taught to me by my junior sister." He spoke the truth, for this was indeed a technique he had acquired from Yu Rou in Secret Techniques of the Boudoir. He merely transferred it over, treating Youyao as Yu Rou. Youyao shot him a glance of exasperation. That mischievous girl truly knows how to play. She appears so honest and simple, yet has so many tricks up her sleeve. Shen Qingxuan could not deny it, and continued to refine his cultivation. Yu Rou evidently had a keen sense of progress in his heart. Only in this way could she ensnare his body tightly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dongfang Huaixue was in a dismal mood after having been thwarted twice. That wretched Shen Qingxuan, how dare he refuse to let me destroy that blood pool? I should have suppressed him within the He-Huan Forbidden Grounds. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that since knowing Shen Qingxuan, he had indeed committed no wrongdoing. In fact, he had even saved her in the Shattered Sword domain. Could it be that he was a good person? Dongfang Huaixue's thoughts momentarily froze. Goo 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 goo. The rabbit, Dubai, nestled into the snow-white jade peak in her arms. Approvingly recognized her thoughts. You think that's not bad too? Dongfang Huaixue lifted the rabbit, saying from now on, you're not allowed to burrow into my bosom, understand? No, I must make him embarrass himself once. I have it. Since he is practicing the Hehuan sect's demonic arts, I can do this and that. With thoughts of vengeance brewing, Dongfang Huaixue's mind played out a grand scene. At night, Shen Qingxuan, having bested Youyao in combat, arrived near the blood-eaten pool in the back mountains. The sinister aura in the back mountains had nearly been entirely absorbed by the blood pool. The appearance of the blood pool had also undergone significant changes. Once a bright crimson, it had now darkened to a shade of deep red tinged with gray. The surface forming a thin layer of ice, devoid of any acrid stench. It had completely melded with the earth's crust. Shen Qingxuan squatted down to inspect. The blood pool he had placed during the day had already integrated with the mountain's veins. He sat in meditation beside the blood-eaten pool, and soon, the time reached midnight. System, sign in. Shen Qingxuan's heart raced with anticipation, wondering what items the first artificially created special location would yield. Ding! The current sign-in location is the unusual blood-eaten pool. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the blood reversal technique. Shen Qingxuan immediately extracted the blood reversal technique. After perusing its contents, he promptly began his cultivation. This technique was extraordinarily formidable. It could restore a cultivator's state to its original condition even after their vital energy was depleted, serving as a powerful trump card. Although it could only be used once a day, mastering this technique effectively granted 1-2 lifelines. As dawn approached, Shen Qingxuan hastily learned the blood reversal technique. I'm truly a genius. The technique was profoundly intricate, only accessible to those of exceptional talent. In a single night, Shen Qingxuan grasped the fundamentals. To call him a prodigy would not be an exaggeration. Yet, he was unaware that items acquired through sign-in often came more easily to him. Had he truly obtained the blood reversal technique from the outside world, he might not have been able to learn it. Chirp, chirp, above the back mountains. The blood sparrow hovered above Shen Qingxuan's head. Come down. The blood sparrow nodded and perched in Shen Qingxuan's palm. Master, shall I maintain this form? Yes. The manifestation of the blood servant could attract unnecessary trouble, and in the form of a sparrow, it was not particularly conspicuous. Yes, master. The blood servant has been diligently gathering intelligence within the palace day and night. It recounted all matters occurring within the palace, including the interactions between eunuchs and maidens. Among these, Shen Qingxuan focused on 2 key points while filtering out all trivialities. First, the old Emperor Han, he was incompetent, with the harem relying solely on the manipulations of his concubines. Second, the elder Han Songhai was due to arrive at the Hehuan Forbidden Grounds today. Excellent. You have done well. With the acquisition of crucial information, Shen Qingxuan couldn't help but praise the blood sparrow in his hand. He added, continue monitoring the Emperor's every word and action, especially his interactions with others. Also, when you report next time, refrain from detailing every trivial matter. Yes, master. Energized by the praise and directives, the blood sparrow transformed into a shadow and sped towards Su country. No one would notice a swiftly flying sparrow. If someone did take notice, the blood servant with purple mansion cultivation would ensure their complete disappearance. An elder of the Golden Core initial stage? It has finally arrived. Shen Qingxuan exhaled deeply. To be honest, ever since he had slain the unparalleled Marquis of Su country, he had been fixated on avenging himself against the Golden Core Master of Su. Rather than waiting idly, he continued to cultivate the blood reversal technique. Even with the 9 provinces map capable of suppressing the Elder's cultivation to the Purple Mansion level, having an additional method would only enhance his chances. As evening approached, immersed in his tedious studies, Shen Qingxuan extended his consciousness beyond the Forbidden Grounds, yet still detected no signs of a visitor. Not here yet. Or perhaps the blood servant's information was incorrect. He mused. However, if it grew any later, it would be time for him to engage in dual cultivation with his junior sister. He certainly did not wish for an interruption during such a moment. Thus, Shen Qingxuan prepared to take the initiative. The pure yang flying cloud descended from the heavens, securely lifting Shen Qingxuan's form as it soared outward. In truth, Elder Han Songhai was already en route. However, having not stepped into the mortal realm for many years, he became infatuated and spent time in a brothel. entertaining 10 maidens in one breath. Still not here? After flying 50 miles, Shen Qingxuan saw no trace of the elder. He decided to return. Halt! Suddenly, a chilling voice resonated in the air. To everyone's astonishment, the traditionally modest Dongfang Huaixue was now clad in an astonishingly revealing outfit. A celestial being? Shen Qingxuan's eyes widened in surprise, his heart racing. Has she succumbed to desire? Dongfang Huaixue wore a low-cut, off-shoulder dress that gracefully clung to the contours of her thighs, artfully accentuating her toned yet curvaceous legs and pert dairy overlaid with a diaphanous white veil. It resembled the first light of dawn upon fresh snow, subtly revealing her porcelain skin, akin to a fairy from a painting, igniting the imagination. Her feet were equally breathtaking. They were as flawless as jade, with delicate veins faintly visible beneath her skin, adding an air of fragility. The soles bore a gentle blush, so tender that a mere touch could send ripples across them, reminiscent of the most exquisite porcelain, evoking a sense of tender admiration. Noticing Shen Qingxuan's intense reaction, she realized her plan could proceed. Her embarrassment was indeed worth it for donning such an alluring attire. Follow me to a certain place, Dongfang Huaixue said, turning away and revealing her bare back, perfectly suited for cupping. Shen Qingxuan mused internally as he followed her, perplexed by her intentions. Was this her form of revenge for the earlier humiliation? Surely, there was no need for such scanty clothing. It was enough to make one's heart race and imagination run wild. Where are you taking me, fairy? You will find out when you arrive, she replied, her voice still icy, though her heart was already brimming with delight. Her intention was to stoke Shen Qingxuan's lust while leaving him in torment, yearning for release. Oh, Shen Qingxuan joked, but if my vitality diminishes too quickly, I may need some assistance. Oh, Dongfang Huaixue glanced back, her enchanting eyes shimmering with anticipation. Then you best refrain from any remedies. Half a stick of incense can yield quite a result. Chapter 42. Who are you seducing in that attire? Half a stick of incense can yield quite a result? Shen Qingxuan pondered, watching the ethereal Dongfang Huaixue ahead, resembling an ice beauty on a mountain. If that were a shorter incense, half a stick would barely last 2.5 minutes. Did she perhaps prefer brevity? My own is substantial and could last a full half-hour, he reflected while walking, reminding himself that his focus should not be on incense. How could she possibly understand such lewd banter? In Shen Qingxuan's mind, Dongfang Huaixue was the embodiment of innocence, a sheltered maiden unaware of the intricacies of romantic relations. Ahead, Dongfang Huaixue moved at a leisurely pace, calculating how best to ensnare Shen Qingxuan. You always make me feel inferior. This time, I shall record your embarrassment in its entirety. Yes, she had strategically placed several recording stones in the cave, capturing every moment from every angle. After a brief pause, she halted, her delicate feet hovering above the ground as she turned around. We have arrived. Dongfang Huaixue clasped her hands over her flat abdomen, hinting at the tantalizing mysteries below. Is the fairy inviting me into the cave? Shen Qingxuan mused, his mind racing with peculiar thoughts. Was she yearning to relive their adventures within the map of mountains and rivers? Indeed, she said, entering the cave and urging him, hurry inside. I have something important to discuss with you. Inside, she activated the hidden recording stones, a playful smile flitting across her face. Something important to discuss? Surely you aren't planning to silence me? Shen Qingxuan pondered as he prepared the map of the 9 provinces, finally stepping into the cave. Upon entering, his heart raced furiously, blood surging through him. The cause was none other than Dongfang Huaixue, who had adopted a most enticing pose. She was intently searching the ground, back turned to the entrance, her figure exquisite and her voluptuous form elegantly arched, the dress tightly hugging her curves, accentuating her alluring silhouette. Unbeknownst whether intentional or not, the delicate edge of her undergarment peeked out from beneath her skirt, her kneeling posture accentuating her petite, rosy feet, reminiscent of freshly blossomed petals. Her upper body leaned heavily forward due to her posture, almost brushing the ground. The exposed cleavage and soft breasts were undeniably provocative. Not even Shen Qingxuan, a man trained in the arts of seduction, could resist such allure. Even the most impotent emperor could not remain unmoved. This was beyond scandalous. Shen Qingxuan's throat felt parched as he swallowed hard, desperately craving relief. wishing to plunge into Huaixue's depths. Ah, I see you're on the verge of succumbing. Dongfang Huaixue feigned a seductive fall, her awareness keenly attuned to Shen Qingxuan's reactions. As expected, he rushed to assist her. Seizing the moment, she lifted her skirt, exposing her smooth, alluring thighs, and playfully rubbed them. I'm fine. Then, with a sultry gaze, she asked, Qingxian, do you find me beautiful? Without hesitation, Shen Qingxian replied, Indeed, the fairy is beautiful, yet you do not reciprocate my honesty. Who are you trying to seduce with that attire? Although Shen Qingxian appreciated intimate garments, the realm of cultivation had yet to embrace such innovations. He could only settle for the allure of nakedness. Being honest, Dongfang Huaixue's beautiful eyes flickered. She recalled their moments in the map. Haven't you already seen everything? Can't you imagine? With so many recording stones, there's no way I would expose myself completely. Wait, why wasn't he overwhelmed with desire? Since when could he exercise such restraint? Indeed, we are both born of the sword, destined to be intertwined, he stated, gazing intently at her blushing face. It would be a pity if the fairy cannot be honest with me. With a mischievous grin, he let his belt fall to the ground. If you dare to entice me, tonight you shall feast. As Shen Qingxian shed his worldly facade, Dongfang Huaixue felt darkness cloud her vision, momentarily obscuring her noble eyes. Yet, she also sensed her objective was within reach. Asmila Bruka, 4th. Shen Qingxian, you two have your moments of embarrassment. I have placed several recording stones here, capturing every moment of your current state. Shen Qingxian froze, realizing her motives. This woman was truly foolish. Are you recording this for your own amusement? He retorted, disdain evident in his tone. Sharp-toned. I shall disseminate your image, exposing your disgrace to all of Dongfang, threatened Dongfang Huaixue, her expression darkening. However, Shen Qingxian merely shook his head and deliberately approached a reflective stone, forming a peace sign with his fingers. As a man, would he fear this? He would simply inquire of those who had witnessed it, Is my brother's endowment substantial? Noting Shen Qingxuan's lack of response, which seemed to suggest his eagerness to display, Dongfang Huaixue's delicate visage stiffened. This tactic was ineffective against him. After striking several poses, Shen Qingxian gathered his garments and stated, If the fairy has no further business, I shall take my leave. He intended to employ a strategy of feigned retreat. If his opponent could not prevail, she would certainly not permit his departure. Stop right there, Dongfang Huaixue exclaimed, her fury causing her to tremble. Shen Qingxian turned back, inquiring, Does the fairy require something? You come here. Dongfang Huaixue closed her eyes to shield herself from indignity, her delicate fingers whitening as they gripped tightly. Oh! Shen Qingxian obediently approached, his gaze wandering over Dongfang Huaixue's alluring figure. Isn't it true that the demonic arts of your Hehuan sect, once unleashed, lead to certain death, if not resolved? Dongfang Huaixue kept her eyes shut, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. Shen Qingxian chuckled softly. I was merely deceiving the fairy back then. Did you truly believe that? What? Dongfang Huaixue suddenly opened her exquisite phoenix eyes, gritting her silver teeth. You scoundrel. With that, she delivered a swift kick to Shen Qingxuan's chest, sending him tumbling to the ground. Cough, cough. Shen Qingxian coughed lightly, then grasped Dongfang Huaixue's tender ankle, exclaiming, Your feet are truly beautiful, fairy. Ah, you lecherous fiend. Dongfang Huaixue withdrew her foot, unleashing her formidable golden core pressure, filling the entire cavern, her hair swirling wildly. I shall castrate you. Castration? That won't do. Shen Qingxian hastily shook out the map of the 9 provinces from his sleeve before the sword light could reach him. In an instant, the terrifying golden core pressure dissipated, and Dongfang Huaixue's cultivation was suppressed to the Purple Mansion realm. I'll still castrate you. Dongfang Huaixue wielded her sword technique, charging at Shen Qingxian with the ferocity of a storm. Does the fairy think she can defeat me in the Purple Mansion realm? Shen Qingxian scoffed, unleashing both of his extraordinary physiques, a spectral image of the Purple Mansion manifesting behind him as he engaged in combat with Dongfang Huaixue. Though Dongfang Huaixue had been suppressed to the Purple Mansion realm, she still exhibited the prowess of a peak Purple Mansion expert. Coupled with the formidable techniques of the Xianhuang sect and her exceptional combat skills, she managed to maintain a steady advantage over Shen Qingxian, showing no signs of faltering. Is this for real? Shen Qingxuan braced himself against Dongfang Huaixue's attack, the Lingxi sword technique forcing him to retreat several paces. She is surprisingly powerful, he thought, a chill running through him. Upon reflection, it was no wonder that a peak purple mansion cultivator like Dongfang Huaixue could not be easily vanquished. She was the foremost prodigy of the Qingyun continent and had joined the illustrious Xianwang sect of the Wanshan realm. Clearly, she was not someone of Knight Jingyuan's caliber. Nevertheless, even so, Shen Qingxuan relied on his extraordinary physique and his own purple mansion cultivation to hold his ground without defeat for an extended period. You lecherous scoundrel! I shall surely have your foul roots chopped off. Dongfang Huaixue was enveloped in a whirlwind of sword energy, her movements bold and graceful, her ample bosom and long legs on full display as she executed her attacks. Seeing the predatory glint in Shen Qingxuan's eyes only fueled her anger further, prompting her to target his lower regions with every strike. Shen Qingxuan dodged left and right, and when evasion was impossible, he utilized his pure yang blood energy and sword intent to block her attacks. Thanks to the defensive capabilities of his pure yang garment, he momentarily escaped the fate of becoming a eunuch. Fairy, you cannot subdue me regardless, so perhaps you should take a break. You might exhaust your magical energy otherwise. Shen Qingxuan evaded yet another sword strike, glancing at the ravaged ground around them with a sigh. What do you know, you lecherous scoundrel? Dongfang Huaixue was nearly beside herself with rage, her sole focus being the complete destruction of Shen Qingxuan. Clang! Another sword strike came, nearly injuring Shen Qingxuan's thigh. In desperation, he produced the blood transference talisman, stating, Fairy, if you continue to attack, I may have to take control of you. Dongfang Huaixue's phoenix eyes widened as she exclaimed. The blood transference talisman? She had encountered this rare black talisman with purple runes during her time in the Wanshan realm. This talisman, originating from the Blood God sect, held significant power comparable to that of the Xianwang sect. How do you possess such a talisman? A ripple of apprehension crossed her heart, her gaze sharpening with suspicion. She began to question the legitimacy of Shen Qingxuan's identity. Was he perhaps a member of the Blood God sect, come to Dongfang for some ulterior motive? Furthermore, the blood transference talisman was a rare treasure within the Blood God sect, only accessible to elders of significant rank. Did Shen Qingxuan truly possess such a formidable background? Realizing that the talisman was of use, Shen Qingxuan raised it, saying, I found it. Very well, Fairy, let us cease this quarrel. If you refrain from attacking me, I shall release you. He feared that lingering too long within the map might allow the old Sect Master Shugua to assault the Hahuan sect in his absence, leading to a true tragedy. I might let you go, but you must give me that talisman in return. Dongfang Huaixue proposed, her interest in the blood transference talisman piqued. It was no ordinary talisman, after all, and her collector's instincts were stirred. You desire this talisman, Fairy? Shen Qingxuan paused, then smiled. Regrettably, this is my sole piece. It is indeed unique. What could you possibly offer in exchange? Dongfang Huaixue stood tall, her pride unwavering. What do you wish for? Shen Qingxuan pondered for a moment, then leaned closer to Dongfang Huaixue, whispering something near her tender earlobe. Upon hearing his words, her delicate face flushed instantly, and she stepped back, tucking her dainty foot beneath her sheer fabric. Absolutely not. That is out of the question. This rascal, who had previously suggested using her hands, now wanted her to use her feet. Compared to her hands, her feet were undoubtedly a more intimate matter. Shen Qingxuan sighed, shaking his head, and took a step back. Then there is nothing more to be done. Truth be told, this talisman is not particularly precious to me. If the fairy is willing to engage in the path of pleasure, it would be a mutually beneficial arrangement, allowing you to acquire the blood transference talisman as well. Facing his coaxing words, Dongfang Huaixue's ethereal beauty remained resolute. You shall not prevail. Observing her firm stance, Shen Qingxuan fell silent, simply watching her intently. After a moment, Dongfang Huaixue swallowed hard, her eyes downcast, her cheeks flushed as she tentatively asked, Could it be like last time? With that, she waved her long, slender hand. No. Shen Qingxuan felt that too much time had passed. How could he remain stagnant? He preferred those who sought progress, like Jiang Yu Rou. He was unwilling to squander more time on coaxing. If the fairy does not agree, I shall take my leave. Although Dongfang Huaixue had previously retreated from her boundaries, the nature of boundaries was that they could be continually pushed back. However, Achieving a resolution in such a short time was no easy task. He resolved to confine Dongfang Huaixue within the 9 provinces map, allowing her ample time to contemplate. To imprison the foremost fairy of the Qingyuan continent. How thrilling this endeavor shall be. You're leaving? Dongfang Huaixue's phoenix eyes widened in alarm. No, we must leave together. Fairy, you must plead with me. Shen Qingxuan chuckled. Did the fairy just wish to sever my prized possession? You, Dongfang Huaixue, embarrassed and furious, remained oblivious to the peril she stood beneath, completely unaware that Shen Qingxuan could easily ensnare her with his map treasure. Farewell, fairy. With a wave of his hand, Shen Qingxuan transformed into a dazzling white light, vanishing within the geographical scroll of the 9 provinces. No, don't. Dongfang Huaixue rushed forward, attempting to grasp that glimmer of white, but grasping only emptiness. She had not anticipated his decisive abandonment of her. Since birth, no one had ever treated her in such a manner. Why? How could this fellow possess so many treasures? A chill crept into her heart as she surveyed the desolate surroundings, a sense of inexplicable dread washing over her. What am I afraid of? In the initial realm, I am a practitioner of the Purple Mansion. Yet beyond the initial realm, I am a pinnacle golden core true person. Breaking through a mere map should be effortless. With bare feet, Dongfang Huaixue strode toward the outside of the initial realm, her sword qi coalescing into a spiritual sword. Meanwhile, Han Songhai, an elder of the sect who had entertained 10 maidens in one night, entered with a rosy complexion but emerged pale. Supporting himself with his hands on his waist, he sighed, though I may not have diminished in vigor, it is still insufficient. I nearly faltered against 10 mere mortal maidens. A golden core true person possesses a lifespan of 1,000 years, but after that, one's vitality wanes significantly. This year, Han Songhai had already reached 1,200 years. Had it not been for the various elixirs and miraculous herbs provided by the Blood Sun sect and the royal family to sustain him, he would have long succumbed to the decline of his physical vitality, as he was merely at the initial stage of the golden core, not yet entering the second transformation. He had hoped to taste the delights of the Hahuan Demoness, but that seemed unlikely now. Shaking his head, his sparse hair danced in the evening breeze. He set forth, empowered by the golden core within him, and with each step he could traverse 100 zhang. If he exerted himself fully, without relying on any artifacts, he could reach the Hahuan sect in just a few hours. He was in no rush, taking the time to enjoy the scenery along the way, stopping at roadside stalls for snacks whenever hunger struck, relishing the journey, as it might very well be his last venture into the mundane world. Throughout his life, Han Songhai had never been an emperor, always viewing himself as the guardian spirit of the Su kingdom, receiving the sustenance of the entire realm. Because of him alone, the Su kingdom was regarded as a powerful golden core practitioner, suppressing the various Purple Mansion forces around it. Regrettably, a reckless act by the Blood Sun sect had ultimately doomed the Su kingdom, which might have lingered on for a few more years. Chapter 44. The Sixfold Purple Mansion. Battling the golden core at last, he had reached the Sixfold Purple Mansion. In the early morning, seated beside the blood-ean pool, Shen Qingxuan beamed with joy, sensing the completeness of his purple mansion within. The sword intent within him surged, nearly soaring into the heavens. The purple mansion formed by the Taishu sword box was indeed formidable to break through. Had it been any other low-tier, innate object, I might have already reached the pinnacle of the purple mansion or even transitioned to the golden core. Last night's sign-in reward was a drop of Tying blood essence, a substance Shen Qingxuan had never consumed before, resulting in substantial enhancement. However, if future rewards were to be solely Tying blood essence, my cultivation speed would inevitably slow, as all heavenly materials and earthly treasures develop a resistance over time. Shen Qingxuan murmured to himself, his thoughts drifting to the capital of the Su kingdom beyond Dongfang. There remained a dragon ascendant place, the Su kingdom's harem, that he had yet to sign in at. He planned to wait for the full moon before visiting the harem to sign in. The unique benefits from the first sign-in combined with the critical moment of the full moon night would surely yield exceptional rewards. Just as Shen Qingxuan rose to depart the rear mountain, an aged voice reverberated outside. True person Songhai of the Su kingdom, prepare to meet your demise at the Hahuan sect. The sound resonated through the air, causing the female cultivators of the Hahuan sect to appear in the courtyard. A true person? The invader is a golden core, true person? One female cultivator was instantly paralyzed with fear. The saying goes, with a single golden core in my belly, my life is in my own hands, not dictated by fate. To the common folk, golden core practitioners appear as deities, and even among practitioners, they are regarded as proof of the Great Way. What shall we do? A golden core true person seeks to annihilate our Hahuan sect. What can we do? Panic ensued among the female disciples. Even the elder felt an anxiety creeping in. After all, their enemy was a golden core practitioner, while their sect leader, Youyao, lacked golden core cultivation, standing an entire realm apart. Moreover, they had been sealed here for over 7 years precisely because of golden core true persons. Fear not, for Brother Qingxuan is here. We need not worry. At that moment, Yu Rou, clad in a green tunic, appeared, her figure graceful, her almond eyes resilient, and her aura radiating the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. Indeed, with the Holy Sun present, we have nothing to fear. The hearts of many female disciples infatuated with Shen Qingxuan gradually calmed. Yet, the shadow of the golden core true person still loomed over the rest. Outside the forbidden grounds, Han Sanghai did not immediately strike, but listened to the discussions among the female disciples. Holy Sun? Could it be that the ones who killed Han, Yi, and Yi Jingyuan were not that Youyao, but rather the so-called Holy Sun Qingxuan? Han Kanglai pondered, his golden core cultivation capable of obliterating the Hahuan sect in an instant. The key was to identify the true culprit, drag them to the Su kingdom, and display their severed head to surrounding forces, proving that the Su kingdom remained as formidable as ever, not to be trifled with. Before long, Han Sanghai's desired effect was achieved. Many treasure-seeking practitioners gathered to spectate, buzzing with speculation. That's the elder of the Su kingdom. My ancestor was a good friend of his. Hahuan sect is surely doomed this time. Last time, they suffered a devastating defeat with 50,000 troops. The Su kingdom will not show them mercy. Alas, they provoked a golden core true person. This forbidden ground has no reason to exist. Nearly all spectators believed the Hahuan sect was doomed. Seeing that the crowd had gathered sufficiently, Han Sanghai, floating in the air, called out, Holy Sun Qingxuan, will you not come forth? You have slain the prince and the unparalleled marquis of my Su kingdom, making you quite the notable figure. Consider yourself a hero of your generation. As a hero, you should be worthy of my attention. Step forward and present your head. The female disciples of the Hahuan sect who admired Shen Qingxuan turned furious upon hearing this. Yu Rou, familiar with the situation, retorted, You old fool. Do you think you're worthy? Han Sanghai would not permit a mere Foundation establishment practitioner to act defiantly before him. He raised his hand, preparing to strike Yu Rou down. Just then, a voice resonated from within the Hahuan sect. Hero, you certainly have a flair for flattery. But do your small eyes have the capacity to accommodate my divine presence? A figure gradually materialized in the courtyard, standing before the disciples, locking eyes with Han Sanghai across the expanse. Shen Qingxuan had arrived. He should have come earlier, but he could not resist Youyao's insistence on obstructing him, fearing for his demise. Thus, he had to seal Youyao within the geographical scroll of the 9 provinces. As the two exchanged glances, the world around them fell silent. The disciples of the Hahuan sect and the onlookers outside focused their attention upon the two figures. Purple Mansion? Is he not yet in the late stages of the Purple Mansion? Han Sanghai, perceiving Shen Qingxuan's cultivation, was left dumbfounded. A practitioner in the 5th or 6th level of the Purple Mansion could slay the leader of the 50,000 Yi family troops. Utter nonsense. Shen Qingxuan also surmised the disparity in their combat capabilities. He was far less formidable than Dongfang Huaixue. Truly, was it necessary to wield a sledgehammer to crack a nut? With a rotation of the golden core within him, Han Sanghai unleashed a surge of bloodlight, aiming to reduce Shen Qingxuan to fragments. A typical Purple Mansion practitioner could never withstand such a blow. He was determined to uncover what made Shen Qingxuan so special. Bang! Shen Qingxuan did not evade. Instead, he summoned the Thunderblade to confront the Crimson Light head-on. Although the Thunderblade was incredibly swift and formidable, it was still sent flying by the Golden Core's bloodlight, eventually returning to Shen Qingxuan's palm after a brief circuit. Shen Qingxuan, on the other hand, was struck firmly, hurtling backward. "You don't seem so strong after all," he mused, coming to a halt. Aside from a slight instability in his vitality, he felt no discomfort. The Thunderblade had diminished the might of the Golden Core's blood light by 3/4, combined with his pure Yang robe and robust physique, leaving him unscathed. The spectators, an assembly of cultivators, were left astounded and in disbelief. They had anticipated that Shen Qingxuan would be reduced to mere fragments within that bloodlight. Yet, he had withstood the assault of a Golden Core Master with his purple mansion body. The female disciples of the Hahuan sect cheered fervently. "The Holy Sun is magnificent. The Holy Sun is unparalleled. Dispatch this Golden Core, scoundrel. Holy Sun, I wish to share your bed tonight." Han Sanghai felt a sting to his pride. As a Golden Core Master, it was rather embarrassing that he had failed to vanquish a Purple Mansion cultivator with a single strike. In an attempt to salvage his reputation, he remarked, "Shen Qingxuan, you possess some skill. However, this ends here. I was merely testing your strength, as I could not fathom why Yi Jingyuan would perish at your hands. It appears you can withstand my most ordinary strike. Indeed, you are a remarkable individual." Shen Qingxuan, aware of his defensive limits, brushed his attire and replied, "You talk too much." With a sweeping gesture, he unfurled the map of the mountains and rivers, which radiated a dazzling array of colors, unexpectedly enveloping both individuals within its confines. While Shen Qingxuan could barely contend with an ordinary Golden Core cultivator suffering from waning vitality, he saw no reason to risk his life when he could strike from a position of advantage. "What sort of treasure is that? It seems like a map, and they have entered it." Some spectators scoffed, doubting Shen Qingxuan's ability to triumph over a Golden Core Master merely with a map. They believed that should Han Sanghai truly unleash his power, Shen Qingxuan would be doomed. Meanwhile, a few discerning individuals displayed greedy glances. The map contained spatial formations and exhibited exceptional craftsmanship, likely reaching the level of a spiritual treasure. They had come to Dongfang in search of treasures, and here lay one before them. "Senior brother, once they determine the victor, how about we use the locking immortal needle to seize it?" suggested a handsome young man clad in a bright yellow robe and adorned with a cloud crown. A tall man dressed similarly nodded in agreement. "Your words hold merit. Junior brother, we ventured across the boundary to seek the pure Yang opportunity spoken of by our master. If we do not find it, obtaining that treasure map would suffice." Within the map of the mountains and rivers, Dongfang Huaixue had moved away from the initial location, seeking a means to exit the map. Meanwhile, Han Sanghai, the elder of the sect, was cautious, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of suppression descended upon him, causing his cultivation to falter. "Impossible. My cultivation." He sensed that the Golden Core within his dantian felt as heavy as a stone, devoid of its previous mystique. He had plummeted from Golden Core to Purple Mansion. As he gazed at the ravaged land, scarred by sword energy, realization struck him like a thunderclap. Yi Jingyuan, the unparalleled marquis, had likely been slain by this map. Shen Qingxuan, on the opposing side, did not rush to attack, merely curious about Dongfang Huaixue's whereabouts. Qingxuan, the elder Shihua, Youyao, who was also trapped within the map, sensed the approach of another and emerged from behind a boulder. Her autumn-like eyes flicked over to Han Sanghai, her expression one of astonishment. This map possessed the ability to suppress cultivation. No wonder Qingxuan was unafraid of the Golden Core Master. Faced with a Purple Mansion cultivator, the supremely powerful Shen Qingxuan must be invincible. "Ha! Shen Qingxuan, do you believe that by suppressing my cultivation, you can escape death?" Han Kangai Fota defiantly. "I assure you, even if I were at the Purple Mansion level, a Golden Core Master remains a Golden Core Master." Han Sanghai, no longer willing to test the waters, unleashed his lethal move. In an instant, a blinding crimson light erupted as he raised his palms to summon a dark red vortex. Within this vortex, a colossal beast-like shadow surged toward Shen Qingxuan, fierce and domineering. Shugua's national divine ability. Youyao felt a chill run down her spine. She had visited Shugua in her youth and was aware of this divine ability, which, although incomplete, wielded power comparable to that of minor divine abilities. Ankanai Foted. His expression twisted with malice. Just as a fleeting look of triumph crossed his features, he felt a chilling sensation in his throat, and goosebumps erupted on his skin. Shen Qingxuan had merely pressed his fingertip to his brow, without summoning a blade, yet the surrounding air thrummed with a potent sword intent. As the ancient shadow approached perilously close to his forehead, the very fabric of time and space became viscous and sluggish. In a blinding flash, sword light erupted from Shen Qingxuan's brow, piercing the ancient beast and pinning it mid-air. Not good, Han Songhai exclaimed in horror, but at that moment, his throat was already pierced by the ethereal sword energy. One sword severed his head. This golden core elder, who had lived for over 1,000 years, had never witnessed such terrifying sword energy from a purple mansion cultivator. How could this be? Even as his head detached from his body, the elder lay in a pool of blood, unable to comprehend until his consciousness faded completely. Master, are there still golden cores or other threats in Shuwa? Shen Qingxuan mused, rubbing his brow as he approached the corpse and retrieved the elder's storage pouch. Surely, there can't be any left. Youyao stared blankly at the mark left by that sword, her heart racing uncontrollably. The ground, already scarred by the chaotic sword energy, now bore an even more pronounced and deep sword gully, reminiscent of the Blade's master. After extracting some items from the storage pouch, Shen Qingxuan casually discarded it, saying here, "Master, these are for you." Youyao accepted the storage pouch, still dazed, unable to process how the elder had met his end. Shen Qingxuan, her disciple, never failed to astonish her with his brilliance and selfless generosity, causing her to silently praise him. Outside the map of the mountains and rivers, the watching cultivators fixated on the spot where the two had vanished, eager to discern who would emerge victorious. Something's happening. Something's happening. A nearby cultivator shouted, having detected ripples in the void. Everyone turned their gaze, and soon, the space shimmered with white light. A figure emerged from the brilliance, grasping the map of the mountains and rivers. It must be the elder. Not only has he avenged Shuwa, but he has also acquired a treasure. Rejoiced a member of the sect aligned with Shuwa. It must be the elder. A golden core master cannot be counterfeit. Another added, chuckling. Wait, the elder isn't that tall. Someone quickly corrected, having discerned the truth from the white light. It's the Holy Sun, exclaimed a female disciple of the Hahuan sect. Jiang Yuru's expression was resolute, though she remained silent. Having developed feelings over time, how could she not recognize that figure who constantly overshadowed her? When Shen Qingxuan finally emerged with the map of the mountains and rivers, one side erupted in a torrent of astonished exclamations, while the other fell into a profound silence. The expressions of those who had anticipated Han Songhai's victory froze, exchanging bewildered glances. It is indeed intriguing that he emerged victorious, broadening my perspective. A man clad in a bright yellow robe and adorned with a cloud crown produced a needle of gold and silver, approximately the length of a finger and half its width, intricately engraved with delicate forbidden patterns. With a decisive step he advanced, transforming the needle into a streak of golden and silver lightning that unerringly struck Shen Qingxuan's Zhongshu acupoint. An ambush ensued, plunging the scene into chaos. The elders of the Hahuan sect attempted to intervene, yet they found themselves unable to cross the forbidden boundary. Shen Qingxuan was taken aback by the treachery, feeling as though his magical powers were shackled by the needle embedded in his chest, rendering him utterly unable to mobilize his strength. Do not panic, esteemed guests. I am Jin Yuran, from the Xianyuan sect of the Wanshan realm, declared a tall man who approached the center of the commotion with utmost courtesy. He gestured toward the assailant, saying, "This is my junior brother, Wen Qilin." The latter wore an expression of arrogance, nodding to the assembled cultivators. My junior brother's actions were not intended to take the life of the Holy Son of Hawan, but merely to seize the treasure map from his grasp. Jin Yuran smiled as he turned to Shen Qingxuan. If the Holy Sun is willing to part with it, I shall return the locking immortal needle. Upon hearing that the brothers hailed from the Xianyuan sect beyond the Qin continent, the onlookers could not help but feel a surge of respect. The legendary Dongfang Huaixue, once the pride of the continent, had joined the Xianyuan sect, signifying its formidable strength. Concern gripped Jiang Yu Rou as she realized they coveted her senior brother's treasure. "Huh, you wish to depart? You are clearly attempting to rob." Shen Qingxuan, pierced by the locking immortal needle, sneered repeatedly. "I once believed the Xianyuan sect to be a reputable power, Its disciples are nothing more than ostentatious bandits. He placed his hand on the needle, attempting to forcibly extract it, only to discover that doing so would result in his body being torn asunder. Yu Rou stepped forward to intervene, still maintaining his smile. Do not act rashly. The locking immortal needle can only be removed with a specific incantation. Otherwise, your body will explode. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingxuan halted his movements and raised a map of the 9 provinces, threatening, "You two are disciples of the Xingyuan sect, correct? Let me be frank. Your fellow disciple, Dongfang Huaixue, is imprisoned within this map. Should you dare to treat me thus, do not blame me for being ungracious towards her." At this declaration, the atmosphere erupted in astonishment. The fairy of Huaixue is also within that map? Surely not. Shen Qingxuan must be resorting to such tactics due to a lack of options. However, others recalled that the former sect leader had also been trapped within the map. Although Huaixue was exceptionally gifted, she had yet to break through to the nascent soul stage. Indeed, the map was a formidable artifact capable of ensnaring those in the golden core stage without their awareness. Chapter 46. What is divine power? My senior sister is trapped within a map? Wen Qilin furrowed his brow, gazing at Shen Qingxuan with confusion. Dongfang Huaixue was renowned as the foremost prodigy of the Qian continent. While she may not rank as the top in the Wanshan realm, she was certainly among the elite. Yu Rou, however, was incredulous, his demeanor shifting from amusement to anger. What jest is this? Sister Huaixue has reached the pinnacle of golden core cultivation and possesses a profound mastery of a divine ability. How could she be trapped by your map? Divine abilities, denoted by the term divine, represent the connection between the primordial spirit of an enlightened being and the cosmos, embodying a path that integrates oneself with the universe. They are categorized into minor, medium, major, and supreme divine abilities, along with the specific divine abilities inherent to those above the Purple Mansion realm. Even minor divine abilities are crafted by cultivators of the divine transformation stage, naturally possessing profound causal effects, allowing those below the divine transformation stage to wield them and overpower those without such abilities. Moreover, divine abilities are exceedingly difficult to cultivate. Once mastered, they leave an indelible mark within the Purple Mansion, augmenting the practitioner's essence. Believe it or not, Shen Qingxuan retorted, preparing to depart. He found himself unable to mobilize his powers and resolved to return to the map, seeking Dongfang Huaixue of the Xingyuan sect to release the locking immortal needle. Stop. Hand over the map, or I shall ensure your demise here. When Qilin, enamored with Dongfang Huaixue, drew his spirit sword, pointing its tip at Shen Qingxuan's back. Is this the manner of the Xingyuan sect? Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a magnificent beard floated gracefully into the scene, chuckling, had I arrived a moment later, the Xingyuan sect would have wreaked havoc again. And you are? When Qilin narrowed his eyes, clutching his spirit sword, the bearded man replied leisurely, I am Qin Jingshi of the Qiaoling sect. The Qiaoling sect? Yu Rou, who was even taller, furrowed his brow, stepping protectively in front of his junior brother. So, it is a fellow cultivator from the Qiaoling sect. The Qiaoling sect monopolized 3 mountains within the Wanshan realm, wielding influence that surpassed that of the Xingyuan sect. However, recent years have seen their decline, while the Xingyuan sect flourished. What brings you to the Qiyun continent? Indeed, it's not just the Wanshan realm. Even distant Youyao has sent representatives. The anomalies in the eastern regions of the Qiyun continent are simply too extraordinary, he replied. Wen Qilin, shifting his thoughts, coldly remarked, Qin Daoist, this rogue has imprisoned my senior sister within the map. I intend to retrieve the map to save her. This is a private matter of the Xingyuan sect, so I kindly ask you not to interfere. Qin Jingshi frowned, but preferred to mediate. In that case, Holy Son, if you release Dongfang Huaixue, you two may work together to remove the locking immortal needle. How does that sound? Impossible. Shen Qingxuan and Wen Qilin shouted in unison. Dongfang Huaixue rightly belongs within the 9 provinces map. Why should she be released? This was Shen Qingxuan's perspective. The condition for removing the locking immortal needle was to exchange it for the treasure map, and rescuing Dongfang Huaixue was merely a secondary consideration for Wen Qilin. Qin Jingshi's mouth twitched in surprise at their unwillingness to yield. Nevertheless, he stood firm, stating, regardless, you must not harm Shen Qingxuan. Shen Qingxuan regarded Qin Jingshi, who inexplicably came to his aid, committing his appearance to memory as he strode toward the depths of the Hahuan forbidden ground. Qin Jingshi, do not meddle. When Qilin's wrist flicked, and he charged forward with his spirit sword. Junior brother, I shall assist you. Jin Yuran summoned a magical artifact, lunging at Qin Jingshi. Qin Jingshi stood resolute, engaging both in combat. A spectacle was unfolding, and the observing cultivators remained glued to their spots, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Indeed, the opportunity to witness a clash of Wanshan cultivators on the Qiyun continent is exceedingly rare. Meanwhile, Shen Qingxuan, supported by several elders, returned to the forbidden area. Are you unharmed, senior brother? Is there no other means to release this needle? Jiang Yu Rou rushed forward, her petite face filled with concern. Yu Rou, come with me. Others should attend to their own affairs. This matter will be resolved, Shen Qingxuan reassured her, his mind already formulating a plan as he took her hand and led her to his quarters. The other female cultivators remained stationary, puzzled. Trust in the Holy Sun's judgment. An elder urged, quieting the onlookers. Where has the sect leader gone? She mused, for at this hour, the leader would typically be by the side of her favored disciple. Senior brother, what must I do? Jiang Yu Rou sensed that there was a task she could assist with. Shen Qingxuan placed the 9 provinces map upon the table. Once you learn the incantation, open the 9 provinces map and allow me to enter. Understood, Jiang Yu Rou solemnly nodded. In a short while, having mastered the incantation, she channeled her magical energy, reciting the words, and the 9 provinces map unfurled, revealing a majestic landscape. With a swift motion, Shen Qingxuan re-entered the map of the 9 provinces. Master, have you found any trace of Dongfang Huaixue? Upon departing the map moments ago, Shen Qingxuan had instructed Youyao to seek the whereabouts of Dongfang Huaixue. Signs of a struggle were evident 100 miles to the west. Youyao's consciousness echoed in the initial realm. Master, please come to my aid. My powers are currently restrained, Shen Qingxuan called out. What has transpired? Youyao, positioned outside the initial realm, hurried back upon hearing his words. The dangers within the map were numerous. Even she, a practitioner of the 9th heaven of the Purple Mansion, dared not approach recklessly. It took her a quarter of an hour to reach the initial realm. You have been struck by the immortal binding needle? After listening to her disciple's account, anger surged within Youyao. These practitioners of the Xianhuang sect are all scoundrels. She gazed at the gold-and-silver needle embedded in Shen Qingxuan's chest, her heart aching. I have some acquaintance with Dongfang Huaixue. Perhaps she can assist in removing it, Shen Qingxuan suggested. Although there was no guarantee she would help him while trapped in the map, there were still alternative methods. Very well. I shall take you to find her. Youyao summoned a swirl of purple mist, guiding Shen Qingxuan through the low skies, skillfully maneuvering around treacherous obstacles. With a sudden thrust, Dongfang Huaixue pierced the golden elixir beast with her sword, bewildered by her surroundings. The trials in this map are exceedingly profound. With each stage, the geography transforms. What was once the ultimate trial site now appears to have vanished entirely. Someone approaches? Is it that lecher? Dongfang Huaixue's elegant brows furrowed as she turned to observe a swirl of purple mist several dozen miles away. Has the geography shifted again? Shen Qingxuan, enveloped in the purple mist, curiously surveyed the area. Indeed, the scenery outside changes at intervals. Look, there is Dongfang Huaixue. Before either could react, Dongfang Huaixue transformed into a streak of light and appeared before the purple mist. Upon seeing Shen Qingxuan, she was filled with indignation, raising her sword to strike at him. Lecher, prepare to meet your end. Fairy, perhaps you should see what has befallen me, Shen Qingxuan shouted, shielding himself with his hands. Without restraint, he could not withstand the prowess of Dongfang Huaixue, a practitioner of the golden elixir stage. The immortal binding needle? Which of my sect disciples have you offended? Dongfang Huaixue scoffed, regarding Shen Qingxuan as deserving of his fate. Upon noticing her pause, Shen Qingxuan quickly explained, it was your 2 junior brothers. One named Jin Yuran and the other one Qilin. They intended to extort me for treasures from the map. Jin and Wen? I have only heard of them, but I do not know them well, Dongfang Huaixue replied, though she believed Shen Qingxuan's words and coldly declared, those 2 are indeed disgraceful members of her sect. Release me, and I shall immediately teach them a lesson. Shen Qingxuan shook his head. Fairy, help me remove the immortal binding needle, and I will personally deal with them. Are you jesting? You three belong to the Xianhuang sect. How can I trust you not to shield them? Lecher? Wanting my assistance? Let us not forget how you suppressed me in the initial realm. Dongfang Huaixue's elegant foot hovered in the air, her voice icy. Lecher? Scoundrel? Suppression? Coupled with Dongfang Huaixue's furious expression, Youyao felt a pang of discomfort in her chest. Could her dear disciple have acted against Dongfang Huaixue? It was essential to recognize that Dongfang Huaixue was an adversary of the entire Hehuan sect. Shen Qingxuan anticipated Dongfang Huaixue's retort and smiled. It seems the fairy is unwilling to assist me. Indeed, unless you beg me, Dongfang Huaixue replied, lifting her chin, her proud demeanor betraying her delight in the situation. She relished Shen Qingxuan's embarrassment. Beg? Shen Qingxuan laughed. Very well, come closer, so I may prostrate myself before you. Otherwise, the distance may imply a lack of sincerity. Unworthy disciple, how could you request her assistance? At this critical moment, Youyao blushed and scolded, inadvertently providing support. Dongfang Huaixue, initially wary of Shen Qingxuan's intentions, stepped closer. Emboldened by Youyao's words, hurry and beg me. Fairy, a bit closer, please, Shen Qingxuan urged again. Dongfang Huaixue furrowed her brow, contemplating that a restrained Shen Qingxuan would pose little threat. With her peak golden elixir cultivation restored, she perceived no significant risk. Thus, she stepped forward, only to suddenly regret it. Oh no, I forgot he possesses the Blood Soul Exchange Talisman. Just as Dongfang Huaixue's delicate foot sought to retreat, Shen Qingxuan leaped unexpectedly. Leveraging his formidable physique, he affixed the torn half of the Blood Soul Exchange Talisman onto her dainty foot. Dongfang Huaixue cried out, her consciousness plummeting into an abyss. Meanwhile, the other half of the talisman behind Shen Qingxuan emitted a dim, eerie glow, propelling his consciousness into the heavens. Upon regaining awareness, Dongfang Huaixue found her consciousness trapped within Shen Qingxuan's body, unable to move. Conversely, Shen Qingxuan's consciousness gradually acclimated to the power contained within Dongfang Huaixue's celestial form. The golden elixir physique is indeed remarkable. Shen Qingxuan supported two soft entities, feeling their weight. Such ample bosom, indeed burdensome. Are you still Dongfang Huaixue? Youyao regarded the figure of Shen Qingxuan, now inhabiting Dongfang Huaixue's form, with wariness. Beside her, Shen Qingxuan maintained a prone position, while Dongfang Huaixue's consciousness could only listen to their exchange, unable to voice a response. Shen Qingxuan spoke in a melodious tone. Master, is I, Qingxuan. How can you prove you are Qingxuan? Youyao's gaze held a hint of skepticism. While she believed the proud Dongfang Huaixue would not perform such an intimate gesture, she remained cautious. Master, you have a mole on your backside. Your favorite action is. Shen Qingxuan's hands roamed as Dongfang Huaixue's expression twisted with fury. She yearned to sever Shen Qingxuan's impure roots, yet found herself powerless to act. Upon hearing Shen Qingxuan's words, Youyao's cheeks flushed, confirming that it was indeed Shen Qingxuan occupying Dongfang Huaixue's body. I did not expect the fairy to be so particular about cleanliness. Shen Qingxuan exclaimed in astonishment, then turned to his own body. Foolish fairy, your physique is quite splendid. May I indulge in it for a while? Ha ha ha. Shen Qingxuan transformed into a streak of rainbow light, leading the two back to the initial realm. Subsequently, he recited an incantation while facing away from them, exiting the map of the 9 provinces. How can it be you? Yu Rou, stationed inside the dwelling, trembled and instantly assumed a stance ready for battle. Sister, do not panic, it is I. I am your elder brother. Just days ago, I helped you with your grooming. Yu Rou's face flushed crimson. Is it truly you? Elder brother? Why are you in Dongfang Huaixue's body? Shen Qingxuan smiled, gently ruffling Yu Rou's hair. With Dongfang Huaixue's taller stature, it appeared as though an older sibling was affectionately caressing a younger sister. I will explain everything shortly. With that, he soared out of the Hehuan sect, confronting the 3 who were still embroiled in combat. Enough. Shen Qingxuan circulated the 9 turns golden elixir within his dantian, exerting a pressure akin to that of towering mountains, rendering the 3 individuals immobile. It was Dongfang Huaixue. She had arrived. Look, there's the fairy Huaixue. A fervent admirer pressed forward, eager to draw closer, exclaiming, "Fairy Huaixue, may I be your humble servant?" Senior sister, Jin Yuran and Wen Qilin hurriedly restrained themselves under the oppressive force, bowing in respect. Qin Jingqi, battered and bruised, also offered his greeting. "I pay my respects to the esteemed Huaixue." His cultivation was not significantly inferior to that of Jin Yuran. If he insisted on obstructing their path, he could only expect to be met with further blows. Shen Qingxuan cast a curious glance at Qin Jingqi and casually reprimanded the two from the Xianwang sect. "I am aware of your actions. How could you covet another's treasures and plot to murder and silence them for your own gain? I am ashamed to be associated with you." The faces of Jin Yuran and his companion darkened. Dongfang Huaixue was renowned for her fairness and righteousness within the sect, and they were astonished to find her siding with Shen Qingxuan. "Senior sister, I was in the wrong." Wen Qilin immediately capitulated, kneeling on the ground. "I implore you to punish me." Jin Yuran, seeing this, could only sigh inwardly and also knelt. "I beseech senior sister for your judgment." Despite his greater background, he refrained from making any reckless moves in light of Dongfang Huaixue's imminent participation in a significant trial. "I will not punish you. Rather, both of you must acknowledge your mistakes and accept your punishment before Shen Qingxuan," he declared with an air of authority, embodying Dongfang Huaixue's presence. "What? We must admit our faults and accept punishment before him?" When Qilin's face twitched, his tone laced with reluctance. Shen Qingxuan immediately increased the pressure. "What? Do you have an objection?" Faced with the peak golden elixir cultivator, he dared not retort, responding instead, "No objections. I will abide by senior sister's arrangements." "And you?" Jin Yuran, with a grim expression, replied, "I am willing to accept senior sister's disposition." "Very well. By the way, share with me the incantation for the locking immortal needle. I shall assist others in unlocking it. Furthermore, surrender the locking immortal needle to me." Shen Qingxuan stated expressionlessly, although his demeanor was devoid of emotion. To the multitude of cultivators present, he appeared more enchanting than any woman when smiling. "The incantation for the locking immortal needle? Senior sister, do you not already know it?" When Qilin questioned, puzzled. Shen Qingxuan cleared his throat. "Lately, I've been busy with affairs and have forgotten some details." "What? I am giving you an opportunity. Yet you cannot seize it." "Seize it? We shall definitely seize it." Wen Qilin stepped forward and recited the incantation for the locking immortal needle. "Good. For now, remain where you are." After obtaining the incantation, Shen Qingxuan soared back to the Hawan sect. "Junior brother, do you not find this strange? Senior sister is a golden elixir cultivator. How could she forget the incantation for the locking immortal needle?" Jin Yuran queried, his eyes filled with confusion. "Perhaps senior sister truly has forgotten," Wen Qilin opined, lacking any ulterior motive.